Welcome to our section on floats. In this section I want to make things a little bit more interesting, and I'm going to be using a different editor. The editor that I'm going to be using is Brackets. So this is an Adobe editor. It's an open source product. It's free to download, so if you're interested, you can go check this out over at Brackets.io. And for this entire section, I am going to be writing the code using Brackets. Now this is a pretty good editor. It's got a lot of functionality built into it, and it's always good to be able to try out new editors and see which one you like better. So I do encourage you to take a look at Brackets and try it out for yourself. So this section is going to be covering floats, and this section itself, we're going to be showing you how to build out web layouts. So we're going to show you how to build out a 2-column layout and then a 3-column layout. And we're going to add in the navigation that we created from one of the earlier lessons where we built out a nav bar. So we're going to be adding that into the web page as well. And essentially, you're going to come out with a finished product of a website template that you can use, and then you can apply additional styling to and build out. So we're not going to be covering the header and footer part of it, but this is going to be very intuitive, and this is actually covered within the other lessons as well, how to build out the properties in order to apply styling to the different elements and to move them around. But we are going to be covering how we can create columns. Now these types of columns are super useful when you're developing websites because they give you the ability to create these fat footers and to section off your content and to create nice content areas where you can then apply that content in the relevant content in as you're building out your website design. And floats are also super useful when you make responsive websites, as you can adjust those columns not to float once they hit a certain size. So when you do the media queries and your screen becomes less than a certain size, you can also restack and reorganize the way that these elements are being output. So this is all coming up in the next section. Welcome to our section on floats. Now CSS, the CSS property floats, there's really not a lot of options to this property, but this property really does hold the secret to creating a website layout, because it gives you the ability to pull content over to the left and pull content over to the right independently of the surrounding content. So this is going to be a really useful feature when we're trying to build websites with multiple columns that typically appear within websites where you've got a content section and you might have 3 sections of contents. You might have a 2-column website with multiple sections within one column and then another one as a side menu. And all of this is typically accomplished with floats. Now, one of the challenges with using floats is that floats don't always realign with the surrounding text, because the idea for floats is that they can actually work independently of the surrounding text. So if I wanted to float, if I turn the floating off, then automatically this purple box aligns. I can grab the float area for the green one and I can remove the float for that as well. And then it just treats it just as it would a normal div, and it takes that full block area. So if I inspect it, we see that it's taking up that full block area. So you see that inspect that beige block, so that's taking up the full block. But when I apply float to it, we see that it's sections it off and it floats that whole content area on its own. And this is super important to understand when you're working with floats, because it does give you the ability to float that particular element independently. So if I want to move that box over to the right hand side, and I'll make it a little bit bigger so we can see it better. So if I move it over to the right hand side, and if I want to move it back to the left hand side, it actually places itself in line with the text or the surrounding content. So it floats it within line. So we've got some text here, and see it pushes itself into there. And now these particular elements, although they still take up that full spacing that's allocated to the typical paragraph or the typical div, that we see it still takes that full spacing, but this floated element now takes precedence and is able to actually bump where this particular element starts in. So these are really unique functionality, and inherently there are some issues to floats when you're building out a 3-column design, specifically when all of your content within the columns doesn't align and you want to have background colors. So this is often a challenge when it comes to floats because of the way that floats behave, that they overlay and then they work independently of that surrounding content, that this is often a challenge. And I'm going to give you some simple ways, some simple techniques to accomplish this, where even though our text might not be in line the same length, it might not take up the same dimensions, the same height, you'll still be able to have a way to get that background color all the way down. So typically, if we don't apply it within this format, then what would happen is that our red would end halfway up and we'd only be able to apply a background to that entire float box. Because remember, again, when we're floating, we're only taking up that element size, and the reason I have that border, that boundary around it, is because I've got that margin. So if I remove the margin, then what happens with the float is we're only floating, or only resizing, respacing the surrounding elements accordingly to the size of the element. So this is important to remember, and I am going to show you some tricks and ways to around that. And then also with floats, it gives us so much power to design multiple column layouts and section off columns within our web page. So I'm going to be showing you how to do that as well in the upcoming lessons. Just to kind of quickly go over the tip and concept that we're going to be doing. So if we have one content area, and let's say this content area went all the way down, and we applied a background color to it. So we selected the property, and if we want to make it red, it would go all the way down to wherever the text ended, because this would be the size of this particular element, or we could set a specific height for it, and then we'd be able to apply that whole background color. So if we want it to dynamically change, and let's say for instance this section had less text in it, it would only show up to a certain level. It would only go up to a relevant level to the content that's available or to the height that we've specified, and we're not able to actually select it and set a background color. So what we're going to be doing, and one of the simplest tricks in order to get around this, is that we have, instead of setting the background color for this one, we would take the background color of the parent element, and we'd grab the parent element, and then for there we could apply a background color, and that would do the same thing as applying a background color to the entire size that was available. This is obviously a Photoshop simulation of this, and I am going to show you how to do the real thing upcoming in the lessons, and you're going to be able to align the different elements and the different sizing of these elements so that you're able to apply background colors to the floated elements or the floated columns that are not the same height as the ones that you're trying to match the size with. So this section is going to cover that and a whole lot more. Welcome to working with floats, and with floats we can actually move elements to the left or the right hand side, and this is commonly used when you're building out your web page layout. So first of all, let's create a class here of box1, and then I'm going to do another one of box2, and we'll set some heights and widths for the different boxes, and I'm just going to do it on page here. So box1, and I copy that out, and we'll do box 2. And we need to have some dimensions for this in order to be able to see it. So we'll do a height of 100 pix, a width of 100 pix, and we'll do a background color of red. And I'm going to just copy this over for this one here, and let's set a background color of blue for this one. So basically we've got our two boxes here, and we can force that content to be, so even if we have a paragraph and we have some text in there, we can see that this one aligns. But what happens if we actually want to push the red box and we want it sitting here, or we want the red box to be on the right hand side and the blue box to be on the left hand side? So let's do that right now. So I'm going to move the red box over, and this is where floats come in. So if I want to float it over to the right hand side, I can save it, and we see that the CSS keeps it still in line, so everything still falls on that one line. But this is treated as one block now, and this particular block of content now has this content pushed over to the right hand side. And we can do the same thing for the left hand side, where we can float it over to the left. And that would essentially be forcing that content over to the left hand side. And of course we would need to have some text there, and basically so that would force it to the left of the text. We can also force it over to the right hand side, and really the order doesn't really matter as you're presenting it. So we could just as easily, even though box 1 is first, we can present it left, we can present it right, and we can push it over to wherever we want it to fall, and then we see the rest of the content that simply falls in line with that. So it's similar to when we're using our display and then we're positioning the content, but it's still keeping everything else in line with it. And a lot of times when you're using these floats, you see that there's not a lot of space between where the text ends. There's actually no space, and this is where a lot of times you need to use padding in order to create a little bit of a buffer between that text and between the content, or it actually should be margin here in this case, because we already have a background color of red. So the margin actually is going to create that spacing between the text and our element here, so our red box. And we could do the same thing for the blue box, and as we move them around, it's really is important to kind of keep an eye on that and make sure that we're not the margins together. And this is also commonly used when we're creating images. So essentially that's floating left and right, and this is the two options we have. We can also float two to the left, and basically what that will mean is that they both line in to each other. So going through the source code, we can see that first we hit that red box, and then we have some text here, blah blah blah, and then we hit the blue box, which is also pushed over to the left, so the next available left spot. So notice that it's not actually pushing it underneath here to the left, but it's still keeping it within line here. So this is really another interesting feature of floats, is that it's not pushing it to the next line of block space, it's keeping that in line. So you see when we select that element, it's only relative to that particular element, and as it gets moved within that wrapped text around it. So unlike other CSS properties, this still keeps it within the normal flow of the content, and we can see that in this example that the normal flow of the content is still kept in place using floats. Back, and we're going to be talking about floats in CSS in the upcoming lessons. Now a float basically allows you to take an element out of its normal flow and readjust it, either pull it to the left or to the right within the content, within its surrounding content. So let's first take a look at an image in a bunch of content. So let's add in some basic content here. I'm going to grab some lorem ipsum text. I'm going to go over to a website, loremipsum.net, and we just can go over to the API, and they have a really good API here that can actually generate lorem ipsum text. So we've got a bunch of text here. You can copy and paste it and update and add different HTML as well. So really useful resource when you want to just have some quick content added into your web page. So basically now when I go out to the web page, it's going to look like this. We've got some content in there, and now we need to add in an image. So let's say we want to add in an image. We've got quite a bit of text there, and we're going to go over to placeholder it, and we're going to grab the source code for an image. Now the way that this works is it gives you a basic default image here, and it spaces it out or it dimensions it depending on what your URL is. So if our source is 350 by 150, we're going to get an image with that same size. So if within this text I have this image, and now when we go out and we see that this image now has been set within this value here, but it doesn't really flow, it doesn't look really nice within the text, and this blue box around it is just showing us that this is the active element. So whatever we set here within brackets on the left hand side, it's just going to box around that blue, showing us the active element. Because I'm using actually brackets, and they have a live view. So what you do to get live view is there's this kind of little lightning bolt here in the mini menu, or you can go under File and you can do Live Preview, or on a Windows machine, Control-Alt-P, and that will output that live preview there. And then when I select whatever element I'm selecting, it's going to get that blue box around it. So that's what's happening there. But as we can see, we get this image and it doesn't really look like it flows well with the text. So the really easy fix to that is to add in a flow. And again, what flows do is floats, they actually give you the ability to position that content outside, so you can shift it either left or right outside the normal flow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this one a class, and the class that I'm going to apply to it is just going to be my IMG. And then any images that I want to have that class, I can just specify within here. So what I want to do is I want my images to be more in line with the text. So whether I want to float it over to the left hand side, so floated left, we see that we get the image, we get the text wraps nicely around it. We can float it over to the right hand side, and we see that we get, again, we get this nice positioning of that image, and it just nice and neatly fits into there. And a lot of times when you're creating images, you would create either some padding or a margin around it. So let's do 10 pix padding around it. So again, remember, padding is on the inside, margins on the outside. So you can do this type of effect where you've got some spacing between your text and your image. You've got this little buffer area. You can also do a nice border if you wanted to as well. So sometimes you'll find that you've got these borders around images, and then we can add an additional layer of a margin or something like that. And a lot of times the color is very light. So I'm going to do margin as well. So that basically means that whenever we have an image, so if I had several other images scattered within the different cells, we can see that they all nicely align like this, and we see that we get all of those images nicely positioned, and even if they're different size images, they're still going to position really nicely within the flow of our web page. And the only thing that is really happening here is that some of our images, so some of them are a little bit large, and when they're running over, they're overlapping the other images. So this is something to kind of work through with your text, just to make sure that it is outputting the way you want it to output. And really, this is really it for images. And of course, if you wanted some more over to the left hand side, again, depending on the size of your images and so on, then you can make the appropriate adjustments. Another thing I usually like to have with my images, so when we resize it like this with images, I like to usually set a max width of 100%. So basically that just means that the image will always be at max 100%. So we get a much better resizing of the image content as we shrink the screen down. So it's always at max 100%. And because we've added in this margin, so maybe we want to do at max, or we need to probably place another element around there, so another div or a span, in order to give us that buffer, and then we can set that at whatever width we want to set it. So that's where we're getting that kind of overlap. So that's another thing to keep in mind when you're using margins, that sometimes it's not the best effect, because you do get this overlap. So it is something to play around with in order to present the images as you want to present them within your web output. Welcome back, and in the previous lesson we showed you how you can float images. Now I'm going to take this one step further, and I'm going to update my images and create a span around it. So this span essentially is going to have a class for thumbnail. And then we'll close off that span after the end of the image. So now we've got an image with a class of thumbnail. So instead of having the CSS for the my image, I'm going to add in for the class thumbnail. And this is actually the one that I'm going to float right. I'm going to add in that extra margin and the padding and the border all into the thumbnail padding. So we'll refresh it. And initially, we'll just make that, clean that up a little bit, and I need to close off that span. That's why that one's not working. So we'll refresh it. So we've got our images once again. And we can see now when I resize it, so because we are using that max width 100%, it resizes a whole lot better. So this is just a quick update and tip to what we were looking at in the previous lesson, where we want to see that we can make our images responsive and we could also float them, and then also have this nice kind of thumbnail border around that as well. So there's a lot of different ways to achieve this type of effect. So sometimes as well, you might want to do like a full border around the image as well. So you might want to do a border radius. So a lot of times you see thumbnails, they're rounded. So just to kind of update on the original border radius, let's set a border radius. We'll do 5 pixels of border radius. So you see that what happens now, it kind of rounds it. And I'm going to make this one a bit smaller as well. So it looks more like a thumbnail where we've got this really light border around it. We've got some padding, we've got the border radius, and we can also add in a shadow around it if we want. So this is another thing that sometimes is added in within thumbnails just to make them look a little bit better. So we'll just do a box shadow. So box shadow will give it a basic shadow underlying. And for box shadow, we got to specify the position of the horizontal shadow, position of the vertical shadow, and then we've got some other options as well, so we can add in the spread of it. So let's do 10 pixels spread. So we see that right there's our shadow showing up, and maybe we'll do black. So now all of our images, or all of the thumbnail images, will have this box shadow. So this is just a quick way to create a nicer thumbnail. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this over into the other images that we had down here as well. And another thing, going back into floats, so sometimes you'll see that depending on the image, you might not want to float it always to the right, you might want to float it to the left, it might look better. So this is where a lot of times what I'll do is I'll actually pull out the float right, pull out the float left, and I'll just give them classes right and left. So instead of having to add that in there, I can just simply float left and float right. And I'll just clean that up again, save that, and we can see that now I can be more specific. And when I removed out those floats, it doesn't really look as nice anymore. So let's update our code, and we're going to add those back in. So maybe this one, I want it to float over to the right. I make it way smaller, refresh the page. So that one I want to make maybe to the right. The next one, maybe we're going to float this one to the left. And this one again maybe to the left. And again, you got to pay attention to what size your images are. So because this top one here, maybe we could make that one smaller, make that one smaller, or we could add in more text, of course, as well. And then lastly, this one, let's float this one back over to the right hand side. So this gives you more flexibility in your output of your images, and of course they're nicely styled with a nice border and format, and this can be really customized as you want as well. So sometimes you might not want the padding, you might just want the border, but most of the time you're doing padding around it. So we don't really always have margins. This is again depending on what you want within your content, but if you are adding that box shadow, then you do need to have a little bit of a buffer there so that that text isn't overlapped by the shadow. So that's how you can create thumbnails and then float those images within your content, pulling them either left or right, and positioning them properly within the content of your web page. Welcome back. In the previous lesson we saw how useful floats were when we're actually working with images in line with our content, and we saw how nice and neatly we could position our image either to the left or to the right of our content. So in this lesson we're going to look at how we can use floats in order to do basic website designs. So first of all, let's go into our body section, and I'm going to create a series of divs. So the first one is just going to be a main container or a wrapper. So a lot of times you've got these wrappers to specify a particular width of web page. So this is going to be our container, our first one. Next, let's create some divs, and I'm going to give it an ID. So each div that I have will have a different block ID. So we can have block 1, and the next one can be block 2. And let's say, for instance, maybe this is our header. And I'm also give it a class so that we can, I'll give it a class of divvy so that I can really easily add in some additional borders so we can see where the classes are and where they're showing up. So block 2, block 3, got to give them all separate IDs, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think that's good enough to create all of our web templates. So whether we're going to do like just a regular header, footer, header, content, footer, or if we're going to float them to the left or to the right to make multiple columns. So I'm going to show you how in the upcoming lessons. So next, what we would typically have is maybe a nav bar. So this would be our nav bar, and then this would be content, or maybe it's a main content, and this can be even more content. Sometimes this is a side menu, and then maybe even more content. And so these are all just content areas. So we've got content area 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So I'll just save that. So right now it doesn't really look like anything. So I do need to make some updates to the styling. So first of all, I'm going to set some styling for the container. And this is going to be, once again, this is that main container class for our HTML. It's going to hold all of our elements inside of it. And what this does is this gives us the ability to force a width. So if we wanted to all of our web pages to be at most 1080 pics, and we want to set a background to it. So let's set a background color, and maybe we want to have a background color to all of the content. So just refresh that. We see now that entire element is being forced, so we're getting a width of the 1080 for the container, and all of these are sitting inside of our container. If I go to inspect it, we see that our main container is holding that class and having that size. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. So there is an issue there with the color. So let's take a look at our source code. And I forgot the hash there. So now we've got that hash in there. So we see that this is the container area. So really what happens is if I get really big there, it's not centered. So in order to center it, this is where we would add in margin. And to center any element, you can do margin of 0 and then an auto for the left and right. And what happens now is that this element is now going to get centered. So see, it's being centered like that. So this is typically done for containers so that they float or they end up in the center of your content. And now what we're going to do is we're going to set up for the divs. So for divvy, so that I can see all of the different divs that I have below, let's give them a border. So I'm going to give it a one pick dashed border, and let's make it, well, that's probably not a good color because that's what our background is. So let's pick something else. So refresh it. So now we've got all of our divs there, and let's make them a little bit higher too. So we'll give it a default height of 200 pixels. So basically, so what we've set up is a basic template that we can work with, and now we can start structuring these a little bit better. I want to make the nav bar smaller in height. So we know that if we place our style properties after another one, it's just going to simply overwrite that. So if I want that particular one to be maybe 70 pixels, and I'm going to give another background color so that it stands out from the rest of the content. And maybe we can do black, and we'll do a font color of Alice Blue. So let's refresh that. So there's our navigation bar. So now what we can do is I'll show you how to start creating. So essentially, if we wanted a one column website, that's all there really is to do. We don't have to worry about floats if we've got one column, but what if we want to have a two column website? So we want this content on the left hand side, and we want maybe all of these containers on the right, or maybe we want 3 content pieces and this fourth one to float over to the right hand side. So let me show you how to do that in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back, and in this lesson we are going to create, or we're going to recreate our page content to be a 2-page website. So we said that we've got our header here, our nav bar, so these are all 100% blocks. We don't have to worry about these elements, but we want to take this content, so we want to have the 3 rows of content, and then the fourth one, let's add that in on the side. So we'll put that on the side. I'm going to make it smaller so we can see all of our structure, our entire layout within this one page. So just shrank it down, smaller percentage. So that's 50% of regular size. So let's add in our floats. So in this case, let's add in a div here, and I'm going to give it a class. And I'm going to float this one to the left. So I'm going to do kind of what we looked at earlier, where I'm going to float it to the left, or maybe this can be, instead of left, let's call this main, and then this one, let's call this one, let's create another div here, and we'll call this one side menu. And then close that one off. So we only have the one div that's going to be contained within there. And indent those. So when we refresh it, nothing has changed, because again, divs, they're just take up the entire block of code, but we don't really see anything different happening with those. So we've got the side menu, we've got the main menu, and now we need to add some additional structure. So let's bring these classes up into our CSS, and then we're going to add our CSS properties. So this one was side menu. So what we want to do is we want the side menu to be on the right hand side and have content 4, and then the main content within the main content area. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to decide how much or how wide our piece of content is going to be. So this is really important when it comes to floats, because as a div you have that entire 100% block. So if we wanted to do 60%, we could set the width of this one to be 60%, and you could use this fluid percentage widths, or you could use set pixel widths, again depending on what you're doing, how you're designing, and how you want your output to look. So now when I refresh it, we see that we get the 60% there and we get the 40% here, but we need to actually move content 4 up into this slot. And this is where floats come in. So what we can do is we can float this one over to the left hand side, And you'll see once we do that, it actually floats content 1, 2, 3 over to the left-hand side, but content 4 is kind of a little bit messed up there. So we need to float this one. And since we're only doing the 2 columns, we're going to float one to the left and one to the right. And we see that now we've got content 1, 2, 3 and content 4, but our footer is actually still sitting down there. So that's not what we want, and this is where clearing of the floats is super important, because we want to make sure that we bring the footer back down to the bottom, and we see that the size of these doesn't really align well either, and it doesn't look right. So let's add that in. And this is one of those weird things with floats that you always have to keep in mind. Once you're floating certain elements, in order for the other elements to not float alongside those ones, you need to clear those floats. So we clear both. A lot of times you're going to see classes like clear or clear fix or something like that. So now within footer, once I add that clear fix, I refresh the page. We're actually setting that content up just as we would have wanted. We've got the footer at the bottom, we've got all these content areas, and then we've got content 4 at the right hand side. Welcome back, and in this lesson I'm going to show you a trick here if we want to have content 4. So if we want to have a specific color for content 4 going all the way down, because remember again, we still have that divvy class there that's specifying that our content 4 is only going to be 200 pixels. So now that I've removed that, basically if we've got some content in there and we want to make a color for sidebar, so if we wanted this one for whatever reason, we wanted the background color to be red, and if I refresh it, we see that it only shows up on that little part there. So there is a trick there. There's also FlexBot, and there's quite a bit that you can do. You can set these table columns using CSS, and there's a lot of solutions out there on the internet in order to get this color red going all the way down, even if you don't have content. The way that I usually like to do this, and the way that I usually like to handle this, is I add another container. So I'm going to give this container a class of background color, BG color, and I'm going to wrap around that entire main, around that sidebar. So now I've got another wrapper there, and I can update that wrapper. So BG color, and then this is the one where I would set the background color of red. And what we need to do as well is we need to specify under the background color. So if we want this to work, let's give it a height of 100%. And you're going to notice that nothing changes because it's still just a wrapper there, so there's no real content in there as of yet. And remember, we still have these floats happening. So this is another thing that you've got to keep in mind when you are creating this content, that you do need to be mindful of the clear fixes. And this is where I add in another clear fix. So just after the side menu here, I would add in a div, and I would give it a class of. So this one is our clear fix class, and then refresh it. So we see that everything goes red. So this is keeping in line with floats left and right. This is something to keep in mind, that until you've actually cleared the fix, then you're still floating left and right. So that's what was happening here, that we were still doing that float left and right from the sidebar and from the main. So that's why we added another div there to clear that out. And now we see that that red box goes all the way to the bottom. So that 100% is working. And if we remove that, just show you what happens there. So it's still taking up that full space because this is that whole container. And this is how we can align the site heights of those. So I know it's a little bit of a trick and a workaround, but this will work. And this is one way to set your column heights so that everything aligns and that your heights are in line. So even if you add in if you don't have all of the content going right to the bottom, you can still have that sidebar color, and as you add in content, that sidebar will adjust accordingly. So if we were, for instance, to add in content, and instead of it being 200 pics, all of a sudden this content was 400, we see that our sidebar is still taking up all that available space. So this is what we can do as a fix in order to update our sidebar color, the background of our sidebar color, and work within that format. And another thing that I did want to add in before we finish this up is that we've got these floating to the left and to the right. So the interesting thing about this is that I can actually flip them around and flip them around in the order. So typically we're used to, as we read through the HTML code, whichever one we encounter first, we encounter sidebar, so we would typically expect that to be displayed first. But this is where the floats take place, that they actually allow you to push that content over. So it's actually still reading it out that the sidebar is first, but it knows to push that over to the right. So that's where it's ending up on the right, and then the next one is ending up on the left. So actually it doesn't matter, and you can really easily move your sidebar to the left or to the right, and you don't have to actually rearrange the order of your code. So that's another really cool thing with floats, also to keep in mind that you do have the ability to kind of move them left or right and really do a quick redesign of how your content is being laid out. Just to make things more realistic, I also wanted to add in the navigation bar down here below, because I think that we're only going to keep this particular content as a navigation bar. So I'm going to just clean that one up, and I'm going to change it to nav bar, and then I'm going to add in some navigation bar, that styling for navigation bar. So I'm going to just copy and paste that in, so that our website is actually more realistic looking. So when we go and we refresh it, so we've got our navigation bar, we've got our content. So essentially this is our 2-column website ready to go, and then of course you can add in the content. If you don't want 3 areas of content, you can always remove out ones that you don't need. And of course we can readjust the header size, and where typically you wouldn't be having all of these divs the same height, but this is just so that we do have some placeholder content and that we can see what the borders are. So maybe what we want to do is we want to maybe remove that out or set its own height and so on. So really easy to build out a really nice looking website using floating left and right. So the next lesson, we're going to encounter a 3-column website, and you're going to be amazed at how easy it is to build that out with the floats as well. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we built a 2-column website, so now we're going to transform this into a 3-column website. So I'm going to use that same BG colored as the main container. I've got a side menu, I've got a main, but now I'm going to have actually 3 main blocks. So maybe what we can do is we'll get rid of these ones here. And now we've got the 3 content areas. So I can actually get rid of main as well, and I've got block 3, 4, and 5. Refresh the page, so I've got my 3 blocks of content there. I can get rid of this red as well, because we don't necessarily maybe want to have it red quite yet, or maybe we will. So just get rid of that, and now what I want to do is transform content 1, 2, and 3 into a 3-column website. And you're going to see how really easy this is to do with floats. So first of all, we're going to float our first one over to the left-hand side, and then we're going to float the other one over to the right-hand side. So maybe we can just do column 1, column 2, so that we can differentiate all of these different elements. We could have used the IDs as well, but I think just using classes just makes more sense at the moment. So we'll just do column 1. And let's give this one a background color so we can distinguish between the 3 of them. And we're going to float this one over to the left-hand side, because this is going to be our first one. And remember again, the most important thing when you are floating is to specify a width. So this one is just going to be 3 columns, maybe all the columns are the same size. So the first column is going to be 33%. And then the next one is going to be column 2. So this one's going to also be 33%. And actually I should have left that background color, and maybe let's make this one red just to make it more interesting. And I got to add in the dot there for classes. So column 3. And so this one is going to be 33% as well, but this one's going to be floating over to the right hand side. And this is going to be a great illustration of what happens when you've got float to the left, float to the right, and you've got one here in the center. So remember, it's content 2 that's in the center. And we see that content 1 behaves properly, content 3 is behaving properly, but content 2 is not working quite right. So this is where we need to add something extra in here, so we can do a display. And I'm going to change this to inline block. And I'll show you what happens now. So once we transform it to an inline block, it actually moves itself into place. So I got to just change that size. So we see that we do have the border around there as well. So we see that by changing it inline block, we're actually taking up that correct amount of space. And now typically this one is going to be actually taking the background color of everything. So if we wanted it to be red for whatever reason, the best course of action usually is to do it within this way, because remember, again, these borders are taking up a little bit of space. If I was to get rid of the border, then by all means we could go back to we could change this column 2 to be 34%, and then that should work, because we want to always work on 100% across. So that way that works. And then of course we could add in padding as we want. So a lot of times when you do these types of columns, you want to have a little bit of padding, and the padding again is on the inside, it's not on the outside. But even when we add in that padding, we're still bumping it off, and we're still moving, getting out of our main alignment. So really it does sometimes take a little bit of time to play around with it, just to make sure that everything is working out as expected and as planned. So adding in that padding, added in and updated the width. And because these columns, so just to explain better, it's the way that the divs are styled. So if we added in that padding, if we would need to typically have a container here that would have the 33%, and then we would have another one here that would have the class of divvy. So let's just update this, because a lot of times these are common things that you'll see happening, and you do need to have these additional containers that are able to accommodate the calculations, because once we've got one inside of the other one, then some of our calculations get thrown off, and we can't put that value on that parent there. So we need to move those around and rework it and add another container there to hold that 33%. So let me just go back and do a quick explanation of what just happened and what I've just done. So we saw that we set a class for column 1, 2, and 3. So we gave the full calculations of 33%, 33%, and 34%, coming up with a total of 100%. But what happened over here is when I adjusted divvy and I gave it some padding, because we're still sitting on that same element, that padding also added in and calculated in, because this was an internal element, it also added that padding there as well, messing up our percentage calculations. And that's why I had to take that one out, that divvy out, and if I want my content to actually sit within a block that's a 33% parent or a 34% parent, then I've got to make sure that I create another container for that content. So that's all we had to do there, and it was as simple as that. And remember again that clear fix is there, so if we're not using those full colors, we can remove those out as well, or we could keep them in. So in this case, let's go down and add in some text into here. So going back up to here, so if I had a bunch of text here that I could pop into maybe one of these cells of content, and save that and clean it up a bit. So this was quite a lot of text that got added into one of those pieces of content. We see that we're actually running over, and we don't want to do that because these other ones aren't readjusting in height. So let's take a look at this, and we'll get a fix for that in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back, and this solution is going to be, again, a little bit tricky because there isn't really a good solution. Like these floating divs, they don't really like to inline as normally you'd expect a table that would take 100% of its siblings' height. We don't have really any really easy solution. So one of the ways to do this is to basically turn this into essentially a two-column page. So we'd have another parent here that we would add, and then this would be a class of column 1 main. And what this would do is this would actually hold both those columns. So it would hold column 1 main and column 2, and then instead of floating column 2, let's just take this one out, and we would need to float this one over to the left hand side. And we'll give the background color as well. So we're going to give the background the full color. We can also set height of 100%, but that's actually not going to really make much of a difference here with what we're doing. So the idea here is essentially to build a two-column site, a two-column layout, and then have that wrapped in another two-column layout. So we would have the two columns in one, floated to the left and floated to the left, and then we would have another column section over there. So this is where, again, things get kind of tricky here when we start doing this. So we need to do this, and this would be 66% because we're taking that full available spacing. So now we need to adjust these ones to be 50% because they're actually going to be 50% of whatever the available spacing is, and maybe this one actually has to be 67. So we do something like this where we've got the 67%, and then here is where we would take that background of red, refresh it, and so that way we can get that full width. So basically what we're doing is we're wrapping inside of another container, wrapping it, and then of course we can do the same thing for this main one. So we've got the main one has a color of green. So let me just check. So I know we've got a few nested into other ones. So we've got basically this background, this one here. So this would be our main one. So this one would actually have to have the green background. And refresh that. So that essentially gives us the three columns. They're all going down to the same height. And that's a quick fix. Of course, online there's a whole bunch of solutions to this, and this has always been a challenge when you're designing web pages in order to make, when you're creating these columned websites, that you have the ability to, if you do have a background color, for it to go all the way down to the bottom. So always been a challenge, and again, this is another way to do this, and there's a number of different ways that you can accomplish this as well. So remember, again, you could work with as many columns as you want, and if you set the parent there, and if you break out of the div, if you do the clear fix, then that will bring the whole column height all the way down to the bottom. So essentially that's what we've done here, and that's been our fix for getting the content heights aligning. And this is a 3-column website. Welcome to our lesson on selection combinators. In CSS, one of the most important things you can learn to do is make selection of your elements. So if you've got a web page such as this example here, and you've got a lot of content, and you want to make particular selections and apply styling only to particular selections. So for instance, if you don't want to apply it to all the paragraphs, I've got more paragraphs down here, I've got paragraphs within the section, and I believe I've got some paragraphs within these divs, and so so on. So if, for instance, you want to be really selective, and I just noticed I don't have paragraphs in those divs, so I'm going to quickly go down to that content, and I'm going to add in some paragraphs just to show you that we do have the ability to really isolate out this content. And I'm going to save that, go back out and refresh it. So now, for instance, if I want to make all the paragraphs within this particular section, if I want to give them a background color, so let's do that now. We're going to use Chrome, the browser, and we're going to do inspector style sheet. So this is what this is going to do, is this is going to give us the ability to make a selection and update some of the style sheet. So we know that we have this particular element is a section, so that's the parent, and we want to apply styling to all of the paragraphs. So first of all, let's do background color, and we'll do yellow so it really stands out there. Now we want to make this yellow only show up to the paragraphs under the section. So we see that any of these paragraphs, these ones down here, are not within that section, or they're not within a section tag. They're not paragraphs within a section tag. So even though some of these paragraphs, if we go into the source code, they're further in. So we've got one here where there's under the section, we've got a div, and then within that div we have a paragraph, and a div within the paragraphs. So they're not immediately underneath, they're not immediately descended from that section tag, but they are inside of it. So anything within inside of it, all you have to do is use the space and apply that. Now if we want to be even more specific, we can only specify immediate children. So notice that some of these are not immediate children. So when I'm specific and I specify immediate children, we see that the yellow is only applied to the immediate children. So all of these are immediately children of that main section that we were looking at within the source code. So all of these other ones that have divs, they don't get counted in. And even if it's got an ID, it's still a paragraph that's immediately descended from section, and this is where we're able to make that selection, and that's why that one's highlighted and this one is highlighted, because we've got those 4 that are immediate descendants. Even though we've got 6 that are actually children, we're actually being more specific with our selection. So another thing that we can do is adjacent. So adjacent sibling selector. So this is another one that we can apply to section, and we can apply that background yellow to the adjacent sibling. So we see that section goes all the way down here, and we don't see anything getting that yellow applied, because when we go in our source code, we don't have any immediate paragraphs right after that section, but we do have a div. So let's update that and apply that yellow to the divs that are immediately after it. So we see that it only gets applied to that one div, to that first div, and basically it's essentially a sibling to section because it's on the same level. So section is there and section ends there, and the next sibling is a div. So this basically means that if we had another section over here and we had some content in this section, then we would get, it would actually get applied to that this next div as well. So it would be applied to both of them, because both of them have divs that are immediately adjacent. So they're siblings, they're on the same line, they share the same parent, and so on. So next thing that we can do is we can do a general sibling selector. So basically we've got a couple divs here, and when I go out here and if I update this code, so instead of being immediately afterwards, we can set it to any of the siblings that are next to it, and we see that we've got div 1 and div 2, and then this section is also highlighted. So I could do something like section, and let's do a background color for that as well. So background color red, and we see that this is the one that we're actually working with. So we know that next to section we've got a couple of these divs, and these are the ones that are getting outlined here. So even though if we look at the immediate And I do need to place this one actually on top of here, because if we're looking at section, and if we want to apply the styling to all the sections that are next to the main section, so remember again, our main section is red, and we're applying styling to the siblings, and we're looking for siblings that are share the same tag, so share the tag of section, and basically we found one down here that has that same tag. We can see, maybe take a quick look there, so we've got one called footer. So if we went back into our editor, and we applied instead of section, and we did something like footer, we see that the sections still all go red, and then any sections that have a footer on the same line that are siblings of a footer get the yellow. And if we change this to be change this to be an adjacent sibling, so we still have those sections are red, and because this footer is immediately after section, turns yellow. So going back into here, going back into our source code, we see that this is the section that we're looking at, and when I close that off, the next one is footer, and that's why that one is showing up as yellow, because it's immediately next to the red one. So it does take a little bit of time to play around with this, and once you get used to it, you can make your selections a whole lot easier by doing these combinators. So the most common one that's used is that we use these ones that are the immediate descendant, and basically again this one here is the most common one, where it's just a space, and we actually just apply this property to any one of the paragraphs or any of the matching tags that are underneath this parent. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at pseudo classes in CSS. And pseudo classes are fun because they give you the ability to apply a special state of that element when they detect specific action that's being done, such as hovering. We can also pick out certain element. So we've got our first child here, so this is another state. So we've got a paragraph, and we can just grab whatever the first child is within that paragraph, and so on. So you can do some really cool combinations with pseudo classes. So let's go into our CSS, and actually let's go back up to our navigation menu, and we see that whenever we hover over that nav bar, we've already applied some pseudo classes to that nav bar. And this is typically done where we see we've got hover, so this is a pseudo class, visited is a pseudo class, we've got a link is a pseudo class, and so on. So basically the selector, so this is the selector of the particular element that we're looking for, and then the pseudo class again is that state that we're looking for, and when that is active, then that particular set of CSS properties gets applied. So in this case, we're actually applying background color, and we're changing the color to black. So there's quite a lot of really neat things that you can do, and you're going to see these get used most commonly within navigation bars, but you can also take it a step further, where when you open this up, and I'm going to get rid of some of this, and we can apply a pseudo class for any one of the paragraphs here, and maybe if we hover over it, and hover really truly is one of my favorite ones to use. So we see that now whenever I hover over any one of these paragraphs that are under section, so I've been able to make that selection, and I found that this was all the descendants that are paragraphs are now, whenever you hover over them, they get the pseudo class applied to that state. So a lot of really neat things that you can do with them. You can also, so there's also ones where you can match for a specified element. So for instance, if we do section and we want to apply it only to the first child, so another pseudo class is first child, and we see when we get applied to our section, Maybe better yet, I'll just do it for paragraphs, and we see that its first child actually gets this property tied to it. So the problem there was that I was looking for the first child of the section, and the first child of the section, if we go back into our source code, we see we've got a paragraph, and therefore we're not able to apply it directly to that, so that's why we had to only go to the first child. So we can do it on the paragraphs. We can do it on divs as well, so I know we've got a few divs here that aren't paragraphs, or maybe we don't. We could apply it directly on the footer as well. So it just retains to that first element that would be the first child of that particular element. You can also apply to particular matching elements, so you can go even deeper where you can apply first child, or we can apply it to all matching elements. So let's go back over to here. So again, let's go into section, and we're going to grab the paragraph. So now we're applying it to all the first childs of the paragraph, and if we want to apply it to all of them, and I think that we need to do a div here. So any section that has a first child, and I'm just going to make a quick update there. So we see that we've got the section, the div, the paragraphs. So these are the first childs. So these are the divs with the paragraphs inside of them. And I don't believe we actually have another set of paragraphs. So maybe what I'll do is I'll update the source code, and then we'll just make a quick refresh of it. So basically, because these ones only have the one paragraph in there, it's not showing up as expected. So when I save that and refresh that, and I'm going to keep that open, refresh it, go back into the sources, do an inspect on that particular element, and I go into create that new rule again. So now if I apply that to the first child, we see that in each one of the divs that have a paragraph, it only applies to the first paragraph. And if we want to apply it to multiple paragraphs, make sure I've got the right elements in there. So let me get rid of that first. And we see that we've got the first child, so the div, and I don't know if we actually have any first childs within sections. So I know we've got this paragraph here, so maybe that would be a better one to use. So use the first child paragraph, and I don't know if we actually have any elements within there. So if you had something like you had it bolded or something like that, that's where you could apply that next selector in order to really isolate out those elements that you want to apply that styling to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in some bold tags. I'm going to copy this, refresh it, go back into our elements, create a new rule again, create a new style, temporary style sheet here, and now I believe I have the bolded ones. So basically the selector is reading like this. So looking at what we did before with the combinators, so we have the parent here, we have the next selector, which is just looking at this first child, which is, so we've got section has all of this content in it. Next we're looking at paragraphs, but we're only looking at the first child, and we're looking at ones that have B inside of it. So we're going down 3 levels in this case. We can also do last child, so we can do last child, and I'm going to get rid of the B there. So we can see that the last child of each section is getting that applied. And there's another really cool one that gets used quite often, is that you can do an nth child. And basically what the nth child is, it allows you to set the number of elements that you want to do from the parent down. So you could do something like 2. So basically that would be, the first one would be regular, the second one gets a background, next one is regular, and then the same thing here. So the second children actually get the color. We can also change this to 3, we can change it to 1, so we can be more specific on the children that are going to get this color applied to it. I can also be more specific underneath the the different parents as well. So I can make those parents, and I can really dig down to make those selections. So if I wanted to, I could do something like paragraphs 1, and we can do the first child, which is bold text, and or we could select the second one, or we could do every other one as well. If, for instance, and I'm going to go back to the paragraphs, so if, for instance, we do nth of type, basically this will pick every other one. So it's kind of doing the same thing, and I know we don't have any other ones, but if we had a fourth paragraph there, it would add that in. So I'm not sure if we can update that right now, but basically this gives you more power to making those selections using all of these different selector options. Pseudo classes are really cool and really powerful. They give you the ability for that hover, and then also pick out specific parts of your children off of the parent element. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we looked at pseudo classes. In this lesson, we're going to look at pseudo elements. So slightly different, and what pseudo elements do is they allow you to apply specific style to a specific part of an element. So we've got here, we've got the divs, so any of the divs, and after we can get the first letter of the div. We can also do any type of selection that's made within the div. So let's open up our editor and try some of these out. So the first one that we want to look at is we want to take a closer look at that first letter. And the first letter is, so when we look at, we've got a bunch of paragraphs down here, we've got a section, we've got divs. So maybe first let's show you how it works with a div. So div and first, so we're selecting the first letter of the div, and we're going to give it a background color, and let's give it a background color of blue. We'll give it a color of white, and so maybe just leave it at that. So let's go back out to our code, refresh it, and we see that any one of these divs, it automatically gets this this blue with the white background, and we can even spice that up a little bit by changing the font size. So maybe if we want to make it really big, and that just applying it to that first letter, this gives us the ability to do this really nice effect that you sometimes see in textbooks where the first letter is bigger, maybe even the color, just so it stands out. So that's what we can do with first letter. We can also change this to first line if we wanted to. So let's open up our inspector, and let's create a brand new one. So first we've got the paragraph, so maybe we can work with the paragraph, and we're going to select from paragraph, instead of first letter, we're going to do first line, and let's apply some properties to those. So background color, and let's pick something that we haven't picked before. So how about violet blue? So we see that all of the paragraphs right away, their first line gets that violet blue. And that actually changes depending on the width. So that the content that's included in that first line is only relevant to that first line. So this CSS property is only getting applied to that first line. So it actually doesn't matter how small or how much content you have in that first line. It's only relevant to that first line. So you could do something like margins even as well. You could apply 100-pick margins or something like that. And something like this, this is just important to note that not every property is going to work. So we've got background properties, the color properties, and the positioning ones generally don't work. You can do text transform, so we can capitalize it if we want. We can also uppercase it. if we want to do that as well. So uppercasing that first line. I think that it doesn't apply to the first line, so some of them will work on and some of them will only work on particular first letter. So some of these pseudo elements, they get very tricky here. And again, I'm going to make that font size even bigger. So now we've transformed all of the first letters to uppercase. So there's a number of things that we can do as well. Another one that we can apply is we can use the after, or we could use selector. So let's just do selector first. So notice when I make a selection, we're getting that typical blue with the white font, and we can change this. We can customize this using selector. So selector for the pseudo element. And the pseudo element is selection. So let's do background color, and let's do something like purple. And we can see now when I'm making that selection, it's turning purple, and we'll do color. We'll just stick with color white. So now every time I select any content within the paragraphs, we see that we get this effect. If I select something that's not in a paragraph, remember the paragraphs, all their first letter will be blue violet, it'll be transformed uppercase, it'll be 30 pixels, and we see that this one, we know that this one is not a paragraph. So when we make our selector or selection, we see that this one has the default blue with white text, and now we've made an update to this one using purple. So there's another one that we want to look at as well for pseudo elements, and this actually gives us the ability to insert something after a particular selection. So maybe after each paragraph we want to have something happen, and typically you're going to be adding in content. So this would be something that would be typically done, and to add in content, so if for instance after every paragraph I wanted to add in maybe just a bunch of dashes or something like that, we can add that in, and you can see that we've got all of the dashes now appearing after the paragraphs. We can also maybe update the color as well, so make it red. End of. So you can have some fun with this as well. You can add in your own different bits of content in there. You can also do a before, so just and we'll call this start of paragraph. And instead of red, let's pick some other color here. So maybe we'll do orange. We look at our content, and actually this should be before, so just update that. So before, so the start of every paragraph, we get this content. And notice another thing that's happened here, our first letter is still taking effect. So this is no longer the first letter in that paragraph, it's taking that first dash. So that's something to keep in mind when you are making these combinations and these selections, that you do keep in mind that it does shift it when you're adding in content. It does shift whatever is the first character of that particular selection. Another thing that's important to note, that after, before, selection, they don't work across all browsers. Everything works in Chrome. Firefox is a little bit more picky, and then Internet Explorer is always really picky. Opera is kind of picky. So depending on the browser, and Safari is generally pretty good as well, so it's pretty much compatible a lot with what Firefox does. So some of these selectors, some of the CSS3 does not work the same way across different browsers. So definitely try it out and test it out in the different browsers if you are looking to apply the CSS into your web pages. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to making our selection, our CSS selection, by the attribute that's available within the element. So opening up our web page, and we're going to specifically look at these links because the links always have attributes to them, and this is where we can take a closer look and we can look at the title, we can see if there's the target, the value of the target, and so on, and this will allow us to actually pick out the different elements and then apply our styling to it. So first of all, I'm actually going to add in target blank to another one. So I know typically because this one is within that same page or the same site, we wouldn't have target blank, but this is just for demonstration purposes. So when I refresh it, so we've got our nav there, we've got the targets, and so on. So let's apply some styling to this. So again, do that new styling rule, open that up in the editor. And now let's take a closer look and apply some styling to it. So we want to make our selector, and in this case we're going to look at our anchor text, and we're going to look to see which ones have target blank. So this would be typically, again, for pages that are going off your site. So now that we've set up a couple here, and let's see if we could pick them out using our CSS selectors. So let's set a background color for those, and we'll go with Alice Blue. Maybe that one doesn't stand out enough. Maybe go with chocolate. So that's the one that we haven't picked before. So background color, chocolate, and we can even update the color of the links. So do them white. So text decoration, let's set that to none. And we can see that we can really pick out these particular elements using the target. We can also take a look and we can see according to title. So notice I had set some titles here. So we have home, portfolio, about, and so on. So we can pick those out as well. So if we have an attribute, and we can look for ones that have title, and if title contains the word home in it, then we're going to apply a background color. And let's update this background color, make it yellow. So there we go. So now we've got ones that have home. We can also look for ones that contain. This is if we want to do one that contains a specific word, and this is if we want to do one that's equal to a specific word. So this is another way where we can make those selections and really isolate out these elements. And this doesn't necessarily need to work with anchors. It can work across any element, just like CSS in general. You also see this being used quite a bit for inputs. So let's actually go over to our contact form and open up our inspector for this one and apply some styling to this. We have some inputs here, so if I want to select input, and first of all let's do a background color for this. So background color is red. So we see that all of our inputs, and notice that the button as well is an input, so it went red. And this is where we can be more specific, where we can select the type of input, and if the type is text, then we're going to apply red to it, and I believe the next one is email, so then we apply red to it. If it's a button, so if the type is a button, which I guess that one isn't a button, let's go look back into the source code and just to see what that one is, and we can see that this is an input and it's type of submit. So that's why that wasn't showing up there within that the inspector. So there we have to specify that this is submit, and so now that one will go red. So there is a specific type there that we need to look for, and we can really pick out these various elements. We can also pick up classes. So if we have a particular class that we're looking at, so I'm going to go back to that about section because I believe I have some classes within here. So just like what we were doing before, where we're looking for, where we're adding in, we're making our selection depending on what the title says, we can also do a wildcard where we can say anyone that has a title and that contains the characters of O. And so this one will get a background color of red. So see that all of them contain O, so we can use the wildcard as well. We could also do the one that we showed you earlier where we do a particular word. So now we're looking for words. So if we had multiple words, multiple homes, we could use that one, that kind of wavy character there. It's going to list some of these out. So we could do the wildcard. So anyone that contains O, we'll set that to yellow. And we can also look for specific classes. So I'm just going to go take a quick peek and see we've got a class blue, we've got a class highlight red, class test. So we can be really specific. So I know that we don't have any. We can look for the classes that have an E in it. So let's go back into there and let's look at class. So we'll look at the particular attribute. So there we're looking at title. This one we're going to look at class. And we can do the same thing that we did up there where I believe we had just look for an E right now. Background color, and let's do background color blue. So any ones that have a class that has an E in it, it will highlight it blue. And we can also be more specific, so we can say anyone that has an href in it. So any one of the attributes that you want to use, you can set up there. So that was an href with a hash in it. And maybe this one we'll do background, and let's do something else, something that we haven't done before. So do that kind of pinkish color. So see that any ones that contain that hash are now going to go red. So none of these had the hash in it, so they didn't contain that hash, so they're not going red. So there's quite in depth that you can go with this selection process. And again, you could use the different characters, be more specific, or just have it equal to a specific value here. So if href, and I'm just going to go back there and copy that out. So if that was going to cool stuff, it would only go to that one. So this one has the hash, but it's not specific for cool stuff. And you can also pick out classes as well. So if you had a red blue class or something like that, you could specify it specifically for those classes as well. This is another one of those that just takes a little bit of time to make those selections, play around with it, try it out for yourself, and see what you can make happen using attribute selectors within CSS. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're looking at media queries. So media queries are the ultimate secret to responsive design because they give you the ability to set multiple styling properties depending on what the size of the screen is that the user is looking at your web page on. So let's open up our editor and we'll take a closer look at the media queries. So right now we have our blank about page. We've got a bunch of divs, a bunch of content in there, and what I want to happen is as I resize my page, I want maybe the background to change. I want to float some of these divs over to the left, and as the content gets smaller, as there's less real estate, I also want to make those divs larger and remove the floating as well. And that would be typically done when you're building out a responsive web page. So first of all, let's start out by setting a media query. So media queries are set in with @media, and you can also specify the media that it's going to take in. So you've got the screen, print. Right now I'm just going to go with media at all. and you can conjoin together multiple media properties essentially by using and. So let's start out with and we're going to set minimum width of 800 pixels, and if the minimum width is 800 pixels, then we're going to update and we're going to set a background color of red, and let's apply that over to the entire body tag. So basically all this is saying, actually it's probably easier to show you. So when I refresh it, we see our page is red, and when I shrink it down it goes back white. So basically I'm also going to show you another really cool trick in DevTools. We've got the device toolbar here, and this is a quick way to see different size devices and how your web page will look on those different devices, and then you can also just do responsive. And what it does is it gives you the width over here and it gives you the height, and as you adjust you see that the width and height change. So by setting that minimum width and adding our breakpoint at 800 pixels, basically anything over 800 pixels was just taking this default property. So basically what that means is if I have a background color of blue, but for screen size of minimum of 800 pixels, so basically if it's above 800, then it's going to take this property, and if it's below it, then it's going to take this property. So let's try that out and see how that looks. So when I go below 800, we default to whatever the default was, where it's not specified the height and or the width of the page. But once we go over 800 pixels, we see that this particular one enacts, and it gives us the ability to control what we're outputting on that screen size. And we can conjoin even more values there. Actually, before I do that, I can also show you max width. So there's really two different ways of presenting media queries. There's min width and max width. Typically you're going to see most people will try to use min width, and then they'll order them from ascending order, so min width of whatever the smallest, larger, larger, larger. Or if you're using max width, you'd start out with the max width and then descending order, so you'd have different values. So let me show you what the difference between max width and min width is, and you guessed it, if it's less than 800 pixels, so at maximum value our size is 800 pixels, then all of those values, it's always going to have a red background. But as soon as we go over that 800 pixels, because we're looking for a maximum of 800, it defaults to whatever the default is that was set, and that's blue. So we have that ability where we can control the minimum and the maximum, and a lot of times you'll see this very specific order where you've got the minimum and you're also controlling the maximum width. So if I want all of the content that falls whenever the user is between 800 and 1000 pixels, and at that point the page should be red, we see that indeed once we hit 800, and watch the number up here at the top, once we go over 1000 it will go back to the default. And there's certain different device breakpoints that are commonly used. So let's set some of those up, and one of the largest ones for desktops, you're going to see something like 1024, and maybe the largest that we go is 1280, and then everything just goes to the default. So if we're larger than 1280, we're essentially using whatever that default is. So that would maybe be the first media query, and this would be the largest one that you probably would see set, the largest spectrum that you would see set. Now the next one is going to take a minimum width of 768, and this is typically for tablets along landscape, and the max will be 1024. And now these aren't really preset in stone or anything. These are just values that you can use as common breakpoints within your styling. So another thing to set as well, so we have tablets, so if they're not on landscape, so if they're portrait, so this would be a typical portrait, so minimum of 480 and maybe a maximum of 768. So notice that up to 768, and then this is the value 768 between 1024 to this value, and then anything outside of our set values is automatically going to default to blue. And then lastly, we can set one more here at the bottom, and this one is only going to have a max width, and this one is going to be a max width up to 480. So let's play around and update these colors here. So we've got orange, we've got blue, let's try one green, and update one of these to be yellow. So basically, as we resize, as we hit the different breaking points, we're going to see that we've got the different colors of our background. So let's go take a look and see how that looks. So see, as we resize, we hit all the different colors that are part of our spectrum of colors. Now, a lot of times you're going to see this used for responsive design, and this would be the case for if you, so I do have some divs down there, so I'm going to just create some random values here for the divs. So first of all, if it's larger than 1280, let's set the width of the divs to be 200 pixels. And also we're going to float those divs over to the left hand side so that they can stack. And also let's add in a border of 3 pixels, black and solid. So let me show you what happens now. And this is another important thing when you're doing your styling, that we see that we don't get anything different because we set those defaults at that point. So what happens if we take this default and if we only apply it between 1024 and 1280? And the rest of the time, remember, there's no default set. So that means that on our biggest size, on our blue screen, we don't have those. When we hit the red screen, we get them. When we hit the orange, it's gone, yellow, it's gone, and green, it's gone. So basically what is happening here is that this value is being set only when this screen size is being applied. Whereas if we have it sitting outside as a default, this would typically be a default value that could be used. So we could use something like default value of 1 pixel solid, but when we hit here, we want to make it 3 pixels solid. And then when we hit here, we might want to maybe adjust the size of the width. So maybe we want to do 350, or let's do 50%. So let's do 50%. We'll keep it floating to the left as we don't have it within the defaults, so we need to set it. Gonna get rid of the border, so our border is default 1, so hopefully it'll go back to size of default 1. And then next, over here, let's just set it to 100%, and we're not going to apply any floats to it. And then here as well, we can set it to 100%. So let's see how this looks. So refreshing the page, we see that we've got our divs. So over here, they're taking up 50% here. Once we get larger, they're taking up that set width. Even larger, they're taking up, there's no default set width, so they're just taking up the default, which is the entire block. And then again, we can see as we shrink it down, so this one's fairly large side screen, so typically we'd stack them, and of course we'd make the order look way nicer than this. So this is just for demo purposes, and we can see as we get to the smaller screens, we're back to the 100% block. And this is something that's typically done when you're creating your web pages. You want to make sure that you're defaulting back to that 100% block on the smaller size screens in order to make sure that all of your content is fitting nice and neatly, so you're not trying to divide up an element that wouldn't look good on a smaller screen. And then here we go, we can go all the way down. So quite a bit that we've covered off within this lesson, and it does take some time to get used to. So this is the groundwork for mobile first development, where you'd set your defaults here on a mobile device, and then you'd have all of the sizes going up, and then of course you could set your min width here, and then you remove out your max width, and so that would give you values for anything larger than the 1024 or whatever size screen you choose. So again, these are just default sizes, suggested sizes that you could use. There's also different screens that you could do. So you could do portrait or landscape and set the media queries for those. And these ones really aren't as common, but you could do orientation portrait, which would give you a portrait orientation, and of course this is for tablets or mobile devices. It won't work on a desktop because it's just the default orientation, which would be the regular landscape orientation. So this is if it's reorienting. You also have option for print as well, and you can set your print sizes and different styling for your print. So this is if you want to be really specific with how your content gets printed out on prints. But right now for this, we're setting it for all. So again, depending on the size of the width of the available screen real estate, it's going to resize and apply the styling properties appropriately. Welcome back, and this lesson is all about doing some cool stuff with CSS. So earlier we saw that we can create backgrounds, and I've got a couple backgrounds here. So I've got a JPEG and I've got a PNG. So let's first take a look at the PNG. And what a PNG file is you can have PNG files, so they can have also transparent state. So if we do background image, and I'm going to set my URL, and I'm just going to grab happy.png, and we can also set our background color. So let's set our background color to red. Let's go out and refresh it, and we see that we get this happy face. And because it's a PNG image, so basically that means that it's transparent, it's got that transparent background, we can actually see the background color. So what happens if we actually have more than one image? And we can actually do this with CSS, and this can create some really cool combinations. So we've got another background where we're just calling it background, and I'm gonna update this first to background, or maybe I can just copy that and do URL. And so I've got another one, and this is a JPEG file. So let's take a quick look and see what happens with the JPEG. And this JPEG is actually covering up all of that red background. So it is just repeating, and we see that it's completely covering that red background. So this time, let's do a combination of both of them. And we're going to comma separate them out. And we saw that the PNG files, because it's got a transparent part to it, we can actually see the background color when it was red underneath. And the URL for the background JPEG this is a full image, so we can't actually see the background. So let's see if we get a combination of both. And in fact, we actually do get a combination of both. We get that background PNG image, and it's on top of the image that's underneath. And you can actually literally stack a bunch of images on top of each other and do some really cool stuff with your CSS. By combining and adding to that first initial statement that was background image. So in the upcoming lesson, we're going to look at some more of these combinations that you can do within CSS. So that's coming up. Welcome back, and in the previous lesson we saw that this background image statement is more flexible because we can add multiple images to it. So let's take that other class. So we've got a class of box, and let's do some stuff with box. And so this is just basically another element, and we need to assign a height to it. So we'll make it into a box, a true box, having that same height and width. So next, let's add in a border. So we saw earlier that we have the ability to do border style. So let's set our border style, and we're just going to keep it as solid. So we see we've got a lot of different options that's being presented within the editor. And again, we are using brackets within this lesson, so we've switched over back to the brackets editor. So border style solid, and let's also assign a color to it. So border color, and let's assign black to it. So far it's we see that, well, typically if we're doing it this way, the shorthand method would make more sense, but we're actually going to throw in different widths here. So let's do border width, and if, for instance, we want to have various widths on our borders, so we know that we can set one width to 3 pixels. So we know that this is allowed, and we go back out here and refresh it. We've got our box with our border, which is 3 pixels. But we can take this another step further. So let's go, and we're going to open up this one, and we're going to edit that. So let's update that style and go back into editing that. I should be pressing new style rule, so that gives me the ability to set this inspector style sheet, and this is the one that I'm going to use. So let's go into here and let's set some border styles. So we saw that we had set, initially we've got a border width, so we do have this border width property, and we've set it to 3 pixels. We can update it to 10 pixels. We see that immediately it gets that 10 pixels. We also have, just like what we saw with margins and with padding, that we have the ability to set the left and right widths. So if we have 2 values there, then we're setting the top and bottom as the first value of 10 pixels, and then we're setting the right and left with a value of 5 pixels. So let's take that another step further and add a third value here. So just like the margins, just like the padding shorthand worked, we're able to set this shorthand method to the border width property as well. So we've got 10 pixels on top, right has 5, bottom has 15, and then left has 5 as well. And then lastly, we're able to set this as well, so we can set 4 different sizes for each one of the sides of our border. So there is even more we can do with this as well. So if we want to update our border color, we know that right now we just have black. And we actually have an option to set multiple colors. So if I update the color to azure, and then if I add in another color of red, this isn't comma separated, so just like the border width, we don't comma separate it. So we see that the first value is for top and bottom, so we get this azure color. Next we have red for right and left, and next let's do blue. So blue goes to the bottom, azure stays at the top, and right and left still have red. And then lastly, let's add in green. So this gives us the ability to set different colors and control which side gets which color. So just like the other shorthand properties, this gives us a lot of flexibility as to what we can do. So one other property that I did want to add in, and that's box shadow. So this is a box shadow property, and this gives us the ability to set a shadow color that we can use. So maybe we'll just select that as the shadow color. And then besides the shadow color, we need to specify where the shadow is going to be located. So let's add those values in as well. So maybe we'll try 20 pixels. 20 pixels, and we can see that there's our shadow popping up there. So that's the left and the right, and maybe we'll give it another, we'll move it down as well. Adding in another pix value there is indicating our spread. So we've got a 5 pix spread. We can do 15, and we can see that the border actually gets a little bit darker there as well. So we can add this in or we can remove it out. So that's an optional field. That are actually required are going to be these two. So this is the horizontal shadow value and then the vertical shadow value, and the rest are all optional. If we remove out the color, then we get the black by default, and if we add in another pix value, so this will actually set the spread of the pixels, and then of course we can set a color, or we can select any color that we want and add that in as the box shadow color. Things to keep in mind, so this is CSS 3 and it doesn't work across all browsers, so always be careful when you are applying any of the CSS 3 properties that it actually works in the browsers that your users are intended to look at your styling with. And so some of these on the older browsers, especially Internet Explorer, so this is known for not always being compatible with the latest CSS property values and properties as well within CSS. So with CSS you get quite a bit of flexibility how you can output your content, and you can control what sides and what colors are applied to which sides of your element. The previous lesson we saw that we've got quite a bit of flexibility on the borders, and we didn't look at border style. So border style right now it's just solid, but you can actually change the styling depending on which the border value. So if we wanted the top to be solid and we wanted the left and right to be dotted, we can really easily apply that, and we can see that it gets applied there. So the top is still solid, left and right get dotted, and of course we do have those different colors there. So we have quite a lot of options again with the border style and setting additional values, customizing which side of the element gets which properties attached to it. And we can just leave it at these two, and of course you could add in 2 more there for top, bottom, for the bottom and for the left as well. So one other property that I want to look at additionally is border radius. So border radius gives you the ability to round your borders, and it's the rounding value is going to be how rounded the corners are. And with border radius, so if we select something like 25 pix and we go back out and we refresh it, we see that we see that rounded part of our edging, and it also takes effect into the shadow. So that's something to note as well, that once we have that shadow there, that border radius is able to affect that as well. So we don't set actually a separate one for border shadow radius or anything like that. So the next thing that we can do as well is we can set border radius for the right side, for the left side, and top and bottom. So much like what we've been doing with the border width and border style and border color, we have options to adjust how we want these border widths to, or the border radius to appear. So we can make these fairly odd type shapes where we've got this one a lot more rounded because that one was 100. We've got this one that's less rounded, and again a little bit more rounded. So we can really play around with all of these different values, and we can add all 4 values into the border in order to really customize the way that the output gets presented. So basically for each border we have all of these values we can set, and we can also select them specifically. So we can do border bottom, and we can set for border bottom, we can do color, and the color again we could pick out a bunch of colors here. So this would only get applied to the border bottom. So when we go back out and refresh it, we see there's that that blue violet color being applied. And just like what we were doing on top there, we can also do border bottom, and just like we use the shorthand, we can do 1 pic solid black if we wanted to, and that will actually overwrite the ones that are there on top. So we see that for the border bottom, we're able to be specific and use the shorthand method, just like what we did with border when initially we set up border, and we're able to select the border width, the border style, and we're also able to set the border color. So we saw that this shorthand method will work, and we can be specific to which side of the element gets those values applied to it. We also have border image. So border image is a really interesting property, and you don't really see it used a whole lot, but it is an option. It is there, and it works the same way as background image. So we set a URL. So maybe for my border, I want to take this border image here, and then what we also need to set is we need to set the width. So we've got our source for the image. We can set a width of the image, so maybe we can set 30 pixels because this is an image. We really want to be able to see it. We can also set if it's repeating. We can set any number of values. We can also set border outset, so this can be something like round, and we'll just save that. So let's see what that looks like now. So gotta probably go back in there and see, and remove some of these other values that we have here. And we can also update this, so if we wanted it 30, and we can set repeat here. So let's go take a look at this one, refresh it. So there we've got our border, we've got a width, and it is repeat. And then lastly we can do stretched as well, so stretch. I'm actually going to get rid of these background images here, because I think that's actually interfering with our ability to see the background property. And maybe let's do this one black. So now let's go back in and refresh it, and we can see that we've got that background property there. Sometimes it's actually better to break it apart, where we can do source. So that would be the source. So border image, and we've got the border image width. So the width, we could set it to be 30 pixels, and then lastly we've got border image repeat, and it's actually stretched, so not stretched. So that will stretch the image in. So let's refresh it again, and we can see that we've got that border image. So we've got it showing up there. So it's got a width of 30 pixels, and we've got the stretch on it. Also set the outset. So basically the outset is how much it outside of the regular border image, border width. So border image outset. So this is another pix value, and we can take a look, and we can see that essentially that moved it over slightly. There's quite a bit you can do with your borders, and there's also fixes for various for the different browsers as well. So there's a really great tool at CSSmatic.com. So for creating all of those box effects, so we've got the horizontal box effect, vertical, blur radius, spread radius, so it's readjusting those. We can set the shadow colors if we want there. We can set our border colors. So there's quite a few of these different editors that are online, and they make it a lot easier to design and update your CSS in order to accommodate how you want your output to look. So it's a lot easier to just want to use one of these editors, and you can see that all of the differing properties that can be applied for your elements. And we've also got the fixes here. So we've got the WebKit and the Moz for the box shadow, and then we've got just the default box shadow properties there. welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at more options for backgrounds. So with CSS3, we have the ability to do different gradient backgrounds. So we saw that we can do background color, we could set it whatever color we want, but we can also do quite a bit more. So let's set a background, and we're just going to use the shorthand format. And let's say, for instance, we want to have a blue background. We just do background blue, we refresh it, and we've got our blue background. We can take this another step further where we can apply linear gradients to that, and we can add in a number of different colors if we want. So linear gradient, and this is CSS3. So it's not always the best way to go, because not all browsers will support linear gradients, and there are updates for Moz, for Opera, and for WebKit. So I'll show you those as well. So for Safari, Opera, and Firefox, there are additional CSS values that you can put into here in order to accommodate the gradients. So let's start out with a purple, and comma separate it out, and we'll end up with orange. So let's see what that looks like. We refresh it, so we get the purple starting up at the top, ending up with the orange. And the really cool thing about it is we can add in a number of colors, so we can go yellow, blue, and so on, and refresh it, and we see that we've got all of those colors that are being added into the gradient. So there's quite a lot of options, and you can also use RGBAs. So if you want to get really creative with this, so that's applying that alpha value. So if I want to start out with 255 and 0,0, so this will be red color that we're starting out with, and we're doing RGBA. So we have that last value where we can set an alpha value. So let's set it to 0. And refresh it, and let's see what that looks like. So we see that it starts out as so it's red, but it's starting out as 0. If we change this to 1, so that basically means that we're starting out with a solid red color. So we can, with alphas, we can go from 0 to 1, and we can start out somewhere in between by doing a decimal place. So we see that now it's starting out somewhere in between, and it's still blending in that alpha gradient color. So a lot of options that we can do. We can set different angles. We can set it from bottom to right, from top to bottom, and so on. So by default, we see that starting out from top to bottom, but we do have the ability to do to add in another value here. So linear gradient. So right before our RGBA, we can go 2. So it's top. And let's set left, and then just comma separate that out and refresh it, and we can see that that's changing the angle. So it's starting out at the top and going out to the left. So that's what this one does. We can go top to right, so basically that's going to shift it the other way. And we can also do bottom right, and basically that's going to flip it upside down. So starting at the bottom, going to the right, or we could just take the default, which was going from the, so just show you what the original one was. I know it might be a little bit confusing there with that alpha. So starting at the blue at the bottom and going from the top. So we see that when we go bottom to right, that we've got the blue still at the bottom, and we're going over to the right hand side. So the default is starting at the bottom, and we can also set it to start at the top, which essentially would be flipping it upside down. So we've got the blue starting up at the top as well. So not all browsers do support these gradients, and in order to get support, we need to specify, we need to add in some additional syntax. So if we want to support Safari, we can do a -web kits, and that's linear gradient. And then from there, so the default is the one that's working in Chrome, but it's also got support within Safari. So I always have to double check that, because this one usually I have it already set. If I'm going to be using it, I just copy and paste. So that we're not going to see any difference within Chrome, but we know that that one is available for Safari and for Firefox. So I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to make the adjustment. So for Firefox, it's not WebKit. It's just an O linear object. Linear gradient. So this is for Opera. And then now let's do one for Firefox. So Firefox, again, it's slightly different. Instead of the O, it's got Moz linear gradient. And so now this will work in Firefox, this one will work in Opera, and then this one will work in Safari. And then the standard syntax is the one that we've been using here, and this is working within Chrome. Come back in this lesson, we're going to get animated with CSS, and we're going to be using what the standard syntax. So this doesn't always work across every browser. There are some updates and some fixes you can do for animation. So I'm going to show you just the default standard syntax that's going to work in Chrome. So first thing that we want to do when we want to set up an animation is we need to set that animation, give it a name. So that's keyframes and my animation. So that's going to be the name of it, and that's how we can refer and reference it in the CSS. So we're going to do a really simple animation. We're going to have a starting point, which is going to be at top 0 pixels. And we're going to move this animation and we're going to finish off at 2. So basically where we're starting, where we're moving the particular element to, and then close that off. So really simple animation, and now we want to hook it into this box that we have sitting here. So this is just a simple class sitting inside the container, and notice that I've got position relative because this is important if I want to use the positioning from top and bottom, and as we know from before, you can only set top and bottom, and it's only going to work if you're using position that actually supports those statements. So let's set up our animation, and first of all, let's go animation, and we want to hook it into the animation we just created. So animation name, and we can select the name that we created up here, so called it my animation, and that's all we have to do to hook it together with that animation. Another thing that we need to add in, so I'll just show you where we are so far, and we don't see anything happening, and that's because we've got to set a duration. Because we know with animations, it's based on time, so it's got a bunch of frames that it plays through, and we need to specify how quickly we're going to play through those frames. So let's do 3 seconds. So this basically, when we refresh it, we see within 3 seconds this element moves from 0 to 500, and then it runs its course and it stops. We've got some more options with animation where we can set the delay for the animation, we can set a direction, and we've got this this one here for the count. And basically, if we want to run 3 times, we could set it to 3. So what happens once it runs the first time? It resets, runs the second time, resets, runs the third time, and resets, and that's it. So we can also, we have a choice as well to do infinite, and infinite will just continuously loop it, so the animation will continuously run over and over and over again on our page. So this is quite a bit that we can do with animations, and much like a lot with CSS, we can have a shorthand for this as well. So animation, where we specify the animation name. So the name is my animation. We specify the duration, and then we can specify how many times it's looping as well. So basically, that one line can take the place of all three of those in a shorthand format, and let's just make sure it's still working. So we see that we can run through it, and we can run that animation over and over again within that shorthand method as well. There's quite a lot more we can do with animations, so this is really just up to you, whatever your imagination is. You can set different properties, so we can set a width. So we want to start out with maybe 100% width, and we want to finish off with maybe we want to shrink it down. So let's do a 50% width. So let's see how that looks. So when we refresh it, we start out with 100% across, and then it shrinks down to 50%. We can also add in margins, we can add in padding, we can even change colors. So maybe if we want to do background color, and we want to start out with this, and we want to finish off with red. So let's see what happens here. So we can set our background color. We got this kind of teal color, and then ending up with red. So any number of properties, we can apply it, try it out, and check it out to see if it works. We also have an option to add in additional keyframes as well. So instead of having keyframes from and to, we can do on percentages. So just to illustrate that, instead of having a standard from and to, we know that from, our starting point is 0%. We know that this one is 100%. So when we refresh it, we literally get the same thing as from and to, but now we can also add in other percentages. So if we want something to happen at 50%, so maybe at 50%, the background color goes yellow all of a sudden, and instead of getting smaller, all of a sudden it gets way, way bigger. So we can do 200%. So now at 50%, it's going to change color, change its width. So we see we've gained their 200%, and then once it finishes off, goes back to 100, it shrinks back and finishes off all of those statements there. So there's quite a lot you can do with animation, and quite a bit to play around with, to try it out, and just to see what you can make happen using animation in CSS. Welcome back, and in the next set of lessons we're going to be building out a really simple website. So we're going to have our navigation bar, we'll have a header, we'll have main content area, we'll have a sidebar. So that content area, content container will be split in two. We'll have essentially two columns, and then a footer with some content. So really standard, straightforward website. So the first thing that we need to do is set up our HTML. So let's set up that first div, and this div is going to get, we're going to apply classes to it. So this will be the header. So we'll call it the header container, and then we'll close that. So we've set up the header container, and then we know that we've got basically three pieces to this website. So we've got a header, we've got a footer, and we've got our main content. So we'll call this one footer container. And really the element, it could be a header element, it could be a div. So we're not going to really focus too much on what our semantics are for our HTML. So this is just to illustrate how to use CSS to turn some HTML elements into a web page. So we've got our main container here. So we've got basically our three main sections of our website. So header, main content area, and then our footer. So the footer, so let's start with the header and add in some elements. So we've got our header element in there, and then within here, typically you see this H1, so maybe it's company information. And then just below that, so we're going to have our nav bar within our header. We're going to use the nav class, and our nav bar is going to be an unordered list, and it's going to have a bunch of list items, and each one of those list items is going to have a hyperlink within it. And for now, let's not, we're not going to link out to anything. We'll just give a default there. So again, we're just not going to focus too much on the HTML part of it, and we want to build out a quick shell in order to start with styling. So you got about, you've got contact, and so basically that's our head area for our website, and then we've got our main content area. So we said that we want to create two separate main content areas within this container. So the first one, we'll give it an ID of content, and then this one could be a side, and we'll just give this one an ID of side menu. And then within this content area, we can have a header here, and then within this header, so this is main page content. And then also here in the side menu, let's do an H3, so something that stands out, news feed. And we might have some links or something like that in here. So let's create some links. So these are various links. They've got, again, hrefs here. And they're just going to be called link 1, link 2, link 3. So let me create out these list items. And we could add in several of them there. So let's just do 4 for now. So 2, 3, and 4. So we have something different sitting in there. And then also within our main content area, so since we put a header, let's put a paragraph, some content, blah, blah, blah. And then we're also going to finish off this section here with the footer and share on social media. We might have some social media icons or something there. So each one of these could potentially be an article instead of a div, and then we've got our basic setup of how we want our article presented. So there's a lot of different options there that we can do for a website. For now, we'll just leave it like this for now, and if we do need to change it, we can always update it at a later point. So again, we've got our footer here, and then we've got, sometimes you'll see copyright information. So we've got our copyright, maybe we also have the company name. And maybe we want to split these up within divs. So we've got some top content there. So I'm just going to space this out. And then we've got another div here with more info to get a hold of us. So I think that basically is a fairly straightforward layout for a website. We can go over to the website, we can take a look, and right now it doesn't look like a whole lot. It just looks like a bunch of text written out here, a couple lists here, so it doesn't look like a website. So the objective in the upcoming lessons is to take this HTML and actually transform it into a website using CSS. So we're going to grab all these different classes, IDs, these different tags that we've used, and transform this into our website. So all of that is coming up in the next set of lessons. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we set up our web page, and now we need to structure it. So first thing that we want to do is take a look at our first container that we encounter, or our first class that we encounter, and that's container. So here, let's add in some styling for container. So set a width for the page, and we'll give it a width of 1080 pics. So that's what our width of our web page is going to be. We want that content to be centered, so we can do an auto center there, and we want to maybe have a background color so it distinguishes from the rest of the content. So maybe we want to do beige. So let's take a look at this, see how that turns out. So now we've got all of our content sitting in this one container. We might want to even add in some padding. So depending again on what we want to do and what our design calls for, we could add all the different various properties that's needed. So the next thing that we want to look at is to build out this navigation menu. So we saw earlier that we can transform an unordered list into a nav bar. So let's do that now. We only have one nav tag. If you're planning on using nav in additional parts of your HTML structure, then you need to identify it here within the selection. But for us, we're simply just using it within this one part. So let's set a background color. So this is enough to make our selection of it. And we'll do kind of a grayish color there. And we'll set its width at 100%. So let's refresh that. And we don't have any content in there yet, so let's, it should be background. And refresh that, so there's our nav bar, and we do have all the items there listed. So now let's go ahead and apply some styling to it. So the first thing that we want to do in nav unordered list items is actually get rid of the list style type. So typically with lists we have the dot there. So let's get rid of that dot and specify our list style, and set, instead of the disk, let's just set this to none because we don't want them displaying as list items. Next we need to display and move them in as an inline block. So this will stack them all horizontally. And maybe what we want to do for each list item, let's set a width. So we can set 150 pix width. So that creates a little bit of a buffer there for the list items. The other thing that we want to do is we want to specify for so that our text, so notice that we can't see our text, and we typically remove the underlines from it. So nav anchors, so any anchors within the nav are going to get these properties. We're going to display it like a block. So this is just enforcing, making sure that we're doing display block. Next we want to do, we'll remove that text decoration. So set text decoration to none. Go about and refresh it so we can see what's happening. And we can't really see the text really well, so let's update that color. So we have a black background. Let's update it to be white. So refresh. So there we've got our content there, so it stands out a little bit more. We can maybe also align the text. So align, or it's text align and center align it. So see that that's center aligning it within that 150 pix. And also let's add in some padding. So we're going to add in just maybe some padding at the top. And we don't want any padding to the left or the right because we've already set that buffer area. So that makes it nice and wide and gives us this nice wide presentation of our nav bar. So next, let's add in our pseudo of hover. And what we want to do now is we want to change that background color. Whenever we're hovering over it, let's turn it red, let's turn the color black. So refresh. So now we've got red background, black text, and whenever we hover on those particular elements. So essentially that took care of our navigation bar. So in the next lesson, let's continue to build this out, and we're going to build out those main content areas within our website. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back, and let's continue to build out our website in this lesson. So previously we saw that we set a background for our main container, we built our navigation bar, and now we can start working on the content area. So there's not really much that we need to do within the head section, and of course we can grab that because it's all within the header container, and we can also specify just that head element. So maybe we want to apply some kind of background color to that. So do a background color, and let's just do black as our background color, and we'll change the text to be white. And maybe another thing that we want to do, we want to text transform. So we've got some options to capitalize, to uppercase, so we could turn them all to uppercase. So back to refresh. So the company name automatically goes uppercase. We've got this black background, and we should add in some padding there. Now that we've got a background color, we've got to take care of some padding, which was not as noticeable before, but now we've got that noticeable. So now we've got more of a buffer around that. And remember, the navigation bar is also sitting within this header. So this is something that we might want to be mindful of when we're applying that. We want to maybe even take it out of this header, and then apply this to our parent, which is header, and any header tags that are within that. So let's refresh that. And so now we can see we can have a distinction between our head area here and our navigation bar. So next, let's take a look at what we have for our content. So we did have a main content area. So we've got content and sidebar. So let's first update our content and then also update our sidebar. So these were IDs that we were using here for content, and then for sidebar we had the ID of sidebar, so that we were able to select them. So content and sidebar, so maybe we want to set a different background color for the main content area, and I want to maybe put this as white. Let's change the color of the font to be black. So always make sure that you have some really good contrast for your color schemes. Width, so we want to set a width of maybe 60%. Sounds pretty good. And what we want to do is we want to float it over to the left hand side, and we also want to specify a height for it. So let's do height of 100%. So also, now that we've floated that one, we should handle that side menu. So what we want to do with the side menu is we want to have the opposite here. So we've got 60 here, so we need to do 40 there, and we'll flip this one over to the right hand side. So this is given that we haven't had any padding or anything applied. So let's just make sure that everything is lining up properly. And then for the footer, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to clear both. So maybe let's take care of that, because that's the next one here, that we've got this footer container class. So let's clear that out and add that property there, clear property, because we were using floats. So remember, every time you use floats left or right, the next element, you don't want taking those properties, so you want to clear that out. So let's set some background colors here so that we can distinguish the different elements. So that one's black, that one's white, and maybe we want to do something different here as well. So we've got a background color, and let's do red so it really stands out. So refresh, so we've got our content there, we've got this one white, and we've got a black footer. So now everything looks like it's in line. The only thing we need to take care of is the sizing of this. So remember again that if we want to have a background color for that side menu that's actually not going to match with our main content area, then we have to be mindful of that fact. So what I want to do is I want to set a min height for this one, and let's just do 500 pixels as our minimum height. So when I refresh this, this one's taking that minimum height of 500 pixels, and it's no longer, this one is lining up. So if we did want it to line up, we'd have to set that external container. And maybe we can do that now that we would have our main container, or we could actually just do it within main container. We could set that color that we want to use and take it out of there, put it into there, so that way when we refresh the page, and we still need to, so notice it's still not taking the background color, because remember with floats we don't have any preset values, that they're only taking the value that's available to it, and it's not relating that to the surrounding content. So basically what we need to do is we need to add in our clear fix. So this is the same thing that we had over here, so let's just call it clear fix. So add in the class clear both, and we need to add in another div at the bottom that contains that class. I'm going to add in that class in here as well. So just before we close off this div, let's add in a class of clearfix, and we can just leave that blank. Now when we go out to the page, we can see that our right hand side, our newsfeed area, is getting that full red width, so it's in line with the content that's available within the page as well. So another option here that we need to add in, we see that this text is right up in line with the surrounding box element. So let's take care of that in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back, and now we just need to make some minor adjustments to our content before we're ready to launch our website. So notice that the text is really close there within that content area, as well as within the newsfeed. And really, I don't like the way that these links look. So first of all, let's take care of that content area and add in some padding. And so this is where things get a little bit more tricky when I add in padding, because this is gonna change what my dimensions are. So if I wanted to say padding, for instance, we want to do some padding. We don't want to add any padding to the top or bottom, but we want to do 1%, or let's just do 2% within left and right hand side. So we see what happens now is it messes up all of our calculations, because we're no longer able to reserve 60%. We have to make our adjustment. So I believe that if we set it to 56%, let's try a refresh on that, we're back to our overall 100% width of our elements. So notice that when you do add in padding, that this is going to count towards your element's total size there that's allocated to it when it's floating left, floating right. So make sure if you are adding in that padding that you take care of the adjustment to the width. And we'll do the same thing here for the side menu. So now we've got some padding around the text, so it's not going to be sitting right on the edge of the element. So now let's go back into our editor and make some more adjustments to the side menu. So we do have within the side menu, we've got the unordered lists. So we can be really specific here within the unordered list, and if we want to set a margin, so let's get rid of those defaults there. So we'll set the margin to 0, padding to 0. And next we'll look at the list items, so side menu and list item. And for the list items, let's update that list style type and set that one to none. So that gets rid of those bullet points. We'll display it as a block. And we'll give it a width of 100%, so it goes fully across the available space. Add in some padding there, so maybe 3 pixels of padding. We can also maybe only do top and bottom and leave left and right without any padding. And let's add a background color. So this background color, I'm just going to do it as a grayscale color. So refreshing that, so now we've got more of kind of a box style for the links. Now we need to make something to happen whenever we're going over the links. So much like what we did with the navigation menu, we can update those text decorations. So again, selecting that parent side menu, and we want to select all the anchor text within there, remove out any text decoration. So set that to none. And let's set up a color for it as well. So any one of those links, we want to have maybe this coral color, and we'll see how that looks. So now we've got the links within the coral color. We might want to also update the background color of them. So by default, so I believe we didn't set a background color for there, so we can set that up there. Background color. And let's just do black. So refresh it again, so we've got our background color for the entire one, and actually I should move this into the unordered list. So not just for the side menu, just for the unordered list. So we've got our background color for the unordered list. And then for each list item, I have this background color. So actually, let's move this background color one more time and do it for the list items. So what I really want is all of these to really stand out. And now I want something to happen when you hover over them. So let's add in that pseudo class where whenever we're hovering over any of the anchor text, but let's just be really specific for the list items, because remember the list items are where we created that block display. So that should be display block. And so here is where we're going to add in the hover, so that we get that entire cell changing color. So let's do background color, and we'll do coral, and then we'll change the color to black whenever you hover over it. So let's take a look and see how that looks. So now whenever we're hovering over it, we're changing the color, and we need to be more specific because we're applying it to the anchors. So if I was to do something like that, I'll show you what the difference is, and we see that we're not taking up that full width, which we want to take up with the list item. So this is, sometimes this is one of these issues that you just need to deal with, and we can set this to be less of a, so we could set it to be an actual color that will work. So more of a subtle kind of off black, and so that will work without us actually having to change the color of the link. So that's probably the quickest solution for that, and we might not necessarily want to do it exactly. We do the menu bar, we want to maybe have something a little bit different there. So let's just leave these links the way they are, add in some padding around those list items. So we did have some padding for the top and bottom. So maybe we can add in padding for the entire list item, and also make it even bigger. So refresh it. So now we've got some more distinct links here. We can also center, do a text align, and we can center it. Again, depending on how it looks. Sometimes you might not want to center those links, so they don't actually look good centered. So just remove that. And a lot of times when it comes to CSS, you should have a initial plan that you're trying to work off of. But right now we're just trying to create this really quickly, so we're doing it on the fly. So this is where we've got this tweaking that's coming into play now with some of the content that might not look good. So right now, just looking at these links, I think that this is good for now for our current website, because as we're just showing you just to create a quick website and apply some styling to it. And of course there's quite a bit you can do with the tweaking of the content as well. Maybe what we need to do still is to finish off that footer container, and we'll take care of that in the upcoming lesson, as well as some additional tweaks and updates to the CSS of our web page. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're just going to continue to tweak our web page just to make sure that everything is looking proper and add some additional CSS tweaks. So notice that our main content page, so we should have a buffer there because we are using different colors. If we weren't using a background color there, we could stick with just without that buffer at the top. But let's just take care of that and add in maybe 5 pixels of padding at the top. So when we refresh it, so we've got a little bit of a buffer there for our content when we're starting out with that content. And we can also be really specific with the main container as well, adding in for just maybe for the main content area. So where we've got the ID content, we can be even more specific and add in make those adjustments as needed. So one of the other things too that we saw that when we're looking at our web page, we can't see our text here at the bottom in the footer. So let's update that now. So we've got our background color of black, and I know I've gotten quite a lot of these background colors that we're setting. So typically you would work off of a template, so we could go off of a grayscale color scheme and then update and add in colors at a later point. So right now we'll just keep the red, so we're going to keep everything at grayscale other than our background, so maybe this one as well should be grayscale, so we'll just update that one. And we've got our colors white, so text align, so typically at the footer you see the text is aligned at the bottom. Let's refresh that. So we've got our text, and usually we also have a buffer. So we want to have some padding there for our footer. So let's just do a padding of 10 pixels. So it'll give us a nice padding around it. And let's go back out, refresh it. So now we've got our basic web page. We've got our menu, a navigation menu, we've got our sidebar there, and we've got our content area and our main area for the company name. Hop over to Google Fonts and grab one of the fonts there to make it more distinct, our content. So bring it into, typically I usually use the import there. So this is something that if I'm just copying over to a style sheet, I could use the import, or I could just link to it directly if I only have the one-page web page. And font family, so we're going to start this off by being specific for the body, and we're going to specify that all of the elements on the page are going to use that font. So now we've got that font style added in. And this is also where we can set some default colors. So maybe if our default color of our text could go to that as a default, and we can have for our anchors, we would have text decoration none, and maybe we could set a color of red for our hyperlinks. So this is just for the default, so it shouldn't affect any of the ones that we've preset. And now if I go into our content area, if I've got any links, then they're automatically going to get those properties and those values. So content area, and let's just turn this one into a link. And save that. So now when we go out to here, we see that we get those values that we set for the anchor. So a lot of this stuff is usually you set all of your defaults here right at the top. So we've got our body, we've got our anchors. A lot of times too, you're going to see for H1s the default sizing for H1s. So maybe we could use something like 2EM. So any of the H1s that we have, we get that default sizing. So I know this one here is an H1, so we don't have any other H1s. So maybe this one maybe should be an H1. whereas this one might be better served as a div with a class for logo, and then we can specify how we want that logo presented. And we can do a font size of 2em for that one as well. And I believe we set for the header there. So I think that looks right. So let's refresh it and see what happens. So we've got our main page here. We've got our company name. So we've made some updates there. And let's set some of those pseudo classes that we had looked at earlier. Should say pseudo elements. So we want to set the, for any paragraphs, maybe we want to set that first letter to be uppercase by default. So for paragraphs, let's do first letter. So here we're just identifying using that pseudo element. And we're going to make that font really big. For our first letters of any paragraph is going to have a 3em font size, and maybe we can even set the color. So set it to red so it really pops and stands out. So we've only got that one paragraph that we're setting there. So if we had multiple paragraphs, pop over to loriipsum.net and grab some content here that we can use within our page. So when you don't have your assets ready, a lot of these resources are great because they give you the ability to quickly add in some content in order to get more of a realistic feel for your web page. So now we can really see that those pseudo elements are really taking effect there with those capitals and so on. So it's really making that pop out. We've got our links there, so any of the links are going to be red and so on. And then of course we can continue to build out the content of this page. If we wanted to add in maybe a paragraph here within our news feed, so just under there, add that in and just make sure that that looks okay. So that gives us the ability to add in those paragraphs. And of course there's an issue here because we've got a red background and we're setting that first letter red. So we've got a few things that we can do about that. Is we can essentially set something for side menu, so any of the paragraphs within side menu that they have a white letter instead of the red. So let's just do it this way, and let's update the color to be white. So let's look at rounding the corners of this one so that create that type of effect. So what we need to do is create another container around it, give it a class so we can identify it. We'll give it a class of our corner and then wrap that div around the unordered list contents, and this will give us our selection point for this content. So going up here and just going to do it right at the bottom. So what I want to do is use the border radius to apply rounded corners. So border radius, and let's do some rounded corners there. So when I refresh it, we don't really see any changes yet because we should add in a background color of black so that we can actually see what's happening with that content. And then of course we also should add in some padding there, because we know that these pics are going all the way over to whatever space is available. So let's add in padding of 25 pics and save that and go over, refresh the page. So we see that we get this rounded effect. Maybe that's a little bit too much rounded, so maybe we'll bring that down a bit. We can also bring the padding down as well. So it's a little bit better there that we've got this kind of rounded edges here and representing our content that's available. So really there is quite a bit you can do with CSS, and so this was just a quick website that we threw up applying some of the CSS styling that we've done within the previous lessons, but I do encourage you to take a look at the source code, try it out for yourself, test it out, and see what you can make happen with CSS. Welcome. In this lesson, we're going to be going over what JavaScript is and essentially how it works. So JavaScript is an object-based scripting language. It's lightweight and works across platforms. It lets you create interactive websites along with HTML and CSS. It's one of the three core technologies of the internet and content production online today. Majority of websites use JavaScript, and all modern browsers support it without the need for any plugins, and basically JavaScript is ready to go within any web browser. So essentially JavaScript is initially was only implemented client-side in web browsers, and JavaScript engines now are embedded in other types of software, including server-side, databases, and non-web programs such as processors and PDF software, and in runtime environments that make JavaScript available for writing mobile and desktop applications, including desktop widgets. So in terms of JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript or vanilla JS refers to JavaScript that's not been extended by any framework or additional libraries, and that's what we're going to be looking at today. We're going to be looking at plain JavaScript code. And really with JavaScript, it's amazing what you can achieve with just a few lines of code. And JavaScript is also easy to get started with. It's an interpreted language, which basically means that you don't need to compile it. It's able to run directly in your browsers and render out and make something happen within your web applications. So in order to write JavaScript, you only need two resources, and one of them is an editor, so somewhere to write out your code, just like HTML and CSS, and the other one is a way to render out that JavaScript. And JavaScript can be rendered out by a browser, so the same thing as HTML and CSS. All of these can be rendered out via the browser, so you don't need any additional tools other than a web editor or somewhere to write some code, and then your browser in order to be able to see it. And in this course and in the upcoming lessons, we're going to be using Atom.io as our editor and Chrome as our browser. Welcome back, and in this lesson I'm going to show you where you can add JavaScript within your page. So the first place that we can add JavaScript is within our HTML as an attribute. So we can add the onClick and have our JavaScript within here, and then the rest would just be HTML. We can also add it as a tag, so script tag opening, have our JavaScript in there, and then closing the script tag. And then lastly, we can add it as a link to a source file, which is a JS file, so this is a JavaScript file. So let's open up our editor and let me show you how we can add all of these different ways of adding JavaScript. So the first one, we're just simply adding into the attribute. So we've got this function here where we're able to click, and we've got console log. So essentially what console log is, it actually gives you the ability to write out content within that console. So we had earlier mentioned that Google's DevTools is a really great way to go when you're developing your JavaScript. And DevTools, you can just open that up, so either going by settings here, more tools, DevTools, or clicking that shortcut there, and you're going to start out on the Elements tab, so click over to Console. So mine is actually really big, so typically you can see all of them up here along the top. So the one that you're looking for JavaScript is Console, and this actually gives you a console to interact with the web page. So essentially the web page has loaded, and now you have the ability to interact with whatever is going on in there. So basically that means that you can write some JavaScript. So we can write console log, and what console log does is essentially sends a message into our console, and whatever message text string variable that we want to send in is just quoted in here. And when you click it, we see we get that message being returned. And there's also this callback, which we are going to look at in more detail later on, and it is going to make even more sense later on. But for now, our simple JavaScript statement that we wanted to make within all of these in order to demonstrate how we can bring JavaScript into a simple HTML page is going to be console log. So this is a built-in function within JavaScript that knows that when you specify console and log and whatever string value is here within this rounded bracket is what actually gets output. So we've actually done the same thing within our code, where we've added in console log there, and we're just outputting hello. So basically what happens now that we've added as an attribute to our JavaScript, whenever we click the button, we get hello popping up there. And this is one of the ways to add JavaScript, although it's not very common and it's not very manageable. Because basically what this means is that if you have a whole bunch of HTML code and you want to make changes to your JavaScript, you've got to go over to the onClick and make the changes here. So it's not really the best way to go about it from a perspective if you want to build out a really flexible web application. So the other way that you can do and add JavaScript is using the JavaScript tags. So these are script tags, opening and closing those script tags, and actually that should be a slash there. So opening and closing the script tags, and then anything in here is going to be rendered out. So let's also we'll distinguish between this hello 1, so hello 2. And when you're writing JavaScript, always close off the statement with the semicolon here. So this is how JavaScript knows that this is the end of that statement. And you can actually add additional statements as well within this type of format. But typically we're going to place them on the next line. And this is for readability's sake, so that the code is more readable when you're looking at the source code. So let's go take a look at our page now, go back out and refresh it. So we see what's happening here is that as this web page is loading, our HTML loads, and just as the rest of the HTML, when it hits the script, it loads out that script content and continues to load out the rest of the page, loading out that HTML. So a lot of times too that you'll see that sometimes the script tags are at the bottom just before the closing of body, and the reason for that is if you're relying on content that is being loaded within your HTML and you want to have access to that content within your JavaScript, then you've got to do it at the end because you want everything to load. Basically, it's loading the page from the top down, and you want all of that information that's loaded within the page object to be able to access it via JavaScript. So usually best practice is to place it at the bottom, but again, you can also place it at the top, and you can create different functions, which we will be talking about later on, that can access the content within the web page at different points. So that was the second way of doing it, and the most manageable and the best way to do it is to create a link to a source file. And to do this, it's really simple to do. I'm going to create a brand new page. I'm going to give this one a name. I'm going to just call it script.js. So whatever JavaScript files, we got to give them an extension of JS, and that way the browser also knows that this is a JavaScript file. And now we're going to grab that, and notice that we don't have to place any tags around here because this is just a strict JavaScript file, and it will just render out whatever code is available there. And lastly, we just need to link to it. So where you link to it is going to be what point within the script rendering it's going to access that file and make use of the content of the file. So if you're bringing in libraries and if you do have on-page scripting per page, best practice is usually to place it on top and then have all of your on-page script below. So there is also occasions when you want to have this customized script here. So passing the script source here and linking to it gives you a really manageable file where you can make updates to script.js, and if you've got it linked in 10 other pages or 100 other pages, it doesn't matter, it's always going to render out that script content. So let's go take a look at our page now. So we've got hello 3, which is being called from script.js, hello 2, which is within the tags here, and then this one is an event listener. So whenever I click this button, that's when we render out those values. So those are essentially the 3 ways that you can bring JavaScript into your web page, and preferably it's always better to separate out your scripting logic from your HTML, just as we do with CSS, where we try to pull all of that CSS out of our HTML and either place it in a linked file or place it within the style tags. So the same idea goes for JavaScript, where we want that separation of this coding, the scripting, from the rest of the presentation of the HTML. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to show you how you can debug your JavaScript. So when you're writing code, and I'm actually going to get rid of some of this content here, I'm going to get rid of this one as well, and we're just going to focus on that script.js file. So we've got our console log here, and we see when we go out to our web page, we refresh that page, we see that that gets rendered out. So we can use the console to pass messages between our code and out to the console. And this is going to become more important as you've got a whole bunch more script happening here. Maybe you have some functions and you've got some variables, and we are going to be covering all of this coming up. But if you do have these values and you need to take a quick look at them or a quick peek at them, and you're not necessarily rendering them out visibly here within the browser, that's where you'd use the console, and you'd be able to see information such as that maybe which line of code it is, and this really does help you debug your code. So getting that output and having the ability to output it within the console within a non-visible area allows you to render that code out without interfering with the way that application is being presented to the users. So another useful function in JavaScript is when you're debugging, and maybe not as much when you're actually doing the debugging, but when you're writing the code, and that's to write out comments. So comments are really helpful, and if, for instance, you're sharing your code, or if you're coming back to your code a few months down the line, then you might not know why this syntax was here. So this console log hello 3, it might not make sense within the rest of your code initially. So this is where you add in those comments to help guide that information. So this was demo for output of JavaScript. And that's essentially my comment, so 2 slashes there, and you can see that the editor is kind of graying it out there, and really it's not going to affect any of the output of the code, and this is mainly for developers to be able to take a closer look at your source code and get some additional meaning out of the various statements. And you can do this as well for variables and so on. So you can get past a lot of information that can be utilized at later points, as well as with collaboration. So another way to add in comments, and this is another useful way for debugging. So let's say, for instance, you've written this out a whole bunch of times and you want to run some tests or want to debug your code, and you don't want your code to perhaps render out this many times as maybe you want to debug one part of it. So you want to have a quick way to kind of comment out your code so that it doesn't render out. So maybe we want to comment out all of these 5 middle ones. So that's where we use the asterisk slash, and then to end that commenting, we use the asterisk slash again. And we can see that the editor is graying these out, and basically all that means is that it's not going to be rendering out that code. So this is all commented, this is all commented, and this is only for reading for developers or collaborators. So nothing gets rendered out at this point. And there's also another way to debug your code within JavaScript. So if you do have some script running, or if you want to do some outputs here, you can do things like 5 + 5, and you see that the callback now, we see that the browser is actually returning values. So essentially this can be placed in within JavaScript, and we can get that same functionality. So we can do 5 + 5 and have the browser do some math for us, and we see that we get the solution there. So that really it's the same thing that we type in content here, or if we type in 5, or if we type in hello, we see that the browser returns back some information. So it returns back the callback information. So it takes this as an input, and returns back something using that information that was input. So we can do other things like hello, and we can add it to world. And we see that on the return, JavaScript simply adds them together and provides us the return. So just as we were doing the math up here, we see that JavaScript also has the ability to combine some text there, some string values, and return those. And by typing directly within the console here, and there's a way to clear that out as well. So you can do clear, which clears out the console. So there is some functionality here as well to clear out the console and so on. But essentially, this gives you the ability to interact with your JavaScript that's rendered within the page, and basically interact with it within the console. And we are going to be working more with this as we progress through the course. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to look at 3 basic types of data types that are used commonly in JavaScript. So there's strings, which essentially is a sequence of characters like hello world. There's numbers, which are numeric values, so they can be any numeric value. And then there's booleans, which can be either true or false. And we briefly saw them in use when we were looking at our console, where we saw that if we had a string value, it would return back the result that it saw. So it saw that this was a string. We also saw how we can combine them together and so on. And with these string values, you can also hold them with the single quote. And if you do something like this, then it's going to give you an error. And that basically means that it's actually looking for a defined variable value for hello. So it doesn't understand that this is actually a string that you're trying to put through, because in JavaScript, all the spaces and how you use the quotes is extremely important. So all you have to remember though with strings is that we're quoting around them, because strings can have a number of spaces, it can have a number of additional options within it, and you can break in and out of these strings by breaking in and out of the quotes. So we see that this particular one has a lot of space there, and when we press enter, we see that it gets returned with that same spacing. So this is really important, and the quotes around it essentially help it all be contained together within one value. And also, if you're probably wondering, if we have a string value and we do something like hello worlds, we see that it's actually breaking out of the string, and this one's going to throw an error as well. That's because we broke out of the string. So if we are using single quotes, then we need to do this backslash here, and that keeps the string from breaking out of using the quote to break out of the string value. And we see that when we refresh it, we get a return on hello worlds without that slash. So that's the way to add in these special characters such as quotes into your string value and see it propagate. And you can also do it within combining multiple ones. So if we have double quotes around the main string, we can use single quotes inside of it, and it's not going to break out of it. So that's an important thing to remember when you are writing your strings. So the next thing was numeric values, and we see that numbers can be 0.5, they can be decimal places, they can be very large numbers, they can also be very small numbers, and these are all numbers. So unlike some other programming languages, JavaScript doesn't distinguish. As long as it's numeric, it's a number, and it can be a decimal place, it can also be negative number, and it simply just returns back that number. And then lastly, we have true, we have false, and we have true. So basically false gets returned back as false, true gets returned back as true, and you're going to see the value of these in the upcoming lessons as we do some conditions and as we do comparisons between different values. So for now, we just need to remember that we can return back Booleans which are true or false, and essentially there's just the two different states for Booleans. Welcome back, and previously we were looking at the data types, and I was typing them out into the console, the web dev tools, and you're probably wondering, well, why wasn't I just typing them into the script? So you can actually do the same thing, and I can type hello world here, and I can just simply end that. I can go out into the browser, refresh it, and we don't see anything being output here within the console. And that's because we haven't provided enough information what we want to do with this data and how we want to output it and how we want to use it within our coding. And this is where variables come in. And variables give us the ability to actually store some data and then access it at a later point. So use them at a later point when we're typing out some code and we want to take and we want to reference that variable. So we're able to store those data values, and then we're able to access them at later points. So basically the syntax is that we use var to define a variable, we give it a name for the variable, we assign a value to it. So this is the equal sign is assigning the value. So for A, we're assigning a value of hello, and then from this point on, whenever we look at A, then we're going to get that value of hello. And that's where we saw we got that error earlier because we hadn't actually assigned any values. So if we do something like variable A equals hello, and now we type in A, we see that hello actually gets returned, because basically what's happening is that we've assigned a variable A, so we've defined it, and we've given it a value, and whenever we want to call back that value, we can see that value gets added there. So we can see that every time we call A, we get that value being added, and we can even do things like A plus world, and we can see that hello world. So we can also do A equals A plus, because right now still the value of A hasn't changed, but once I do A equals A plus hello world, now every time I call back A, I get the value of hello world being returned back. So this is where the real power of JavaScript comes in, is that we have the ability to access content and store that content and then manipulate that content within our code. So now when I refresh the page and all of this stuff that I do here within the console, it's important to note that this stuff is just temporary. It's only being stored while this browser hasn't been refreshed, and as soon as I refresh it, then I'm going to lose all access, and it's going to go through again, it's going to render out all of that script, that HTML and then the script. And now the difference is that I've actually given A the value within my script, so that means that when I refresh the page, just like the HTML loaded the JavaScript, the script file ran and it assigned a value to A. So now if I call back A, I get the value of hello world being assigned to it. And you can also use A, and we can overwrite it if we want. So if I wanted to overwrite A with nothing, so now we can see that whenever we call A, the value is nothing. So it has changed. So we're able to assign a value, and then we're able to change that value as needed. And the same thing goes for if we're assigning numeric values as well. So if we've got numbers, then we can assign a number value. We can go back out here, we can refresh it, I can call out B, and I can also use that within my code later on as well. So I could do something like C equals B plus B, and remember that B is now equal to 100. So when I refresh it, I can see what the value of C is, and it's going to be 200 because we added B plus B, and that's where we assigned the value of C. And we can also set Boolean values. So let's set D to be equal to false. Refresh the page, and whenever I call D, we see that it contains a value of false, and I can also always manipulate it and change it to true. So now D is going to hold a value of true. So they're containers that hold different values and give you the ability to access those values at later points within your script as you're executing it out. Welcome back, and in this lesson I wanted to go over some rules here for variables. So we saw that we could set a value of A and have it contain a certain value. Now there are some rules for what you can't use as a variable name. So for instance, you can't define a variable name starting with a number because if we're to reference that and we have a numeric value, remember numbers aren't quoted, so it would have a hard time being able to distinguish what number this is supposed to be because it would be a combination of a number. So it would start out looking at it as a number, so we can't use numbers as the first character. So that just won't work. So if we do 1A and hello, we're going to see that we get an error thrown. So let's refresh that and show you that we get this error. We can do, however, we can do A1. So we can do numbers as long as they're following the first character being a letter. So the other ones that, so you can use some other characters as well. So you might see that the $ is used, so that's okay. There's also underscores that are used, and that is also okay. So those are the two other characters other than letters that can be used to identify variable names. You can also use the $ and underscore within the name itself. So it doesn't have to be the first one, it could be within here, and then here you could use the $ again, and so on, but you can't use any other symbols. So this is perfectly fine, and if you've got a variable called that, then it still will return back that held value. There's also reserved names for values within JavaScript, so you can't use any of those reserved names. So some of those are typically things like if you try to use variable function or something like that, you want to steer away from those. And you see that what happens here is it stays yellow. So basically the editor knows that this is not a legal name because functions, of course, serve a different purpose within JavaScript. So you got to stay away from the default names that are already reserved within JavaScript. Another important thing to note that they are also case sensitive. So if we've set a variable for A and we've set a variable for uppercase A and we equal it to, it's not going to be the same thing. When I refresh it, I can type in uppercase A, I get hello, and lowercase a is still hello world. So there is JavaScript is able to differentiate between upper and lowercase, and this is also something that's used fairly often within JavaScript. So typically you would start with a lowercase and then if you had a second word, then you would put that one as uppercase. So that gives you the ability to distinguish between the words, and of course you can't set a variable with a space, so that's not going to work. And that's why we also do this where we've got combined words, because you do want to try to have really good semantics with the wording you're using for your variables. So try to get them to make sense, and this is going to help you along the ways when you are writing out your code. So hello world might just represent hello world, and if I type that in as a variable, I can also see it that it's output within, and we saw that that was lowercase, so I do need to change that to uppercase. So be mindful of the fact that it is case sensitive when you're setting the names of the variables. Welcome back, and this is going to be our first challenge, and this is an exercise in order for you to practice some JavaScript. So the first thing that I want you to do is open up your editor and create a simple HTML file. So that doesn't have to be really complex, just some basic HTML. So you've got your opening tags, closing tags for head and body. And then within here, I want you to link out to a JS file. So go ahead and create a JS file, and let's set some variables in there as well. So let's set a variable for A, and we'll set a variable for B to be hello world. So the challenge here is to link that HTML page so that you can go to index.html or whatever you've called the HTML page, so that you can open that up in the browser, and we see within the console hello world being written out. So using a combination of adding A plus B, output that value of hello world into the console. So I'll give you a few minutes to pause the video, open up your editor, and go ahead and make that connection and see if your JavaScript file is working. And if it is working, you should be able to open up your console and type in B. So let me refresh that and type in B and see that we do have a value assigned to B. And what's happening right now is that I don't have this index file linked yet. That's why it's getting that error that's being thrown there. But you should be able to, once you hook up that file, you should be able to see B is ready to go. So I'll give it a second, and you can pause the video here and go open up your editor. And I can also start now the solution. So basically what you need to do is link to that script file, and because this script file is already within that same directory, we can just do source, and we can just output the name of the file, which is script.js, and close that off. Remember to add in your closing script tag. So now you can go out to your file, to your index page. So I've got index.html, your HTML page, type in B, and now we see that we've established that connection to the JavaScript file. The final part of this exercise was to be able to output it within the console. So basically when the page loads, you see hello world being written here within the console. So there's a number of ways to do this, and one of the ways is to do hello and world, and I'm going to add in a space here. Or actually what I'm going to do is I'll add the space within the console. So we want to console log out the values of A plus B, and we want that output when we refresh the page. And notice that it is combined. So this is where I was saying that there is an option. You can just add in the space there, or you can also add in the space right directly within your output here. So that will add that space without adding it to A or B, keeping A or B the same. And now when you refresh it, you see you've got that hello world with the space in the center. So essentially that's the solution to the challenge, and do try it out for yourself. It is important to get all of that syntax down and start becoming comfortable with working with variables within various statements within your JavaScript code. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to be looking at more data types. Previously we saw that there are data types, so these default data types such as strings, So essentially that was a sequence of characters surrounded by quotes, so either single quotes or double quotes. We saw that we could use numbers, so these are any numeric values, and we saw that we can use booleans, so these are true or falses. And we can identify them using a JavaScript method called typeOf. So this actually returns back the different types. So there's a couple other types that we want to look at as well now. And now that we've defined variables in the previous lesson, we can get a better understanding of what undefined is and what the value of null actually really means. So let's open up our console, and we'll see that. Also open up our editor, and I'll console log out a value for a, and notice that I haven't defined a value for a. So when I refresh it, we see that a is not defined, and it's throwing that error for a. And basically, this is the data type that's being returned for a. So essentially, it's not defined. And you can also do this by typing in typeOf, and we see that it gets returned back as undefined. If we do something like a equals hello, so that's going to be a string. And now I do typeOf a. We see that a now is a string. We can do typeOf. Let's set another value for a. So now we're going to set a as a numeric value. And now if I do typeOf a, we see that it's a number. So we are able to switch the different types by just redefining those values and assigning a value that's not a particular type. So we've got the strings, we've got the numeric values, and because I've already defined a as a variable, I don't need to always type var. I can just use a equals and turn it back to a string. And now if I do typeOf a, we see that it's converted into a string. So if we already have defined a variable, then we don't always need to redefine it. And if we haven't defined it, then the data type is going to be undefined. And we can also set up variables that we can use at a later point. So if I wanted to use b at a later point, I can just do var b, and it's still coming back as undefined. So if I do typeOf b, we see that it's still undefined because we haven't defined any values, but we do have set up the value of b. So now if I wanted to, I could set values into b and do typeOf b, and we see that gets returned back as a number. So you can use this in order to establish a variable and then simply so essentially to register that variable b, but the value is still going to be undefined, and the typeOf is going to be undefined until you actually specify a type that it can return back something other than undefined. And there's also another data type that we wanted to look at, and that's null. So null is different than undefined because null simply means that you've set it as a value of null. So this is equivalent to non-existing, and it is different than undefined. So you can do a value of variable c and equal it to null. And now if we do typeOf c, we see that it's being returned back as an object. And essentially that means that null is just non-existent. And the interesting thing about null is that if you do null and if you equal it to see if it's actually equal to undefined, so if we do null and we equal it to undefined, so we're using two equal signs. So this is checking a condition. So this is an operator format, which we are going to look at in the next lesson. But if I do this, then we see that null is equal to undefined. But if we do the absolute, including the data type, so if we do the three equal signs, then we see it gets returned back as false. So initially, if we're not looking at the type, then null is equal to undefined. But if we are considering the type, which is that third equal sign, and we are going to talk more about this in the upcoming lessons, but null is absolutely not equal to undefined, so that's where we're getting that false being returned there. We're going to look more on this in the upcoming lessons. Welcome back. In this lesson, I want to provide a shortcut in order to declare variables. So previously we saw that we can declare a variable and then we could access them at a later point. So there is a shortcut. So instead of going in and setting up a bunch of variables, so we've got a equals a, variable b is equal to b. And then maybe we have variable c is, and we'll make this one numeric. So we've declared 3 different variables, and there is actually a shorter format to do this, and we can comma separate these values. So we can do something like a equals a, and then all we need to do is comma separate it, and then we can add additional declarations. So we can do b equals b. And then lastly, we could do c equals 50. So this is a shorter format to doing the same thing. And you'll see that if we wanted to output that content, so we can also output that content. So we could do a, b, c, and output it within the console. Let's refresh our console. And we see that we get all of those values being output. So this is a shorter format to declare those values. If you have multiple variables that you want to declare, you can just comma separate them. And the same thing for when you're logging out the variables in the console, you can comma separate them as well, and it works really nicely. Gives you the ability to shorten what the coding that you're doing. And this is an important thing to note when you are coding. Usually you're looking for the shortest way, so the shortest amount of actual text that you have to write, shortest amount of code that you have to write in order to accomplish the same thing. And that's why these shorthand methods are really useful and really important to understand, because it cleans up the code. It makes it quite a bit shorter within the output within the source code of the application. Welcome back, and in this lesson we are going to be looking at JavaScript operators. So previously we've been declaring variables, and we've got this equal sign in the middle, so we've got the variable equal sign, and this is how we're assigning values to those variables. And this is an assignment operator, and it gives you the ability to assign values to whatever variable that you're working with. And this one is fairly straightforward. And we also briefly earlier on, we had looked at some ways that we can add content together. So we had operators where we could add 2 values together. So whether they be variables or already preset values, we could add, we could subtract, we could multiply, we could divide. There's an interesting one here which is called modulus. So this is essentially returning back the remainder that remains once we do the division of it. And I'm going to show you that one because this one is actually a really useful one. There's also increment and decrement. Increment essentially adds 1 to it, decrement subtracts 1 to it. So let's check this out and open up our editors and take a closer look at how these different operators actually work. So we have some variables that we had set earlier. I'm going to actually get rid of these, and I'm just going to have numeric ones, because when you're working with your arithmetic operators, this is going to be mainly working with numbers, because you can't really add a number to a string. It just doesn't work out, and what will happen actually is that JavaScript will actually convert the type to a string. So let's try that out. So first of all, we do have a value for a. We have a value of 10 for a. So if we do a plus world or something like that, so we're adding a string to a world, then we get a return value of 10 world. And notice the quotes around it on that return value. So essentially JavaScript has converted a into a string, and we can see that when we do a type of a, we get, or it should actually be type of a plus world, and I do need to quote around that. So if we actually want to get this treated as one data type, we need to have those rounded brackets around it. So that's where we're getting the string value. So basically, first of all, we have a value of a, so that's defined within our source code. We added a plus world and we return back 10 world. So that's the same thing that we did down here and down here. And I'll tell you what the difference is. So over here, type of a is still a number because we actually haven't updated the value of a. So even though we've done a plus world, we haven't set a to equal a plus world. So there's a big difference there when you're adding content together or concatenating different variables together with strings. We can also see that type of a, even though I'm asking for a type of, we're still returning back the result of a plus world. So basically type of a is a number. So this is a string actually that's being returned. And the interesting thing here is that we did type of a. So JavaScript sees that this is being returned back as number, and then we're concatenating together or adding together world, and basically if we do two strings together, then we get that entire string being returned back. And that's what happened here, where we got type of a plus world, and that equaled number world. And then over here, when we did type of a, and we used the rounded brackets, so basically same as with math, that when you have these rounded brackets, it combines these values before it runs the method that's outside of the values. So basically it would take a, which is a number, so it's 10, plus world, which is a string, and return back 10 world. And then when we're looking at type of, that's where we're getting a string returned back there. And obviously if we do a plus a number, so we'll do a plus a number, and we do something like 10, then it should be type of there. So type of a plus 10, we see that we're still getting that string value being returned there. So if we actually do type of a plus number, and we do the rounded brackets around that, we're returning back a data type of number. And basically what's happening here, again, the same thing that we saw earlier, where we do type of. So it runs this function first, and it checks to see, it returns back a number. And because the data type is being returned back as a string, when you add 10 to it, you get that number 10 being returned back on the callback. And that's how JavaScript would see that value. But when we use the rounded brackets, then we actually execute a, which holds the value of 10, plus 10, so these stay a number, and the result is still a number because we're not combining a string with a number, and we're staying as a numeric value, so we're getting returned back the type of number. Let's take a closer look at our arithmetic values. So we saw that we've got a bunch of numeric values in here, so we can do a plus b, and we get back, because a holds 10, b holds 5, so we return back 15. We can also do a minus b, and we're getting 5, so 10 minus 5 is 5. We can multiply them, so instead of that, we can do the multiplication, so 10 times 5 equals 50. And we can also do division, so let's do c divided by b, and that's equal to 10, because that's 50 divided by 5. So there is another one here that we can make use of, and let's show you how modulus works. So modulus essentially gives you the value of the remainder. So if we have something like 12 and we do a modulus of 2, then we get a value of 0, because 12 divided by 2, so if we get a value of 6, so we don't have any remainder there. So let's try 13 and modulus 2, and we see that we get a value of 1 being returned, because 2 fit into 13 6 times, but then we had that remainder of 1 left over. If we do 14 modulus 2, what do you think the answer is going to be? Do you think it's going to be 7, 0, 1, 2? What do you think the answer is going to be here? And if you said 0, you're correct, because again, 2 goes into 14 7 times, so there's no remainder, and that's basically what's happening here. And modulus can really easily be used to determine if you're alternating rows. So if you do whatever, if you're looping through a number of rows and you've got even numbers, modulus 2, your remainder is always going to be 0, so you know that you're on the even numbers. And if you do 13 modulus 2, you get a value of 1, you know that if that value gets returned, you know that you're on odd rows. So this is one of the ways that modulus gets used quite often within programming, is that if you're alternating content, if you're alternating rows, and you can even do something like 12 modulus 3, so the remainder again is 0, but if we do 13 modulus 3, we're going to get 1. If we do 14 modulus 3, we're going to get 2. And if we go back to 15 modulus 3, then we're back to 0, because 3 fits really nicely into 15, and it fits it in 5 times, so returning back that value. So another one that we wanted to look at, and we're going to look at this in the upcoming lesson, is increment and decrement. And that's going to be a quick way to add numbers together. So take a closer look at those in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to be looking at the arithmetic operators. So we saw previously that we can add, we can subtract, multiply, divide, and we also looked at modulus. So now we're going to look at increment and decrement. So right now we've kept the same variables as we did earlier. So we've got A is equal to 10, B is equal to 5, and C is equal to 50. So when we open those up in our browser, we can see that A gets returned back 10 and so on. So now if we wanted to increase A, we could do A equal, so if we do something like A plus 1, then we get returned back 11, but A still remains at a value of 10. And if we wanted to increase the value of A, we can assign a new value, so we can do A equals A plus 1. So we see that we get back a value of 11, and now when I look at A, because we did that assignment operator there where we basically were reassigning the value of A, so we're taking that current value of A, which was 10, we were adding 1, and that made A actually hold the value of 11. And now that we have done that addition, the new value of A is 11. So this is only while this particular session is open for the browser. If you refresh, it'll go back to being 10. So another thing with JavaScript is you're always trying to look for shorter formats, and this really gives you the ability to clean up your code. So if you are trying to increment by 1, and there's a lot of cases where whether you're looping through or a number of different reasons, scenarios that you would using incrementing by 1, the shorthand format is just to do A++, and we see that once we do A++, we get the value of A, and now it's 12. So initially A is still 11, then we're doing the plus plus, and what this is doing is this is actually adding that value, but while it's still in the process of running out this statement, it's still holding a value of 11, but then when we take a look at A after the statement has been done, then we know that A actually has a value of 12. So if we were to do console log A++, let's see what outputs here. We still see A as a value of 10. So same thing that we saw within the console when we were just working with that, but actually A has a value of 11. So if we wanted to return back that value of A, we have to have this in a statement outside or before, something like this. And then if we log out the value of A, so this is that current value of A, and we can see that now it's going out to 11. So just like what we saw when we typed it into the console. And if you want to decrease it, you can do A minus minus. So that's the shorthand. And notice that it still stays at 11. And that's because this is a statement. and we're returning back the current value of A, so that's before it actually gets processed. So now when I look at A, it's back to 10. So I had taken off 1, and this is essentially doing the same as A equals A minus 1. And we see that if we actually set the value of A to A minus 1, then we know that we're executing out this statement, and the value of A now changed to 9, and we're seeing that within the output as well. So that's how you can increase and decrease variable values, numeric values, by 1 either way. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to look more at assignment operators. So earlier we saw that A can equal to A, and we also saw that we've got these arithmetic operators where we can add content to it, and we can also do a combination of assignment operators and arithmetic operators. So let me show you how that works, and let's open up our page. We've got our JavaScript here, so I'm going to just save that and refresh it. So basically we've got the values of A, B, and C, so we've got them equal to 10, 5, and we've also got them equal to 50. So we can do some really interesting things with these values. So we saw that we had a value of where we could do increasing A, so we could do A plus plus, and then when we go back to A, we see that the new value of A is 11. If we actually wanted to add even more than 1 to it, so we'd have to do A equals A plus whatever. If we want to add 5 to it, we see that that value now is 16 of the value of A. So there's actually a shorter format to do this. So we always strive within JavaScript to use the shorter format. So this is actually equivalent to the statement above, where we've got A equals A plus 5, and we see that instead of different than when we do the increment here, because this is an assignment operator, so much the same thing as when we're doing the assignment of A is now A plus 5, this is going to be the exact same thing as doing A equals A plus 5. It's just a shorter shorthand format, and we can also do our subtraction this way. So A equals A minus 5, short format. We can do multiplication. So A equals A plus 5, so we see the new value of A being returned there. We can also do division if we want. So A equals A divided by 5, so that's back to 16 there. And we can also use that modulus, so we can transform A into whatever the remainder of A is equal to with the modulus of 5. So this value of A should be 1, because looking at the current value of A where it was 16, if we divide it by 5, it fits in really nicely 3 times, but we have that remainder of 1, and that's where we're getting that value. So now A has a value of 1. So this is more of what you can do and how you can write more shorthand formats using assignment operators. And this does save you quite a bit of time and makes your code look a whole lot cleaner. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're looking at comparison operators. And essentially, comparison operators allow us to return a Boolean value. So we're taking a comparison of 2 values and seeing if they are true or false. So basically, if we have a value on one side, 2 equal signs, and a value on the other side, if it's equal, and this is equal, and it's not including the type, then that's the 2 equal signs, so we'll return back true. 3 equal signs, we're looking at the type as well. If they're not equal, then we return back false. And here, we're doing a comparison. So this is not equal to. So basically, Welcome back. In this lesson, we're looking at comparison operators. And essentially, comparison operators allow us to return a Boolean value. So we're taking a comparison of two values and seeing if they are true or false. So basically, if we have a value on one side, two equal signs, and a value on the other side, if it's equal and this is equal and it's not including the type, then that's the two equal signs, so we'll return back true. Three equal signs, we're looking at the type as well. If they're not equal, then we return back false. And here, we're doing a comparison. So this is not equal to. So basically, if we've got a value here and it's not equal to the other value, then we're returning back true. And over here, we're looking at the type as well. And then we've got a greater than, equal to, less than, or less than, equal to. So let's go take a look at this within our console. So opening up our editor, it's going to refresh that page. And we know that within our source code, we've still got a value of A. So now let's do some comparisons of those values. And we are going to be returning back a Boolean value. So it's either going to be true or false. So we can see that if A is equal to B, and we need to have the two equal signs, we see that we get returned back false. So if we do something like A minus minus, and we do equal to, maybe we can do B times 2. We see that that's still false. So basically, A minus minus is equal to B times 2. So A should now be equal to 10. So now when I do that, it's true, because the value of A is 10 and B times 2 is 10. And we can see that returning back the value of A, we see that it is 10. So these are Boolean values that are being returned back by these comparisons, and we can string a number of them together. So let's do some more just to get some more practice in. Let's check out A, and we'll check to see if A is equal to or not equal to B. And what do you think the value here that's going to be returned back? And that's true, because A is not equal to B. So that's a true statement, and basically we're returning back that Boolean value of true. And this is the opposite of looking if A is equal to B, and that's false there. And one of the other ones that I wanted to look at is that third equal sign. So if we have a value of A and we have a value of 10, then we see that we're still getting true. So even though we're comparing a number to a string, we're actually not looking at the type, and that's where we're getting the value of 10 being returned. But if we add in that third equal sign, that basically means that this comparison is between a value of A, which is a number, so we are looking at the type, and a value of 10, which is a string, and this is going to return back false because these are no longer true. And if we want to get back a true, then we just add in that exclamation mark, and now we're checking to see if the value of A is not absolutely equal to the value of the second value, which is 10, a string 10, and we see that that's not true because A is, even though it is equal to 10, it's not equivalent to a string value of 10. So there is a big difference between the different types, and this is where it can become evident. And when you're doing these comparisons, if you absolutely want that value to equal, then just use the three equal signs. If the type actually doesn't matter, so you might have various variables switching types throughout your code, and you want to just make sure that A is equal to the second value, then you can just use the two equal signs. So there's various scenarios that you could use those. The other ones where we've got greater than, so we're going to see A is greater than B, and that's true because 10 is greater than 5. We can also do the reverse. We can see if A is less than B, and this is obviously going to be false because these are opposites. So we've got less than and greater than, and we've got another one that we can do equal to. So A is less than A, which is false, and A is greater than A, which should also be false. So we've got this middle ground here because A is equal to A, so we can combine those together where we can do greater than or equal to, and we can also do less than or equal to. And that comes back as true because A is obviously equal to value of A. And in the upcoming lessons, when we start applying conditions to our code, and we're going to see that this is going to be very important for logic within our JavaScript applications. So all of this is coming up in the upcoming lessons. Welcome back, and we're going to do a quick lesson on string operators. So earlier we saw that we were working with numbers and we can do all kinds of combinations and math with numbers. So if we have strings, we actually get fairly limited to what we can actually do with the strings. So I'm going to transform all of these into string values, and maybe we'll keep one as a numeric value. So save that, refresh the page. So now if I go to A, we see that we get a value of string. So we can actually do A plus B, and we get a return value of string there. And we can also reassign the value of A, so we can do A equals A plus B. So now we know that this now is that combined value of A plus B. So with string values, we are fairly limited. We can't do a whole lot more. We can shorten this slightly. So if we had, instead of doing A equals A plus B, we can do A plus B. So just like we did the numbers, we can add, so let's add world to this string. So now when I do A, I've got that new value, I've added world to it. So this is the same thing that we could do with the numbers, where we could shorten the A equals A plus B, and we just do plus equals, and that adds that content to the string. However, we can't do minus. So we can't do A equals A minus B. So that returns a non, so this is not a number, and this is where some of these operators are actually reserved for numbers. So it's only the plus sign, and essentially for strings that's concatenating it together. So that's all that you're able to do with strings. You're able to only add those together. And if you try to do anything else, then you're going to get NaN, and that's short for not a number. And essentially JavaScript is saying this is not available because these two are not equivalent to numeric values. So it can't understand how we can subtract one from the other because they're essentially string values. So that's an important thing to note when you're looking at string operators in JavaScript. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at JavaScript logical operators. So logical operators allow you to combine various comparisons together. So with comparisons, we know that we had these Boolean values that were being returned, so they allow us to extend that on multiple conditions where we've got this logic that we can apply. So let's open up our console. We're going to refresh our page, and with these ones, so these allow us to create even more complex statements. So we saw that we could do something, let's see the value of A. So the value of A currently is string, so if we do value of A equals string, that actually should be two equal signs, we know that we get a value of true being returned. So we can wrap it within brackets and we can extend it. So we can see that if A is equal to string and if B is equal to 10, then we see that what's happening here is that we're getting returned back false. And that's because one of these statements here is false. So basically we're doing a logical operator, so we're applying logic to this. So we're seeing if this is true and this is false, then we return back false. So basically the same thing as saying false and true is false, but true and true is true. So true and true is true, and false and false. So if this one was false, so false and false is false. So that's the important thing to remember when you're using AND, that you're checking to see that entire statement. So we've got one that's false, one that's true, so we end up with false. So just like what we've got down here. And you can also combine additional statements, so you can add another AND there, so we could do false and false and false, and obviously this one is still going to be false because all we've got is false. So false and false and false, so that means that it's false. So basically if one of these falses was a true, it wouldn't really matter because we'd still be getting false back. And we could string together a number of trues. If we have one false, it will always divert back to false. So trues all have to be the same. They all have to be trues. Falses can be any combination of trues and false, and it will always come back as false. We also have the option to do ORs. So ORs give us the power to have, if we have a false, but if we have at least one true, then we're going to return back the true. So essentially it's the opposite of what we're seeing here, the AND, that we're able to return back true. So if any one of these is true, then we get a value of true, as opposed to ANDs where we have, if we have a false and a true, then we get back false. There's another one too that we want to look at, and that's not. So not essentially gives you the ability to do not and add a not in front of it. So we can do, we're going to use the rounded brackets for now, so we can see that if 10 is equal to 10 or 11, let's do 10 is equal to 10 first. We see that we get a value of true because basically what it's happening here is it's flipping them. So we have to see that if 10 is equal to 10, then it's true. So basically, if this would typically be returning true, we place the not in front of it, then what we're doing is flipping the Boolean, so we're getting a false instead of a true. And here, this statement would be false, but we're flipping it with the not, and that's returning back true. You can also do something like this. So if you had only the one value, and we can see that that comes back as false because it's actually got nothing to compare it to. And if we just do a number 10, and we actually can't get the value of true, but because 10 exists, then basically that means that 10 is true. And because 10 exists, so this would be true, but when we place the not, then we get false in front of it. And you can use various combinations of these on various statements. So we could do something like if 10, so we know that the not, so because 10 exists, it's going to be, so maybe a better way to do that is to do and 5 plus 5. So we see that we get that value of 10 being returned there. Because we're doing that AND. So we need to always make sure that we're doing a proper comparison where we're getting those Boolean values back, and that way if we're actually getting those Boolean values back, then we can see that we're actually returning back either a true or a false. So that's why this one here doesn't work, because it didn't work over here, and we actually have a return value here of true. So this would be coming back as true, but we also have a rendering out of a numeric value, so we're getting that value entered in there. So this is different than doing a and 5 is greater than 4. So these are going to be two Boolean values that are being returned, and that's where we're able to get a value of true, because a exists and 5 is greater than 4, so we get return back value of true. So that's the Boolean value. And if we wanted to flip it, so if we want to see if a didn't exist, so that would be true if a wasn't there, we could do something like that, and let's do that same one here. So 5 less than 4, and this is where we get false. If we change a to an undefined value, we get that d is undefined. So we can't use undefined values and flip them because they're not yet defined as a value, and that's therefore they're non-existent, but we're not getting that that return value of false and being able to flip it over to true. work with logical operators, and there's only 3, and of course you could string together multiple ones, returning back a whole bunch of logic within your JavaScript. And the power of these is going to be really apparent when we start introducing our conditional statements within our JavaScript code. In this lesson, we're going to start using our editor and create some interaction between the user and our JavaScript code. So previously we worked quite a bit within the console, and we didn't really have a really good user interaction. Essentially, we had nothing that the user could see on our page other than our HTML. So let's go ahead and start creating some type of interaction. So the first thing that I want to look at is the alert. So alert gives you the ability to send an alert over to the user's screen. And much like what we were doing with the console, where we're doing console log, so this essentially is an object with a method, we need to also do the same thing for alerts. So the alerts are contained within the window object, and so we put window ahead of that, and then we do alert, and we've got our output here, and then this is what actually gets output to the user. So we could have it as a string value, so we could have something like hello world, and then we can output a, or we could output hello world directly first. So I'll show you how this works. Save it, refresh it, and we see we get this little pop-up window, and we can't continue with the page until we actually hit OK. So we're waiting for some user interaction, and this is where we can start using our variables to save us some time in repetitive code where we want to output this message to the user, and we're holding that message within a variable, and then the same thing that the user has to hit OK in order to continue it out. And that's how we can add in some interaction between our users and our JavaScript. Take this interaction another step forward, and we can use prompts. So I'm going to just comment out this alert because I don't want this alert popping up all the time, and now we're going to use prompt. Alert simply had a message for the user, and prompt allows us to take that one step further, where it allows us to get some intake of content. So I'm going to just call my variable intake, and we're going to set it up as prompt. And then prompt is able to use various values here. So we're able to set that same type of prompt as we're using for hello, where we refresh it, and we've got hello world here. But then we've got that input field. So now I'm able to actually input a value. So I'm going to enter a value of Lawrence there, and we see that now because we set a variable that holds the value that was taken in from prompt. If I type in intake, I see that I've got that value. And this actually gives me the ability to start creating some interaction and working with the content that the user is inputting. Now, a lot of times you're not going to see prompt and alerts used, just because they're very basic, and there's a lot better ways to create interactions with users. But it is important to understand that these are available, and this is how you can start using our variables and start getting some dynamic content being added to it. So if we wanted to, we could set that value of intake, and we could do another variable where we've got b equals a plus intake, and we can build out a brand new string just with those values that are being input here within that prompt. So now I can refresh it, and I'll just type in a value here. So when I hit enter, I can see that now I've got a value for b is hello world and whatever was input there on the prompt itself. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to do a quick overview where we can actually change some of that input that's available within our HTML. So we notice that we've had this HTML JavaScript, it's just been sitting there. With JavaScript, it's got a really great ability to actually interact with what's being presented to the user. So all of the stuff that we've been doing right now has been within the console, and this wouldn't typically be visible to the user. But we can, however, use JavaScript to do something to make it actually visible to the user. And that's where we can use the document object. So much like we were using the window, we were using the console, we've got an object called the document. And essentially the document is all of the contents here that are contained within the visible area of the web page, and we can write to that document. So we've got a method where we can write to it, and we can write some content to it. So let's just change and let's just add document write hello, refresh it, and we see there's our hello that we've written using JavaScript. And now when I go into the HTML, I can see that I've got hello written there. So what's happened here is that this script got executed, the statement got executed, and basically JavaScript added that hello within that HTML code right now. So it rendered it out as it normally would, but over here it encountered that JavaScript command and it made that execution of the command. So this actually makes it really interesting because we can set up a variable of a, and we can have a value of prompt your name, and then we can say hello and maybe comma that, add it together and add whatever value is being returned there, save that, refresh that. So now we've got asking our name, and when we enter in our name, it continues writing out the script and writes a customized message to the user, taking in that content that we've added in here within the prompt. So with prompts and alerts, it's important to understand that this creates that intake and that connection between what the user is experiencing and JavaScript. And this is really what JavaScript is all about, creating that connection and doing something with that connected content and being able to display something dynamically customized for that user and creating that interactive experience for the user. So taking it away from just being a static web page that was just saying JavaScript and that was just rendering out that HTML code and making that interaction with customized content. And as we progress through this course, you're going to see that with JavaScript, there's a lot of power behind it, and there's a lot of things you can do with JavaScript. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at JavaScript objects. Objects give us the ability to store multiple values within one variable, such as the example down here below where the variable is actually person, and we've got a number of values that we're able to store in there. So we've got first name, we've got a last name, we've got an age, and so on and so on, all comma separated, and all of that object information sits within these curly brackets. And all of the objects within our JavaScript object are key paired values. So essentially we've got our index value, so our key value here, and then the value that's associated. So in order to return back these values, that's where we use the keys to get the values that are associated with them. So let's check this out within our console. So now let's create an object. And actually I'm going to create that object as variable, and we're going to call it person. So much like what we saw in our example, so we've got the curly brackets, and let's start with just that, refresh it, and we see that now we've got person, and JavaScript knows that this is an object. It's been defined as an object, but it's an empty object. And we don't have anything being held in here. And we can add to this object really easily by doing first name and then setting either a string or a number or a Boolean value or any type of data type. And we'll put a name in there, so first name. So now when I list out person, we see we've got the object first name is Mike. And we can also add in additional object values. So we don't have to define person.firstname like we did with the variables, where we set variable person first name and we would get this undefined value. So because this object is already defined, we can really easily add additional content in it. So we defined person, and we want to add even more content into that. So we could do something like we could add another name, or we could add a last name. So if we add another name, that will overwrite that first name, or we can just create a new one called last name. So now when I list out person, we've got these two values that we're holding in there, first name, last name. And we can go so on, and you could continue to add in additional values into that object. And the really nice thing about objects, it's all nicely contained within that one variable, so you can really associate these values to that one variable, so much as what we've done here, that if we've got a person, we want to have that person has various characteristics like the first name, it's got another characteristic like a last name, and so on, and all of this are contained within one logical value, which is person. Notice one other thing too, that if we want to recall those values, so much like what we've been doing with the assignment operator, where we're setting a value of an item within our object, we can also retrieve that value. So that we can do by specifying that object's parent, so that object essentially, and we've got the dot notation, and then we've got the last name, so we've got that object, so the value. So this is the name, so we've got the object and the name associated, and basically that returns back that value. Just to show you that we've got type of, if we do type of person, we see that it's being returned back as an object. So also you might have noticed as well that when we were typing document write, and we were typing in some content here, so we'll just do hello, that this is defined as document, and then we've got dot write, and we can output hello into our document. So this is also an object, and this is something that we are going to look at in a lot more detail as we progress, but objects are everywhere within JavaScript, and there's a lot of different ways that objects are presented within JavaScript. So the document is the object, and it's got a value within it called write, which is actually a method because we've got the rounded brackets around it, and we're passing an argument in there. So we are going to learn more about this when we look at functions, but essentially within the object we are able to contain functions and then execute that content within the function. And a function is essentially just a self-contained unit of code that can be executed and called to. And we can also place those within objects, and I am going to show you that when we're looking at functions. And there is actually, when it comes to objects, there's a number of ways to access the content of the object. So we can access it by the decimal there and specify the object name there. And notice that we don't have any quotes around there. We can, however, do quotes around there as well, and that will allow us to format that. The naming convention is the same. We need to start it with a value that we can associate with and easily write it out. So if we actually had spaces in there, that wouldn't work, that would break it, and so on. And if we wanted to use more dynamic values to return back these variables, let's show you that in the upcoming lesson. So I'm going to show you another way to access the information contained within an object. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to dive deeper into objects. So previously we saw that we can set objects, and if we have something like name and we do these paired values, so we have the key and then we have the associated value to it. And then we can comma separate it, and we can add additional values in here. So this is maybe if so maybe this is our friends, and we've got a bunch of people that we're friends with, and we're going to list out all of their names here. And let's just do one more name. So we've got 3 people that we're friends with. When I refresh it, I can do our friends, and I can see it's an object. It's got 3 names in there. If I want to get access to the first one, then I can say our friends dot name 1, and I can see I've got the first person and so on. So let's make this a little bit more dynamic. And I did mention that there are actually other ways that we can output our content from our objects and actually calling this information and make it more dynamic. So notice that this is essentially, we can break it apart and we can say that the key value is, the key for this is a string and a numeric value. So if we had something like we set a variable value of a and we set it at 1, and let's console log this out. And now if we wanted to output the value of our friends and we want it the first name there and do it like this, we can see when we refresh it, we are outputting that first name. So the other way to do that, and a way that makes it more dynamic, and of course you got to use this depending on how you want to implement your code. So we can have something like this where we've got this bracketed version of our object and outputting that content. So when I refresh it, same thing, we're referring to this object by the key, and the key is just formatted with square brackets and quoted, so treating it just as it would any other string value instead of that actual named value there for the key. So doing this, we see that because this is essentially a string value, we can do something like name plus a, and we know that the value of a is 1, and we know the value of this is a string, and when we add a string to a numeric value, we get a string value. So essentially we should be returning back a value of name a, and when we do that we don't see any difference. So next, if we want to make this more dynamic, we could increment a, and then we could do this, and we could also increment it maybe one more time. And let me show you what happens now. We actually get all of the named values there. And this essentially has given us the ability to dynamically generate those names simply by returning back the value of a and incrementing a, and that gave us the ability to select the different key values which had values associated with those. So this is an important concept in JavaScript because the more dynamic and the more flexible you can make your code, the better. So if there is a case for having an object with multiple values that you might want to loop through, then this is one way that you can present that content. And this actually, there's actually more ways that you can do this as well, and we're going to look at that when we look at arrays in the upcoming lesson. But if we want to actually output the content, and this format, we've only got the ability to have the one name. So each of the items here within the object have only one value associated with it, and we loop through it. And if this is all we need, we can do it this way. And if we actually need each one of these to have its own set of objects and information attached to it, then there's other ways to do this, and we can create this within our JavaScript. So upcoming, I'll show you how you can create a more dynamic object and pull out those values as well. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to look at objects in more detail. So previously we saw that we've got this dynamic ability that we can loop through various objects and we can get content associated with them. So we're going to make a slight update to this, and instead of just names, we're going to change these to people, and essentially they're going to be objects within objects, and I'm going to show you how we can go through these and actually get even more value and contain even more information within our friend's object. So the really nice thing about objects is we can have objects within objects. So instead of name, I'm going to change this to person because it's going to make a little bit more sense. And instead of having only just that one value within the person, we're going to go back to all of those previous values. So I'm going to have one that's called name, and maybe we'll just keep it really simple. We'll have one that's called age. So it's going to be tracking two values per person, And I'm going to keep that same similar format over here and the same similar format. Just going to beautify the content of this page so it's more readable. And this is something that you can do with JavaScript within the editor, so we can see that that one is there. And let's just copy and paste this one. So notice that it's all just comma separated, and now I'll just update the values. So we've got 3 names and they've got all different ages. And now once we loop through here, let's just console log out. Actually, that should be person. So just keeping within that same format. So we've got a bunch of friends here, and we've got even more characteristics to them. So initially, the problem was that we were only tracking the name within our original format, and now we want to get more information on them. So you can do this combination of the different values here, where first of all, we see that instead of outputting just the name, we're actually outputting that entire object. So essentially what we're doing is the same as if we were to just output our friends. We can see that that's an object, and then in each one of these, so we see we've got the 3 people, and this essentially is what we're looping through over here, where we're incrementing by 1, so we're seeing the value of person 1, person 2, person 3, and then within these, we've got another object. And that's where we're not actually seeing the outputs of the names. So if we want to see the name, so then we have to reference that key value again, and because we're not doing it dynamically, we're just going to use the decimal and the name of the object. So let's refresh that now, and now we can see we've got the names just being output. And we can do the same thing for these values, where we can say dot person and maybe dot 2, and if we want to get their age, we can pull that information back easily. So objects can contain other objects within them, and that makes them a whole lot more flexible and versatile when you're interacting with the content, and you can do this indefinitely. So if you have our friends, a person, and maybe there's the cars they drive, so maybe they've got more cars than some might have less cars, so you can create that in another object as well just by simply doing cars. And we've got another list here, so I've got another object within here, and then here we can simply do the same format where we did before. So car make, and maybe we want to do car value, and so on. So now when I list out, so let me refresh it, and sorry, there was just a problem there. So just going to take a quick look at that. I do have to add in the comma there, so I had added in the next object and I hadn't added the comma. So now we see that once we list out the value of our friends, we can see that that first person has some additional information within cars, and we can continue to build out objects within objects and contain multiple values. And generally, when you are making out multiple objects within them, so if you're setting the value of cars, you should also specify the value for that one as well. So that makes the code a lot more flexible. So now if I do our friends, and if I do person 2, and let's say that I try to access cars, then I'm actually going to get undefined. Whereas if I do person 1, I have a defined value. So again, this keeping the same structure is usually advisable. There are also cases when you don't necessarily need to do that, and you can put in a condition to see if this cars is undefined, then you could just skip maybe the output of it if needed. So do try to keep them within that same structure, but it's not 100% necessary if you're not going to be calling to those items, or if you add in a condition to check to see if it actually exists, or if it's defined or undefined. Welcome back, and I just wanted to add in one additional piece of information with objects. And objects are, these are JavaScript objects, but you can also format JavaScript objects. So JSON objects are based around JavaScript objects, so they look very similar. The difference is that your key names need to have quotes around them, and you can also do this within JavaScript. So if I do something like person1, and I just simply quote around it, it doesn't actually make a difference on the output. So this can be a single quote or a double quote, and unless I'm actually trying to write some JSON formatted content, then it's not going to make a difference within my outputs in JavaScript. Typically, if it's just staying within JavaScript, you might not see the quotes around it, but there are occasions where if the developers are creating a JSON formatted object, they're going to quote around it because JSON is going to make it a whole lot more versatile, and that is really essentially the big difference between JavaScript objects and JSON objects. And the really nice thing about JSON is that this is a really human readable format where you can read the content that's available within that object, and you can see that the way that it's laid out here, you can really easily identify that there's 3 people here. They each have a name, so the names are identified. They each have an age associated with them, and the person 1 might have some additional details. And you can really easily see this data and make use of that data within your programming just simply by taking a look at it. And another thing that I want to just specify is that we also have the ability to make updates. So now if I wanted to update something like the car make, so I can specify that, and I can also update it to be, so I'll update that Ford to be a GM, and now when I specify what the value of it is, that we see that that value has now changed. So we've updated the value. And just like what we were doing over here, we can specify and we can update the values with those square brackets as well. So now I've got fairly long objects here because we've got multiple objects nested within them. But let's just type that out, that we've got the my friends, and we'll access the person 1. And we've got the name, so the name is, and we'll do the square brackets, so age, and we'll update the age to be 50. So now that this value of this person is now 50 for the age. So we can use these interchangeably as needed. So we could just as easily, instead of console logging out, we can update those name values as we increment that value using this type of format in order to output our content. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to be looking at arrays. So arrays, much like objects, contain multiple values and give you the ability to set one variable that has multiple values within it. And arrays are similar to objects, and they're actually defined as objects, and they can contain multiple pieces of value. But the difference between arrays is that the index, you don't have to set a key value. They're based around an index, and the index essentially starts at a value of 0. So let's open up our editor, and we saw that initially we created an object called our friends. Now let's take that object, and instead of using an object for our friends, we're going to use an array. And the format initially starts out very similar, but we're using the squared brackets. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment that out because I just want to have it here for reference sake. So now when I go out into my page, I refresh it, I list out our friends. So I'm not going to have all of that information. I see that I've got this empty array and I don't have any contents within there. If I do type of our friends, we see that that's actually an object. So the data type of an array is actually an object. So let's take this one step further. So typically, if we want to define our friends and we had a name, we would, for variables, we would do something like variable name friend, and then we would list out the name. So it's similar type format where we can list out a bunch of people here, and we can comma separate them. So much like what we did here within the object, but we don't actually have to worry about those named values. So now when I refresh it, I list out our friends array. We see that we've got access to all of these values that are sitting within the array, and if I wanted to pick a specific value, I can specify the array, and instead of actually specifying the key, we're using the index value. So we know that an array starts out with 0, so the first value in the array is going to be array index value of 0, and this is how we can return values that are within our array. So the next one, if we want to return back Mike, it would be 1. If we want to return back David, it would be 2. If we try to return back one that doesn't exist, we get undefined. So just like within objects where we don't have a definition of a value, we always get that undefined value. So that basically means that that one is empty and there's been nothing that's been placed within it. We can also define values within arrays. So if we want to set a value for, let's say, number 1, and we want to change Mike to Tim, we could see that now if we list out the value of 1, now it contains that new value that we've assigned to that particular item in the array. And if we list out the array, we can see that now that item index number 1 has a new value, and that value is Tim. So we can really easily reassign values, and you're probably wondering, well, what happens if I don't know how many items are within the array and I just want to assign to the next available slot, or maybe I want to take a slot and I'm not sure that number 3 hasn't been assigned, but I don't know that, and I want to assign it to number 9, for instance. So I can still go ahead and I can assign the value of Mike to number 9, and when I call back that index value, I can retrieve back the information. But watch what happens when I actually list out the array. So notice that arrays actually have one default value that's contained with them. It's a default property that has a length, and basically this length tells you how many items are sitting within the array. So now when I list out that our friends array, we see that we actually have a length of 10, and all of the middle ones, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, are all undefined. So it does reserve the spot, so we can force it to go into index value number 9 if we so need it to, but all of the ones in between are going to get registered. So your array length is going to increase even though these are undefined, and of course we haven't set any values to it, so that's why it's being returned as undefined. So there are ways to add in content into the array, and arrays have a lot of these built-in methods that provide a lot of useful functionality with arrays. So we're going to take a look at that in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to take arrays one step further. So one of the things within arrays, we saw that we can return back the length of the array. So let me just refresh this, and we're just going to list out our array, and we see that we've got 3 items in the array, and we've got this length property. So we actually have access to length if we need to access it, and we can see how many items are in the array, and knowing that it starts out at 0, we know that the next available slot is going to be 3 because we're starting out at 0 and we've got 3 items in there, so the next available one is going to be 3. So if we're sequentially adding it, we can do something like this where we've got our friends and we can do our square brackets so that our index is whatever the length is, and we can equal it to new item. So basically we've added a new item into our array, and then now when we list it out, we see that it's taken the next available slot because we don't have any empty slots there, and even though we're counting the length, we can assume that the next available index value is going to be the same as the number of length within the array, because again we're starting with 0. So this is important to remember as well, that arrays always start with the index 0. So that first item is always going to be 0. So this gives you one way to add items to the array, and it's probably not the best way because it's not reliable, and when we're coding our JavaScript we always want to take the shortest, most reliable function that we have available to us. So because this works doesn't necessarily mean that it's the best way, and it is fairly long, so there is a bunch of built-in methods within arrays. A better way is to simply do our friends and use the built-in method push, and then what we need here is a value, so next item. So by default what's going to happen here is that it's going to push it within the next available slot. So now when we list out our friends, we see that that next item actually is getting placed within there, and we see that now it's being added into our array. So push is one way that we can add content into the array, and if we're doing it within our editor, we can simply add in that next item, and let's just console log out the value of our friends, and then I'll clear that up and I'll refresh our page. So we see that we've got all 4 items there, and we've got that next item there. And this is really great because if, for instance, we've got our friends and we add a bunch of blank ones, so we want to have at position number 10 we want to have a value of new, and now let's go back out to, should be our friends, let's go back and refresh it. We see that the next item gets added at 11, and we've got the length of 12. So even though that would have worked before, because we're still got those 7 undefined that are taking up that spot, and push is adding it to the next available slot, it still works where we did that calculation with the length, but it's not ideal, and push is way simpler. Now if you want to remove items from the array, so you can do something where you've got our friends 11, and let's just set that to nothing, and now let's list out the array. So now we're setting it to a value, but we notice that it's still there. So 11 is still containing something, it's just holding that value of blank. So let's try null. And now when we list out our friends, we see that it's still holding that value of null because null is a data type. So really it doesn't look like there's really a good way to get rid of it, and that's where the methods come back in within our JavaScript, because we have the ability to remove them by using pop. So our friends pop, and we don't need to specify any specific argument there, because simply we're going to remove out that last item there. And now when I list out the our friends, we see that we finally got rid of index number 11, and we're back to what our original was by using pop, gave us the ability to remove out that what we added back in. So next, if we do this and then we console log that out, we should see that next item is actually removed out of our list. So refreshing it, we see that that next item is added in within line 11, and within line 13 we're simply removing it back out and bringing our array back to our initial starting point here that we had set out. Now there's quite a few other methods, so we're going to be going through those in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back, and in the previous lesson we saw how powerful arrays can be. They've got a bunch of methods that are built in and gives you even more you can do with arrays. So this lesson we're going to extend on that, and I'm going to show you some more really cool things that you can do with arrays. So once you've set up your array, you've created the array, you might have added, you might have removed some items from that array, and when you're typing out that array, it's always being returned back within that array format. So this sometimes might not be the ideal way to handle the content, and especially if maybe you're saving it to a database and you want to have it all within one entry within the database, or you're saving it within the browser storage, you don't want to have a bunch of different variables storing that information, and you might want to just have one simple string value to store. So you can easily convert an array into a string, so we're going to do that, and this is a method here, so we're going to select our friends, and this one, now we're going to use the built-in method to string, and let's also, okay, we'll just refresh the page, and now when I put out F, we see that it's no longer within an array format, it's within a string format. And notice as well too that it has all of the placeholders there, so it's just comma separating out all of that content that we have within the array. So another format might be that you might get all of these items and you might be taking them in as a string value. So typically when you're submitting a form, all of that content, if you've got multiple items within that form, it gets submitted as a string format. So you might get something like variable G, and this one is going to be just a string value, comma separated, bunch of comma separated values. So when I refresh it, and if I type in G, then basically, obviously, we're just getting that same string value that we had in F. And we can actually convert that. We're going to use H, and this is going to be a conversion of the string, and we're going to join that string into and convert it actually into an array. And this is where we can use split. So let's take G and we're going to split that and convert it into array. So we need to also specify how we want to break that apart, so we can split that array, and we're going to comma separate it out, the split. So via the comma, so let's refresh this, and now let's see what H looks like, and we see that H now has converted that string using split, so comma separated, and output it within an array format. So once it splits it by comma, then we know that that's converting it back into an array. We have even more options. So over here we use toString, so instead of H I'm going to use I, and instead of using toString we can be more specific where we can join it by comma separating it. So let's refresh that again, and now when I list out I, we get that same toString format. So this is another way of doing that, but the join is actually even more flexible because it gives me the ability to add in various characters there as well. So now instead of comma separated out, it's asterisk separated, and I can also split those now via the asterisk and then bring that back into our array format. So quite a lot of flexibility with what you can do here. Another way to work with arrays, so we saw that we could remove elements from the array. So I'm going to just simply refresh that, and we're going to go back to looking at our friends array. So we saw that we had the ability to remove the last item, add an item in, and you can also add and remove items as the first item within the array. So for instance, if I wanted to shift something, and basically it's shifting that array, and we want to shift it over one. What shift will do is shift will actually remove that first item, and we see that Lawrence gets returned, and now when I list it out, Lawrence is actually gone from the array. So that's one way that we can remove the first item, and the opposite of shift is going to be unshift. And this is where we need to specify a value, and let's add Lawrence back in. So we're going to reverse what we did in the previous statement, where we're adding that item back in and we're shifting Lawrence back into the array, and now when we list out the array, we're back to that original array format where we've got Lawrence as that first item there within the array. So we have the ability to shift and add item values depending at the start or the beginning of the array. We can also delete items from the array. So if I wanted to delete something, and we can be more specific with what we're deleting. So basically it's a delete function and delete our friends, and we can specify which index item we want to remove out. So if we wanted to remove out David, we could specify that, and then now when we list this out, we see that David is gone from our array. And just like what we were showing you earlier, we can specify which one to delete, and we can also be more specific where we add new items into the array. So that gave us the ability to delete a specific entry or index value, and let's add something in. So again, we're specifying that the array that we wanted to use, and we're going to use splice this time. And splice gives us the ability to add new items into the array. So we saw that we deleted the second item. So this is where we want to add the item. And splice can actually also be used to delete items. So starting at 2, and we've got all those undefined. So maybe if we want to clear all of those out, first I'll show you how splice can be used to remove items, and I'll show you how to use splice to add in items. So next we need to specify how many elements will be removed. So I believe that we've got 8 there. So we're going to splice at 2 and 8, and we also have the ability to add new items in there as needed within the splice. So let's add that one that we removed out, and let's add David back in there. So that's the one that we're going to add in. So now we've got 8 items that we removed. We added in David back into the array, and I believe we probably should have started with 7, because again we're starting at a count of 0, so even though there was 8, we're starting at a position of 2 and including that position item. So we don't have to include that within the splice. So that's what happened there, but when I go back out and if I list out the array, so now we just have those 4 items within the array, and we've removed multiple items. And we've added one more in here using splice. So you don't have to do that, but you can simply use splice in a number of ways. So this was one way where we could remove and add. Another way to use splice is we can specify that we want to remove, and maybe we want to remove. So now we're going to splice at 2. And let's list out our friends. So we didn't remove anything, and let's splice at 2 and remove 1. So we're taking David back out of our array, and now when we list it out, we see that we're back down to a length of 3, and we've got only 3 items available in our array. We can even do quite a bit more with arrays, where if we want to create a brand new array, we can utilize the slice method, and that gives us the ability to take our existing array and create a new array out of it. So that I'm going to be showing you in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back. In the previous lesson we saw all the really cool things we can do with arrays, and actually we can do even more. So let's set up a brand new array from our existing array. So we'll just call this one n friends, so just make it short, and essentially this one is going to be equal to our friends, but we might want to remove some of those friends, so they might not be the friends that we want to have access to. And what slice does is it actually gives us the ability to slice out part of that array. So if we do slice, we can see that we can remove out a piece of that array. So let's try slice 2, and we're going to take David, and I'll show you what happens here. So now when I type in end friends, you're going to see that end friends essentially sliced that original array starting at David, but it kept in all that undefined values that were there. Slice is even more powerful. So if we wanted to take that array starting at this point and get all the values, we can do that. But what happens if we only wanted maybe Mike and David within this array? So we can specify the starting point to be index item number 1, so that's Mike, and we might want to only take 2 items returning back from that slice. So we're going to specify that we've got a starting argument and now when I take a look at n-friends, I can see that all I'm returning back is Mike because I'm starting at 1 and I'm ending at 2, so that's not including David there. So if I want to include David, then I would have to end at 3. So refreshing it again, and I'll show you that now n-friends has Mike and David. So we're able to pull out a part of the string. And that's another really powerful part of the strings of working with arrays. There's also even more we can do with arrays. So we have the ability of these built-in functions within our arrays where we can do a sorting of the array contents. So if, for instance, we want to sort them alphabetically, we see that now it's being returned back and David has taken the first position, Lawrence, Mike, new, and then the undefines are all last. So we see that we can really easily sort and sort the contents of the array. We can also reverse the order of the arrays. So if we wanted to sort it, but then after we want it to reverse the order, we can do that. Or we could just simply reverse the order of the arrays, and we see that now the undefines are at the start, and whereas now the numbers are backwards, the characters are back, so starting David is last instead of being first. So that gives us the ability to sort. Sort also works numerically. So if, for instance, I had some numbers in here, and I'll show you how those play into the array. And then what we'll do is we'll sort and we'll reverse those. Refreshing the page, and I'm going to just comment out that and comment out that because we don't actually need to see these all the time. So now we've got our listing of our friends, and we want to take a look if we have our numeric values. So let's first list out the array, our friends. We've got a bunch of values in there, and now if I sort that, we see that all of the numbers are before the characters and it's numerically sorted. And again, if we want to sort it backwards, we could just simply reverse the array. So there's quite a lot of power within the ability to sort our arrays. And arrays have so much flexibility with all of these methods that they are one of the best ways to store data and manipulate data within JavaScript. And just like objects, you can actually have arrays within arrays. So I'll show you, and we can also do a combination, so we can have an array with objects and so on. So I'll show you that in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to look at even more of what we can do with arrays, and then we're going to look at arrays within arrays and objects combined with arrays, providing really powerful tools in order to store and sort and access data within your JavaScript. So within arrays, we saw how we could build out an array, and we can actually find values depending on what index they are within the array. So this is another really useful feature within arrays. So if, for instance, I've got the our friends array, and I wanted to see what index value Mike contained, I can use the our friends array, and I could use the method index of. I need to specify the item that I'm looking for within the array. So for this instance, I'm looking for Mike, and I want to find its Mike's position within the array. So I see that it gets returned back as a value of 5, and this I can utilize if I wanted to output the value of Mike. So now I know it's 5, so I can see that our friends 5 is also equal to Mike. So there is even more we can do with this as well. So if, for instance, we're looking to see if a value is actually contained within an array, we can do something like this. So this value is not going to be contained within the array. Make this a little bit bigger here. So it's all falling on one line. So we've got index of Larry. let's hit enter, and we see that we get a return value of -1. So anything that we put in there, if it's not available within the array, if it has no index value, then it always gets a -1. And this is one way where we can see if actually a value is contained within the array. And we'll see more about this when we add conditions into our JavaScript, but essentially this gives us the ability to find a position of an item in an array, and we can also find out if something is contained within the array using this very simple method. One other method that I wanted to still include is, so we've got our friends array, and we can also do a reverse of that. So we can specify the method reverse. And basically what this will do is this will reverse the order of the array. So it was the same thing that we were doing earlier where we were sorting, and this gave us the ability to kind of quickly flip that original order of the array backwards. So checking to see and entering in the name of the array, and we're going to see that we get a Boolean value returned there. So we get that value of true because this is an array, and if we have something that isn't an array, we're going to see that we get this undefined. So it's not necessarily that it's undefined, but we're not able to pull back an array. And if we try to use one of these defaults that we already have here, where we have something like G, to see if G is an array, we can see that we get false because G is actually a string. So going by what we have available here, we know that G is actually a string and it's not an array. So the next lesson, we're going to take a closer look at arrays within arrays and objects within arrays, providing a lot of power for storing content and variables and information data within your JavaScript code. Welcome back, and this lesson we're going to bring arrays within arrays, so multiple arrays, and we see that we've got an option here where we can have an array and comma separated out with another array, all sitting within another array. So we've got our array values that we have here, and let's recreate another array to wrap around that, and then I'm going to comma separate out another array. So this one maybe just has some numbers. And I don't want to do objects yet, so maybe I'll do different values there and have them output there. So now we have an array within an array, and typically if we're trying to access our friends, we want the first item, we do a 0. So let's see what happens when we console this out, refresh the page, and we see that we actually get returned that array, that entire array. So we actually get, when we're looking at the first item, the first index item within the array, we're returning that information. We see that it's actually an array as well. So if we output our friends, we see that we've got an array, a length of 2. So our parent array, the main parent, our friends, has 2 items in it, and they're both arrays, and within those ones we can look deeper down. So what happens if you want to call back that information within that array? And this is really easy to do, where we need to specify that index again. So now what we're looking at the first array within the array, so that's going to be 0, because remember, arrays start at 0. And then within this array, we saw it being returned over here, and we see that this has an index value of 2. So let's see what happens. When we refresh it, we're able to access this piece of information. So we've got multiple arrays, and we can pull out information from those arrays. So you can do even more with this, where you can combine objects together with arrays. So for instance, if we have, so we'll just call this one my array, and we've got a number of different objects contained within there. And objects, again, remember that they're contained with the curly brackets. So if we have an object like this, and I'm going to console log out my array, and now let's go take a look at what our output is. So we see that this array actually is seen as an object because we're only got that one item within the array, and within that object we've got 3 items. So we've got an index value of 0, and then we've got all of these named objects. So let's go ahead and access the content of this array. And we can do this as well, where we can comma separate it out, and we can add additional objects and even more information into here. So just as long as we're comma separating it out, so let's add some new names here. And so now we've got another set of names here with name 1, 2, 3, and we've got essentially 2 indexed items there within our array. So all I'm doing is just I'm just cleaning up the code so it's more readable. Refresh it, and we see that once we list out this object, this array, we see we still have a length of 2. So much like what we had up here with the our friends array, where we had an array and then we had 2 arrays within there, we see that we've got 2 objects, and then these objects have their own set of data and values. And I know it can get fairly complex here when you're trying to store data, so always try to keep it in a logical order, in a logical fashion. And if you actually want to access some of this information, we need to first specify the array that we want to access, and then we need to specify that object name. So if we want to return back Dave, remember, these are objects here with the curly brackets, so we're not looking by index, we're looking by these named values, and we're looking for the key name in order to return back the value for it. So now when we refresh it, we're able to access that value, access this value in 2 different formats. When we've got an array within arrays, we've got an object within an array, and you can also flip it around as well, where you can have an object with arrays in them as well. So that would be the third option, where you would have variable my object, and then within the object you could have several different arrays. So for instance, we'll just keep it simple like this, that we have, and I'll just clean that up again so it's more readable, and we'll console log out my object, and I'll show you how to access this data as well. So let's first output it within the console, and we see that we've got an error there, so just going to take a quick look at that. That's because with objects we need to specify that key value, so they're not as easy as the arrays. So maybe we can call it set1, and then this will be set2, and that way we're specifying which set of contents we need that are going to get associated with those arrays. So now when I refresh it, so this was a little bit more complex, where we've got the arrays, but we need to specify them because we're treating them as objects. So we've got my object set1, and we've got an array in there. So if we want to access this, we can do this, and because this is going to be an array, we need to specify the index value of the item that we want to see within the array, and this is again how we can access that value of David. So now looking at just to quickly review this, so the first example is an array within an array. So I'm just gonna write that, and we see that in order to access an array within an array, we need to specify the array index value that we want to say. So we can do this 1, or we can do 0, or we can do 1, because we're starting at 0. And then the next thing, because this is another array, we need to specify that index value again. And if we had another array within there, we could do that again and again and again, and we'd have multiple arrays within that array. Next, we looked at object within array. So this was another way to present our data, and it was a combination of objects and arrays, but our parent was an array and our content was all objects. And of course we could even mix and match this. We could even add in another array as well, so we could have an object within an array and then another array and so on, and it does get fairly complex there. So we'll just leave it at this, and we saw that in order to access it, First, we need to identify the index because we're starting out with an array. The array is the parent, so we need to specify which array item we want to access, and we only have one in there. Or actually, sorry, well, we have two in there, so this would be 0 and this would be 1. So if we were to change this, then name 3 would also change to the corresponding name, which is John. But because arrays start at 0, our first set essentially is going to be this one here, and then afterwards we treat it as we would with an object because we're being really specific with the object name. We've got a key value here, a named value, so we need to specify that name, and we can put it within this type of format. We can also use this format where we've got it quoted, and we can do name3 as well. So it doesn't matter, you can use either one and both will produce the same result. The other option is that we can have an object as the parent, so we have an array within an object. So that was our third option, and again combining arrays and objects for data storage. So we had our object as the parent, so we had to access it as we typically would with a parent, and we had to set some key values here in order to be able to identify the contents of those keys, and those contents of those keys just so happened to be arrays. So after we identified which item we wanted from our object, then we were left with a set of array values, and that's where we picked out number 2, so 0, 1, 2, returning back David. And that's where we're able to see all of them as David because we were able to identify and maneuver through all of these arrays and objects in order to return the data that we're looking for. Welcome back, and remember those operators from several lessons back? This is where we put them to use, and we put them to use with conditionals. So conditionals allow us to apply some logic to our JavaScript applications. It gives us the ability to execute the code and check whether something is true or false, and depending on whether it's true or false, execute out some code. So let's open up our editor, and I'll show you how this works. So we saw that we had a bunch of operators. We could set some values. Maybe we have a value for A, we have a value for B. So maybe this one can be A plus 5 or something like that. So that way our value for B is actually attached to value for A initially when we start out. So if we want to change this, we could always update it to 15 or something like that, and then our value for B would automatically change as well. So the way that we can use conditions is we make a condition, we can make a check. So we do if, and if whatever is true, so we can do it as simple as if A, then we'll just console log out the results for now. So we'll just say true. And I'll show you what happens. So we see that within the console we get true, because what it's doing is it's checking to see if A exists, and because we've already defined A, we get a value being returned there. We see that this is actually true. We can also add in more complex conditions, so we can see if A is greater than B, or actually that should be less than, because A will always be less than B within our stress setup, and we can see now the console log is simply outputting that true. So actually what happens if it's actually not true? So if A is greater than B, so right now nothing happens, because in order to run this statement, this part has to be true. And there is a way actually to take this one step further where we can write a condition, and that's where we bring the else statement in. So basically this is the content that gets evaluated if state is true. It will always evaluate this one. If the statement is false, so that's else, then it will evaluate this code here. And for this one, let's just do the opposite here, or to get away from these booleans, was there and true, was not correct and false. So that way we have a little bit more coming out into our console. So now when I refresh it, so first of all we get was correct and false, because, or it should say actually it was not correct and false. So it says, so basically we know that A is 5, B is A plus 5, so that's 10. So we know that A greater than B is not true. So if we were to actually output that here, we see that we get false being returned. So if, for instance, we want to make an update on this and we want to add an additional condition, we can do that as well, and that's where we get if else. So this actually gives us another option to check to see if something else is true. So we can do else if, and then here we can specify another condition. So maybe for this one we'll say if A is less than B, and this is maybe where we need to get a little bit more defined here. So this one is also true. And the one that's actually for the false always remains that else, because the else if is actually checking for another condition, and if this condition is true, then it executes out that code that's available in there. And you don't have to keep it just to one line of code, and that's the really good thing about it, is you can have multiple lines of code. So if A is greater than B, and I'm just going to change this right now to be less than. I'll change this to be greater than. So at this point we can execute out both of those lines, just to show you that we're not limited to just one line of one statement to execute that out. So we know that A is not greater than B, but what if we did something like this where we did -3? So now at this point when we run this, we know that A is greater than B, bigger than B. So again, remember this this content here, the statement here, has to be true in order to execute the next line of code, and this one here, B is greater than A, or we could have said A is less than. So we see that A was bigger than B, and that's true because this statement is true and that condition is being met. We can add in as many of these as we like. So for instance, if A is equal to B, was the same as B. So let's get rid of this minus. Run this code again, and we see A was the same as B. So it gives us quite a bit of flexibility in starting to apply some logic to our JavaScript. Next lesson, we're going to look at the switch statement, and basically the switch statement saves you some time of writing out a bunch of conditions if you've got multiple expressions that you're looking to run depending on one value that's being returned. So it simplifies what you need to be able to return, and it really simplifies this if you've got a lot of values that you're looking to meet. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back. In this lesson we're going to be looking at switch statements. So switch statements can really simplify a lot of conditions if you're just looking to see if a particular expression is available. So for instance, if we're looking to see if A was equal to 5, then we can take a look and we can use switch for this. So depending on what the value of A is going to be, we can switch between different values. So we specify that the expression that we're looking for is A. So whatever our value of A, that's going to go into the switch. And we're going to first see that if A, so we're going to create a number of cases, and A is 5, so the first case will be maybe case 3. And then we need some code to execute out, so we'll just console log some content there. A was a 3. Or maybe what we'll do here is we're going to set we'll set a variable message, and we're just going to leave that to blank. And then every time we're here, we're going to set a value for message. And then at the end of the switch statement, this is where we're going to console log out message. So just to make a little bit more complexity, but also some dynamics to the code. And after every switch statement, you need to break out of that code. So next we'll do a case of 5. And for this instance, we know that this is, right now, this is going to be correct. So A was A5. And with switch statements, we need to create a default. So this would be something that would run if none of the particular cases were true. So we've got a default, and this is where we're going to set our default message. So A was none of the cases. So let's see what happens now, and then we'll refresh the page. And we'll just take a quick look at it. So we've got B is not defined, and that's because I've got this code here that I do need to remove. So let's refresh it, and we see that A was a 5. We can see when we refresh it, A was a 3. And if A is non-existent in the cases, A was none of the cases. So we're able to really make some dynamic capabilities here with our cases and our switches. And always remember to include that break, because if you don't include the break, it essentially it'll just keep going. So if you have something like this, and if A is equal to 3, so we basically end up with A was a 5. So what's happening is that A is actually a 3, so it reads this case, but then there's nothing to break it, and it continues on to this case. So assuming you want to run this code, and then this is where it hits the break, and that's where it actually stops executing out the code. So it is important to remember to include those breaks. So another way to use switches, so this was a numeric format, and you can also do it within textual as well. So if we have a value of A as hello, so here we need to specify as a string. So A was hello, next A was world, and A was none of the cases. So over here we're going to specify world. And let's see how this works. So when we refresh it, so we see that A was hello. In this instance, let's change it out to world. And A was world. So number of different ways to use it. So that's the text-based version, and that's the numeric version. And all we're doing with the cases, we're just seeing if this value is holding here within those cases. And if you're simply doing a Boolean value, then it's easier just to do those conditional statements where you're doing the if and seeing if the condition is there, if it's true or false, and then making that, running the code accordingly. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to combine the conditions, we're going to combine some operators, and we're going to build out loops. Now what loops do is they save you time of repetition of code and basically allow you to execute out a piece of code a number of times. So earlier when we were working on our project, we saw that we had an increment here, so we did A++, and we did A++ here, and essentially we're writing out that same piece of content. And the objective when you're writing JavaScript is to really to save yourself the time and save yourself the effort of rewriting content over and over again. So this functionality can easily be seen that we actually want it to loop it through 3 times, and we want to produce those results. So let's create a loop. And the first loop that we wanted to look at is going to be a while loop. So even though they're going to be looking for those same conditions, they're all going to need those same values. So they're all going to need a way to increment. they're going to need a condition to break the loop, and then they're also going to need a starting point for that value. So we already have that here where we've got a starting point for A. We've got an increment of A. So now it's very easy to add our loop around it. And we want to essentially loop this while A is less than 3. And loop through the code. So I'm going to just copy this, bring it down to the bottom, and get rid of the content that we have here. And I'm going to just clean it up a little bit so it's more readable. And remember again here we have an object here, we have the different names, and we're just looping through it. So every loop needs a starting point, starting value. It needs a way to break out of the loop, and then it needs a way to this is also a way to increase the loop, because if we don't include the increment, then we're never going to break out of the loop, and it's actually going to become an infinite loop, which you definitely don't want. So we see that we are outputting that content. So we've got Lawrence, we've got Mike, and we've got the condition here. We're checking to see if it's less than 3. We're starting out at 1. So the way to actually fix this is because we only want to break out of the loop once we hit a value of 4. So that's the way that whiles work. So they're always going to run through at least one iteration of the code that's here within the loop. And if it actually, next iteration around, if it actually meets this criteria, or this criteria is false, I should say, then it's going to actually break out of the loop. And that's all that's happening here. We're able to display that content. And that's a while loop. You can also do a do while loop, so slightly different, and the difference really is that the way the code gets executed. So within a while loop, it doesn't actually check to see if the condition is true, it just automatically tries to run the code. Whereas a do while loop will check to see if the condition is true, and it won't execute that code until that's the case. So let's start again, and maybe instead of an A, we'll use a value of B. And then everything else here is the same. Always make sure that we're incrementing B, and we're looping through. And we need a way, so what's missing here within the loop? So over here, we actually have a condition that we're looking for. So we need to include that as well. And so it does a combination of the while loop. It uses the same conditioning format, and if that condition is true, then essentially it's going to do a break of the code, and it's going to stop executing out that code. So the result, we see that within the console itself, we're only executing it once because I made a mistake there. I looked to see if A was true there, so it actually did execute out that code, but instead let's do it this way, and we can see that we're executing out Lawrence, Mike, and David all in order here as we loop through. So essentially it's identical, but now look what happens when I change it to 4 and I change it to 4. We're only going to get one set of values being looped out, and basically what's happening now is that we're just getting undefined there, because within the console 4 we're using that value of B, but notice that it's still trying to execute out this value here, and it's not returning anything. There's no defined value there. So that's why when we're starting out 4, we're starting at this point. So I'm just going to put a value in there so that it actually has something to output. So we see, forgot the comma there, so just add that in. So always remember when you're adding it, make sure you add in those commas to add in additional items in the object. So over here, last one. So basically what's happening, our line of code 14 is executing out, and that's the real difference between whiles and do's. So we notice we're starting both of them with the same starting point, but while has to actually meet this condition before it executes out the code, whereas do will come in, execute out the code, increment B, and then it will make that check to see what the value of B is. So in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at for loops. So those are the more common ways of doing loops, and I'll show you how those work in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back to loops. Previous lesson, we looked at the while loop, we looked at the do loop. Now let's look at the for loop. And the for loop probably is one of the most common ones that you're going to find out there that's being used. Keep that same list, and I'm going to bring in the while loop, and I'll show you how I'm going to transform this while loop into a for loop. So we still always need those same parameters here, that we need a starting point, we need a condition that gets met to break the loop, we need a way to advance our values within the loop. And the for loop packages it all up nice and neatly. And that's why probably it's one of the more popular ones. So we take that starting point, we take that condition that needs to be met, we take that increment, and then we put it all together within one nice self-contained package. And I'm going to start this at 1 just so we don't throw any errors there. So we see that we've got Lawrence, Mike, David. If we started it out at 4, show you what happens there, and we're actually not getting anything because what's happening here is that A is 4 if A is less than 4, and we don't get an opportunity to execute it out because we're already at 4 by the time that we do this increment, because this is all on one line, so this all gets executed out. So A actually increments there, and that's why we don't see any output being placed within our JavaScript. And that's the for loop, and it gives you the ability to loop through and do repetition of our content. So there's also different ways that you can work with the loops. You can do for in loop. So this is more for if we do have, so basically there is a better way to output all this content, so all this object information, and we can do that using a for in loop. So this is a shorter format of doing the exact same thing we did up on top. Instead, we're going to do as A in and our friends. And so basically what's going to happen now as we loop through the values of person, our friends array, so we've got a number of names there, a bunch of people in there, and as we loop through them, we can output that content. So let's just output it within the console again, so similar to what we've been doing, and we know that we're going to increment that value of A as we loop through, and we can also maybe output the value of A as well, so that we can actually see A there. So let's go take a look at this code in the browser. Notice what's happening here is that line 12 actually has the value of name1, and then over here we're getting an undefined value. So what we're doing is we're actually A is taking those values. So we no longer need to specify name plus A, we just need to specify that object value there. So we can do it within this type of format, and now when I refresh it, we see that our A is the key value, and then our key value can get accessed via the same way that we would any other item in our object, where we specify the key name and that returns back the value. So basically we can get the key value, and we can see all the different values that are available within this object, and we can output them within this type of format. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at this within arrays as well, and I'll show you how you can loop through array values, and that's coming up. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to take a look at arrays. So I've updated the our friends, and we've brought back our array from before. And with arrays, we know that starting point is 0, and also we know that we can get a length value from our arrays. So we can check to see while A, so we know we're going to start out index value of 0, while the length of arrays is, while A is less than the length of the arrays, so length of the arrays is going to be 3, because we've got 3 items in there starting on index 0. So basically we stop the array once we're just under 3. So if we actually equal 3, then we're not going to execute out that array. And so this is one way that you can output that content. So simply using that as the index value, and as we loop through it, we see we get all of those values. And I'm also going to add in that console of the value of A, so we can actually take a closer look at what is contained within A. So there really isn't going to be a whole lot. It's just going to be the value of A, which is going to be 0, 1, 2, and we're using a typical way to recall data from our array by specifying the index value, and then that simply returns the value that we want to access from our array. There's also a shorter format, just as we saw, where we can use the for, and we can do variable. So I'm not going to use A, but maybe we could just use X, and we'll do in array. And that way we're going to loop through the same items, and I'll just give you a better example of the value of X and then X over here. So let's take a closer look and see what gets put out here. So we see that it's actually not defined, that we've got an error in 7 because we don't have, I didn't actually put the name of the array, so I need to specify that in there. So let's try this again, refresh it, and we see that what's actually being output is that we're starting out and we're outputting a value of 0, so X is 0, same thing that's happening up here, and we're accessing that named, that return value within the array of Lawrence, 1, Mike, 2, David, and so on. So the only thing that's really different is that these values of X are actually, they're not showing up as numeric values, they're showing up as string values. So if I do type of X, let's see what happens now. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to just comment these out because I don't want all of these outputting here within the console. So we see that the type of value for X is actually a string value, whereas this one, type of A, is going to be a number value. And that's a big difference there if you are doing any type of conditions where you're checking to see the value of X, and you want to absolutely make sure that the type is the same. So remember here, it's not numeric when you're doing it within this type of format and looping through the contents of the array. There's actually going to be one other way to show you, and that's where we use for, and we can use of. So X, we're going to use X again, and instead of in, we're going to do of, and this is going to be of that array, so just post that in there, bracket it, and this time I'll get rid of the console type, and we're going to be returning back the value of X. So basically what's going to happen here as we loop through the array, X is going to take the value of that item. So depending on the index, so we're skipping quite a bit of this index finding, and simply we're just returning back those values. So let's comment some of these out again so that they're not interfering with what we're outputting. And let's loop through this one. So now we're going to be looping through this last one and refresh it. And again, another way to output that content from the array within another format. So what we're doing here is we're taking a value of X, and X is now becoming that, that return value of the item in the array. Welcome to JavaScript functions. And when they created the name for functions, I know that they included fun, because functions are really a lot of fun to work with. They provide you the ability to create more usability, reusability of your code. So essentially what you can do with functions is you can execute blocks of code any number of times simply by calling to that function. So it saves you coding, and also it especially makes it a lot easier to call to that code. So a lot less lines of writing code, and all of this can be done with functions. And functions are a really powerful part of JavaScript. So let's go take a look at a function. So in order to create a function, we simply do a function, and we need to specify a function name. So I'm going to use myFun, and then all of the code, anything that's within this curly brackets to be executed. So all of this code here gets executed every time I call to the function. In order to call to the function, I simply do my fun. So let's add some code in there to execute it out, and let's do hello. So basically, if I want to save myself the trouble of writing hello in the console numerous times, I can simplify it by creating a function in order to output that content there. So let's go into our browser, we'll refresh it, and we see that we get the content hello gets added in there. And the beauty of functions is that you can call them multiple times, and we're always going to get that code executed and run. And one of the other things with functions, so if I do something like my fun, I actually see the function that gets executed. So this is an important part when you're actually calling to functions and executing functions. When you don't include those rounded brackets, then all it's doing is returning the function content, as opposed to when you're using the rounded brackets, then it's actually executing the code. So a big difference there, and it becomes a lot more evident as you work through your JavaScript. Now we have actually seen functions before. So we did things like the window alert, and we had the rounded brackets. We saw that this was a function built in within JavaScript. So we could do something like we could type in hello here and execute it out, and we see this pop-up window comes into play. So essentially functions and methods are the same thing. They allow you to perform blocks of code, and it's just where they're positioned, where the names get changed. So these are methods here within JavaScript because we're working within the window object, so it's got these built-in methods, but essentially the same thing as functions because we're able to pass through values. And if you see here that we're passing in hello, so essentially functions also have the ability to pass in content and then output it within their execution of the code. So for instance, instead of just doing my fun, I can pass over an argument. I can pick up that argument, so all I have to do is assign a variable name. Any variable name will do, keeping in line with any variable naming conventions. So we can't start with a number, we can start with a $, underscore, we can't have spaces, and so on. And it's also going to be case sensitive. And then in order to access that content, I can simply access it within that function. So this variable is only going to live locally within this function as opposed to the global variables that we've been looking at earlier. And I'm going to talk more about that as well. So let's go back out and we'll take a look at the myFun function. So now what's happening is that the browser is coming in, it's registering this function, and then over here it's actually executing out the function because we've got the rounded brackets. We're passing an argument. That argument gets picked up in the function as a value of a, and we're able to utilize it within this block of code, and over here we're just simply outputting it to the console. So a whole bunch more options now have opened up to us because I can type in any argument and pass that into my function, and I can see that it actually gets executed out. So this really does save us quite a bit of trouble because we can just simply call to execute these blocks of code, and it becomes really, really useful to be able to call out to these and execute, especially when you're able to pass in dynamic values and make use of those values within your code as well. This basically gives you quite a bit of power within that function. So in the next lesson, we're going to be looking at even more you can do with functions. And that's coming up. Welcome back. Earlier we saw how we can create a function and execute a certain package of code numerous times just by simply invoking that function name, and we also saw we can pass an argument. You can also pass multiple arguments within functions. So right now we're just passing one, but we can pass a second one, we can pass a third one, and so on. So they can be strings, numbers, booleans, and then all we have to do is pick it up on the other end, and then we can execute out with including those values that are being passed. So now when I go back out to my page, I can see that I'm outputting hello world. So essentially it's a combination of those values. I've got another one here for my fun and new. And we see that we get this value being returned here of new 1. And this is just simply being output within the console. So if, for instance, we didn't want to just output in the console, we want to return that value, which is even more useful. Let's return the value of a plus b, and we'll put a space in there. So see what happens now, and when I refresh it, and I'm going to call back to that same function, we see that the return is actually that callback. So that was what was missing before, where we weren't getting any callback function. So now if I do variable, and if I equal it to my fun, and let's do new 1. So now we're actually returning a value of my fun new 1 into the variable a. So when I type in a, I get that return back generated string that's being generated within the function. So that's a really great way to start using functions, because it shows you that all of the flexibility of functions. You can do things like we've got maybe a built-in mathematical function, add values. So we'll have a plus b. And then we're going to simply just return back a plus. Or maybe we want to multiply. So we want to add values. We'll just call it m values. And then so we can have a function that can be m values, and we can have any set of numbers. And we need to console log this out actually to be able to see it. So I'll wrap it in the console log, and what we'll do is we'll refresh this one. Let's refresh the page, and we see that my values gets a return back value of that multiplier. So we can also put in any number of arguments here, and we can get that return value for m values. So it does save us quite a bit of coding, and especially if we had a lot of calculations that we're doing with these two inputs, then having this return value already formulated is really super useful within our coding environment. Let's show you some more useful examples of functions. So say for instance you have an array and you want to add something to the array. So let's establish that array here, and we can create a function to save us some effort within this code, where we can pass the value. Maybe we can even pass the value of the array, and we can add new. So we've got two of those values being passed, and let's call this add to array or something like that. So now if we run the function to array, we can specify the array as one of the arguments, and we can specify the value that we want to add as our other one, item. And we don't necessarily need to return anything for this one. So what we're going to be doing is we're taking the value of array and we're pushing a new value, and the new value that we're adding is add new, and then we're going to console log out all the contents of array. So let's see how this works. We go out to the browser, we see that we got the ability to add this new item in simply by accessing our function. So now that I have this, essentially this template set up, I can add additional items into the array with using my own customized format function in order to do that. So that's a misspelling of Lawrence, but let's add that one into our array. So we see that it gets added there right at the end there. There's no callback, there's nothing being returned. We could also add into there that added new item, and we'll put a happy face there. So now let's refresh it again, and let's add that one in, and we see that the callback, so that return value within the function just tells us what happened. So that basically we still ran through it where we were passing. So let's just do a quick run through of the code. So we created a function that essentially was outputting content. So we created a function so we created an array initially, and then we had a function called toArray that was taking in 2 arguments. Our first argument was the array value that we wanted to associate it with, and the next one was whatever new value we want to add into the array. So we have our method here in order to add our next item into the array, so we just simply push it into the array, and we know what the array is by what was passed in as the argument within our JavaScript. And see, this makes it really easy and flexible because we can have another array. So we'll just call this Q or something like that. So we can have another array that has these same parameters, and we can add new items to there as well. So this really gets to speaking to the flexibility of arrays. So we're adding a new item into the array, we're outputting all of that array content in the console, and we're returning should be added new item and a happy face. So let's refresh this again, and we're going to try that same syntax. So we can add it into that array, we can add that new item, but we can also add that one to another array as well. So this array is Q, so we can add it in there, and we can see that the value within Q now got added in there. So we don't have to identify the array because we can pass it in dynamically and have all of that code, that set of code run. So this is a real time saver, especially when you've got similar functionality that you might have to do to 2 arrays, just like in this example. This will save you the time of actually having to specify the array and adding it to it and so on, where you can do it within this nice, neat statement. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to talk a little bit about function scope. So notice that earlier when we created the myFun function, we were using these variables a and b. And then over here we had our arrays set up, and we were able to call them and access them from within the function. So we didn't need to redeclare them in the function. And this is where we look at the scope of our variables, and we see that typically any variable outside of the function is considered a global variable. So even if I had something called a, and let's just give it a value of global a, and we called out, I'm going to comment these ones out so that they're not actually rendering out. And if we had another function, so let's create a function, and myFun, we'll call it myFunA, and we pass in an argument. So let's just set that as a as well, and we console log out a, and then over here we do a plus 1 or whatever we want to do, or a. So let's add to the a, so world, and then we'll console log that out. So first of all, let's just try that. So we're going to call out myFunA, and we'll see what gets output here. So basically we've got a global a that we've got output here, and we're console logging out, and I'm not sure where that 30 is coming from. That one's coming from running this function, so let me comment that out as well. So basically what's happening here is that we've got a value of a, we're passing it in to the function using the argument of a and picking it up in myFunA, and then accessing that value from the argument and adding world to it. I'll add a space there, and then we're console logging out a, and then now let's console log out a after this function has run. So we see that the value of a actually hasn't changed, because this is a global value, and this value in here is within the scope. So if we do something like B, and we do B, we're going to see that we need to also set this to B. Let's refresh that, and we're going to see that nothing really changes. The only thing that's actually different is because we're able to actually access a value for B within our function, because this is a global value. Whereas A, we're only setting within the function, and that's why when we had console log A isn't recognized within, it hasn't been defined, it's only been defined within that function, and outside of the function, it doesn't live outside of the function, so we don't have any access to what's happened here within this function. So even if we do something like we set variable C and we do hello world to it, if we go over here and if we try to access C, we're going to throw an error again because C is not defined. C is only available while it's within that function. So within the function, we can access it. Outside of the function, we have no access to it. So I'll just refresh that, and we can see that the value of C is hello world, so it's being output there, and global A is pulling that global value of A, or it should actually be global B, and adding, using it as an argument in the function, picking that up, and making something with this current value, with this local value of A, and adding world to it, and then just simply returning whatever that value is. So it's not actually manipulating what the value of B is. You could do that separately, where you could set B equals A or something like that, and then that way when we go back out to B, we're going to see that that value has changed. So we see that now, because we're altering the value of B, and B is the global value, and it's also the one that got passed in here, essentially what we're doing is we're overriding, we're reassigning a new value to B, which is A, and essentially it does stem from B. So there is a little bit of a kind of a loop there, but essentially what's happening is anything within here, these are their own set of local variables, and if they need to be defined within here, if we want to only use them within here. If we redefine one that's being used outside, then we can only access that local value within here. So that's where you got to be careful with your naming convention, because if you've got a set of global variables, you try to use them within the functions, and you're just passing in arguments and picking them up within that function, then it's actually going to overwrite the value of B. So if I had something like this was actually B, then I wouldn't actually have a value for A, and it would throw an error. But anyway, it still needs that. There's a big distinction between the global variables, which work anywhere and outside and as well within the function, as opposed to the local ones that only work within that function itself. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to look at functions and different ways that we can create functions. So all of these we've been working with are declarations of functions. So we've got a function and we've got a name attached to them, and that gives us the ability to call to that function. So this is what we can do with functions. We can also do function expressions, where we've got values that get attached to the functions. So much like what we did down here, where we were specifying a returned value for the function. So we've got a returned value for A and B. So if we specify that variable HW equals my fun hello world, then this is where we're using an expression, because we're using the function to build out defining the value for the variable. We can also use anonymous functions, and basically these are functions that are without a name. So all of these ones have named values, and if we want to create an anonymous function, so basically they just get called and invoked right at that same time. So whenever they get displayed, then they're just going to get displayed at that time. They're also known as self-invoking functions. So no name necessary. It's just going to be a function, and we don't need to pass any arguments because we have no way to access it outside of the function. And this is an example of where we're setting a variable within this function, test, and this test variable will say hello world, and then we'll console log out the value of test. And we see when we refresh it, you can see that what happens with this function, so you'll see this typically used whenever we want to initiate some type of function right away. We don't necessarily need to call to it at any other point. So whenever the page loads, we want that script to run, and we see that being executed here in line 3, where we're outputting the value of test, which is hello world. So this could be also an initiating function that maybe runs some code and sets up something having to do with your JavaScript and setting up some of maybe the variables that need to be set up initially before any of the other JavaScript needs to execute. So this is an example of a self-invoking function that automatically runs, and it can also is also known as anonymous functions. Welcome back, and this lesson we're going to show you how you can break out of a function. So for instance, if you're running a function, we're just going to use that self-invoking function that we had set up, the anonymous one here. I'm going to set a variable value for b, and I'm going to equal it to 5. What I actually want to do is I want to have a break in here, and I'm going to have maybe a condition that will initiate the break. So if b is greater than 3, then what we're going to do is we're going to break the function. One of the best ways to break a function is not to use break, but actually to do the return and return false. So I'm going to return a false, and we're going to add into the console there another output of that test value, and we can see that what's happening here is this actually isn't getting output because b is less than 3, but let's change that to if b is greater than 7, then we see that that does get executed. So we're not initiating that return of false, which essentially is allowing us to break that execution of the function by doing the return before we're actually finished with running all of the function code. And this becomes useful if you've got a series of loops here or conditions that you're running within your code, and you want to just make sure that you have a way out if that condition gets met. And that's where you would use these breakpoints. So this is break out of function. By returning false allows you to break out of the function. And you could do the same thing for here, where you can break out of these named functions as well. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to look at string methods. So just like arrays, there's some built-in functions that allow you to manipulate your string content using your JavaScript. So first of all, let's create a string. So our string is variable a, hello world, nice to see you again. So that's our string, and I'm going to do this within the console. It's probably a little bit easier. I can see that I've got a value of a there, and if I want to find out what my length of the string is, I can simply do length. So all the strings actually have properties, so I can do something like a length, and that will tell me how many characters are available within that string. We can also look at index of. So just like what we saw when we were looking for a value within an array, particular item within an array, we can do the same thing with strings. So we can do string, and we can do index of, And we can see there's a number of different ones that are popping up. So say for instance we wanted to see the index of C. So that set of characters, we can see that that is located at index of 20. We can also check to see if our string starts with a particular character. So that is, again, A starts with. And we can see that this starts with, and we got a quote around that. So we can see if it starts with hello. If we do something that it doesn't start with, it'll be false. So there's our Boolean values again. So we'll return back a true or false. This is how we can detect which value is it contains. A lot of times you're going to see that there's ends with. So if I have a variable that, we'll set up variable b and we'll equal it to google.com. And if we want to see if B is a domain name or if it's properly formatted, we can do B ends with. So ends with, and we want to see if it ends with a .com. And if it does, then we get true. If it doesn't, then we get false. So this is a quick way to kind of check through the values of your strings. Another one similar to index of is search. So we can specify the string again, and we can do search, and then we just need to enter in a value of what we want to search. So let's search for C again, and we see that we get that value 20. So same thing as index of, very similar, and allows us to search that content. We're also able to update content, so we can replace content by using replace. So let's replace C with saw. So now we see there's a new value to A, and when I pull back A, that we see that this is just that callback value of it. So we would actually have to redefine A, where we do A, and then this is where we do that replace. So we'd have to specify that now A is equal to whatever value of A is with saw in order for that value to take place. So remember, again, these are just statements. So it's getting a callback of that statement, and this then we would need to specify. So we're getting a string back, and then this is where we need to redefine A with that new string that got returned. Let me just refresh to clear that out. Let's look at some other methods. So there's also ways to slice your content and pick out content within your string. So if we want to return back parts of it, so let's list out A again. And let's slice out a part of A, so where we start and how many characters that we want to go, how many numbers we want it to extract. We don't have to specify an end. So if we slice 20, we can see that we're starting at that point of 20 and we're extracting that. So we don't have to specify an end, or we could specify an end, so comma separating it out, and we could specify how many characters we want to add in to this slice. So if we wanted to get, so if we wanted to go to position 22, we see that we start at position 20 and we get position 22, and that's the amount of characters that we're returning back. So that's using slice. So our other option, which is actually very similar, is substring. So that's the one where you actually specify the number of characters that you want to pull out. So here we can do substring, and then we start with the starting position and we specify how many characters we want to pull back, so that way we are pulling back 3. So relatively the same thing, it's just a different format that we can pull that information out. There's also substring, so very similar to substring, but it's actually writing out the substring, so it's a substring. And the format is going to be the same thing, where we have a start and an end. So let's do 20, 23. And we see that we're able to pull out that substring again. So all of these very similar within format, and you could use the one that just makes the most sense for whatever you're doing within your JavaScript coding. We can also do string to uppercase, and as you can see, there's a lot of options here. So string to uppercase, if we want to run that method, basically returns those values to uppercase. We can do string to lowercase as well, and that will put all of the string values back to the lowercase. So there really is quite a lot that you can do with these strings and all the different string methods that are available within JavaScript. And there's a really good listing of them. So if we go into our browser, if we go over to the MDN, so it's the Mozilla Developer Network, so they have a whole listing of all of the prototype methods that we were looking at within strings. So there's slice, there's substring to lowercase, to uppercase, and so on. I think there was the index of, replace, so a few of the more popular ones that we've gone over, and there really is quite a bit you can do with strings using JavaScript. I want to look at with strings, and with strings we can actually treat them as we do arrays. So if I want a particular value available within our string, a character, we can start out and we can have that index value. So just like we saw with arrays where we've got the index of, we have the same thing here where we can specify, and this can essentially be treated as an array. So it gives us the ability to select certain characters, and if we want the last character, we can do something like a length -1. So that way, this way, it's a dynamic way of getting that last character. So we see that that's n. So even if the string changes, if its length changes, we're always going to be picking up that last character. So there, again, quite a bit you can do with strings, and that's where we saw that we can convert strings into arrays and arrays back into strings, because there's a lot of similarities to the way these particular items are treated within JavaScript. We can always do that where we've got our string value and we split it, and this time let's just split it via the spaces, and we can see that we can really easily build out an array. So now we've got an array of all of the words essentially within our string, and then we could make use of them, sort them, and do various functionality as needed to them. And we can always go back and we could then join it back together. So after we split it, we can do the joining of that brand new string and join that back into a string value, and then use those again. So there's functionality between using the methods that we looked at for arrays. When you can take a string, you've got all of this functionality within the string, you can convert it into an array, brings you all of that functionality that we had within the array, and then you can convert it back into a string and output it just as you would a normal string. Back, and previously we looked at all of the different things we can do with strings, and we can actually transform strings to numbers, and then we can transform numbers back to strings. So let's say we had a value of a, and we took a and we did to string, and now we are going to console log type of, and we'll see what type of a is. And up here, before we do that conversion, we'll do type of as well. So we see that originally it's a number. We take string and we return it to. One thing I did forget there, so I need to specify that a now is to string. So now a holds the value of 6, but it's a string value. So over here, first we started out with a number, and then we converted it to a string, and now there's actually a way to convert it back to a number, so we can convert a string into a number. There's a built-in method for that as well, so that's parse int, and instead of actually having it within this type of object format, we need to specify it here. So this will parse it back a and reconvert it back into a number. So let's see how that looks. And we've got number, string, number. So we originally started with a number, turned it into a string, and then turned it back into a number format. And a lot of times you're going to have to do this when you're inputting content from a form or something like that, that's by default outputting that content as a string format, and if you want to use it as a number format, then you'd have to parse it into a number format, and you have to also make sure that it is actually a number in there. So it can't be something like hello or something like that, because we know that that won't actually be able to parse into a number value, and that's going to throw some errors. So we start out as a string, we return it back, and then we're changing it back into a number. So if we pull out a, we get not a number. So we're trying to convert it into a number, but when we actually try to output it and use it, we get NaN, and NaN is short for not a number. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're looking at JavaScript methods. We're going to be looking at math, and then afterwards, we're going to be looking at date. So let's open up our editor, and I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to call it a equal it to 4.5. Open up our browser, and we see that we've got a value of a, which is 4.5. Now with math, this gives us the ability to round numbers up and round numbers down. So let's round this number down. Actually, let's just round this number. So let's see what a comes back as when it's rounded, and it comes back as 5. So basically returning it to the nearest integer, to the nearest full number. We can force it to go down, so that would be floor. So if we don't want it to go rounding up, we always want to round down. So 4.5 would become 4, and we can also force it to go to the higher parts, so that would be ceiling. So that would go back to 5, because that would be forcing it to the next highest integer value. So there's quite a bit that you can do with math, and most commonly floor, ceiling are used in order to round up and down various values. There's also math random. So this is a really neat feature, and it also is really useful, especially when you're creating games. If you want that randomness within your JavaScript, this has become really super useful. So if you do math and random, I'll show you what gets actually returned from that method, and we get this random number. So every time I press it, every time I execute math random, I get this huge random number. So this in itself isn't really that useful, but when we combine it with what we just looked at, where we've got math random and we can multiply our math values, so we can see that there is a really good use for it, especially if we're trying to find a random number, let's say from 0 to 99. This is where we would employ math random, but we would multiply it by 100. And what this returns back is a random number between 0 and 99. If you want to take this one step further, and if you want to have a random number between 1 and 100, you can always add that +1. So now it's going to give you that +1, so that 0, if it landed on 0, it would become a 1. If it lands on 99, it would become a 100. So that way you can get a random number between 0 and 100. If you want a random number that has 0 includes 100, then you could do it this way as well. So a number of different ways to get that, and this gives you the ability to pull out those random values. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at dates in JavaScript. welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at the date method within JavaScript. So essentially, let's open up our editor and we can see that we've got a built-in method which returns back the day of the week, the month, the date, the year, the time zone. So it returns back quite a lot of information within this date object. And with the date object, so let's set this within a variable, and we're going to just do D, and this is going to be a new date. And this will actually give us the ability to work with this. So now when we pull out date, we've got that as a string value. And if we want to pull out specific information, so we can do get date. So we see that this is returning back the 11th day, and there's quite a lot of information that you can pull back. So you can pull back your get day, you can pull back the actual day of the week. So that's the second day of the week, so that means it's Tuesday. You can also pull back things like full year. So it tells us the year. We can pull back get hours. So that will, and you can see there's quite a lot of stuff here that's available that we can have access to. So we see that the hour is the 15th hour on a 24-hour clock. We can pull back the minutes. So get minutes, get milliseconds, just a whole bunch of information here that we can use and that we can get out of this date. Sorry, that should be with the rounded brackets. So that gives us the amount of minutes. And that should be changing and updating every minute. We also have the ability just to get the time. So instead of the minutes, let's do get time. And always remember to include those rounded brackets. So get time actually returns back the Unix timestamp. So this is the value of number of milliseconds since January 1st, 1970. So this is always increasing, and of course I'm not getting it on the live value, I'm just getting it on the stored value of the object. That's why it's actually not changing there. We can also get the UTC values. So we've got, so instead of get time, we've got UTC date, we've got UTC day, hours, milliseconds, month. So I'll show you what that looks like. So essentially we see that we've got the UTC month, and this is actually different than if we're pulling back the get month, because this is UTC, although I believe that's going to be the same. It's starting, the months start at 0, they go to 11, so get month will return back that same as the get UTC. So it's just a matter of how you want that format being pulled back. You can also get back the UTC seconds, milliseconds, and so on. So there's quite a lot of information you can do there. You can also set values. So you can do things like D and set month. And setting month allows you to set the current month. So if you didn't want to be at 6 and you want to be at 7, then you can update that month. And now when I output it, we see that we've incremented 1 month. So now instead of July, it's August 11th. And of course we can set different months as needed. So that again sets the month. And when we output D, we can see that now that's changed to October 11th. So just as we're able to get, we're also able to set. And another really neat thing about it is that you have a lot of flexibility. So if you wanted to get the current timestamp, and this is actually pulling information right off your machine, so it could vary depending on what your settings are on your machine as well. So not all users might have the same exact timestamp. Most of them do, but it's not that most accurate one to use if you're looking to get timestamps and if you need that accuracy within those timestamps. So getting dates, setting dates, all available from JavaScript. And you can also do one where you can do the date to string, so you can convert the date to string. So I think that's probably already done, but we can convert it to more of a shorthand format to string. We can convert it to JSON format. So So that's another way to work with that format. So it's more of a shorter type format that might be used depending on the databases. Some might need it within this type of format. You can also convert it and get your local date string. So there's a number of different options, but these would be some of the more common ones used when you're using the date method within JavaScript. And you can also calculate amount of time that's elapsed between different values here. So we've got the date. So we originally set this D as date. So I'm going to set a new one here where I'm going to set variable E as the new date. So variable E, and I'm going to equal that to new date. And now when I pull out E, I've got this value here, and let's see what E minus D is, and we see how many milliseconds have passed. And actually that's not going to be accurate because we've updated the value of D to be October, so D is actually ahead of E. That's why we got that negative value. So we see that D minus E, this is the number of milliseconds from now till October 11th. So let's update this one back to, let's go take a quick look, and I believe that we were setting the month to be October. So let's set that back to July. And now let's do E minus D, and we can see that the number of milliseconds that have passed is 325,258, and that number is going to be static because, again, those numbers aren't changing as of right now. That 325,000 milliseconds is roughly around just over 5 minutes. So that's how we can calculate the amount of time that has passed, and this is another really useful function of the date method in JavaScript because it gives you the ability to calculate time that has passed and also check the current date and make calculations and import that and incorporate it within your JavaScript coding. Welcome back, and in this lesson, we're going to answer the question of what is the DOM. So DOM is, as we know, short for Document Object Model, and essentially this is actually what gets created as the browser loads the HTML content. So whether it be HTML, HTML, XML, any of the document information, it actually loads it within a tree structure, and this is where we get the ability using JavaScript in order to access the different elements of the web page. So basically we have the ability within the DOM to describe all the HTML elements. So I've added in some source code here within the editor. So within that index page that we built last time, I've added in a bunch of different elements here and added all of these different elements. So some of them are nested within other elements, and basically when the browser loads this source code, what's happening here is that the browser is reading through the source code, it's reading through all the HTML tags, and it knows that each one of these tags, this is a separate element, and each one of these elements are considered nodes, and even the text within inside this element is a separate node as well. So essentially when we've got something like, maybe title isn't a great example, but when we have something like this H1, we have two different nodes. So we have the parent node, which is the H1, and then we've got the child node, which is that text that's sitting in there. And all of this is built out as we develop out our source code and as the browser builds that out. So we can see here within the illustration, we've got the main document. So the document is everything, the HTML elements, so opening and closing. So that's the root element. We've also got head, which is another element. We've got title nested within head. And then body is where we've got the main contents of our visual content being displayed to the user. And then within body, we've got a series of other elements that we can really easily see and identify here. And it's the same thing as we've got out within this diagram, where basically we've got a tree structure of parents, we've got children, the children, sometimes they have children within them, and so on, all the way down until we finally get to that content. And we can see that within the element itself, even if we have something like an H1, so this would be one element, but within inside of that, we've also got text. So this is counted as a separate node when we're considering the DOM. And it's important to note that because all of these different nodes, they can be accessed, they can be manipulated, and they can be changed within JavaScript by using JavaScript. So accessing the DOM, we get all of the power that we need in order to actually create some dynamic HTML, create interactions with elements, update attributes, update CSS styling, add events to it, add and update our HTML events, add and update, create new elements and attributes, remove existing elements and attributes. So we get a lot of power that's available within the DOM. So let's actually open this up. Let's open up our editor here, and we'll take a closer look at the DOM. So we know that we can use console log and we can log out information, and the DOM itself is just under the document object. So this is by default, but when we're looking at console log, we're only going to see the HTML there. So I want to use console dir. So this is actually going to list out the directory that's contained within our page. So when I refresh it here, then I can take a closer look at the DOM. So basically the DOM is a JavaScript object, and you can see there's a ton of information located in here, and all of this information, because it's in an object format, is really easy to access and update and change and manipulate and remove, and a whole bunch of stuff that you can do within JavaScript. So for instance, if you want to get the URL where the file is located, I can do something like console, and I can log out console log. So I can do document, and we see that document. So because it's an object, we've got a child within this object of URL. So let's access the document URL object, and we'll take a closer look and we'll see what gets output there. So refresh the page, and we can see that this is the way that we can access information that's contained within the DOM itself. So I encourage you to take a moment now and open up your editor, go into your console and type console directory document, or if you're open on a web page right now, you can go into any web page, open up your console tools, and you can log out. So you can do a console directory. So remember, it's directory and document. And it does get created for any web page. So you can see that we can list out the current document object that's available within this web page. So right now I'm on developer.chrome, and I can see that I've got all of this information again available. So all of that DOM information that we saw on our local page, we also have available on any web page. So take a moment now, open up your Chrome developer tools, type in either console directory bracket document, or open up your editor and type it in there and check it out, and take a few moments to also look through the document and see what's contained within there. And you're going to see that you can really literally click on and on and on, and you can see that each one of these nodes here, they have their own separate nodes within them. We've got child nodes, we've got children, and we can continue to click down until we get to the last one in the list. And obviously this page has a lot of content in there, so this tree structure is going to be really super deep. So do take some minutes, take a look through the document object that's within your browser right now, and see what information you can spot within the DOM itself. Welcome back, and in this lesson I want to take a closer look at some definitions, and I want to define what a node is equal to. So we saw that earlier when we looked through the DOM, there's just a ton of information there. So there's a series of different properties that are available. So all of the HTML elements are contained as objects. They can have properties. There can also be various methods. So we'll see more of that when we look at the event listeners, the click events, and so on. So all of these events can also carry some properties and some values with it. And again, this can all be interacted with using JavaScript. So basically what this is doing is this is allowing your HTML content to become dynamic via JavaScript, because we've got access to it and we can create interaction within all of these elements that are sitting within our web page itself. So now let's go take a look at what we have available to work with. So we saw earlier that we can treat the web page content as an object, so we can get some information back from various values that are contained within this object. And I also want to demonstrate, so what I'm going to do down here is I'm going to create a div and I'm going to just do hello world. So looking at this div over here, when we look in our HTML page, so I'm going to just open that up and refresh it. So what we have here is, I should save that, refresh it. So basically what we have here is a typical element. So we've got an opening, closing tags, and we've got some content within there. So we can typically see this just as one particular element, but when we're defining nodes, we see that this is actually two nodes. So the first node is going to be the div, and the second node is going to be the content within that element. Because within the DOM itself, and when we go inspect here, we see that this particular one, we've got the div opening and closing and hello world text within there. And if we want to access this, we could traverse through and we can see that body. We've got one div, two divs. So going into the document itself, we can go down to the different children that are available there. So first child is HTML, and then that HTML tag. So this is that parent tag over there, HTML, that we can access. Then we've got some children that are available in here. So the children are different than the nodes. So nodes itself has head, text, and body, because we've got head and we've got some blank spacing for text itself and body. And this is where we're looking at just the children themselves. We're not looking at the nodes. We're looking at the children, which are head and body. So we know that within body, this is where all of our HTML sits. And we see when we go down to children within the body, so the child nodes, we've got 17 of them. Children, we have 8 of them. And we can see that all of the tags here are listed out. So we've got our div corresponding with what we have within our source code. So going down here to the bottom, we've got a div, and within that div itself, it's got a node. So it's got one child node, which is that text of hello world. And then we can take a closer look and we can see that the data and the node value itself is hello world. So that's how you can dig down and really pick out the different elements. And basically a node is one unit within our HTML. So everything is a node. The whole entire document is a node, and all of these are different nodes that, as we break that down, so the text, any attributes are also going to be nodes. Elements are nodes, and then the text within those elements are also nodes. And this is really important to remember, and we can see here that we don't have any further child nodes within this text. If we actually had another element in there, we'd have another child and then a child within that one, but we don't have that, so this is going to be the parent, and we've got the node value there. So we can see that if we want to get this node value, there's quite a lot of elements that we have to dig down and we have to dig through, but we do have access to it. So we could literally go the same thing that we did with the URL, and we could do children. And we see that we've got a number of children here, so we want to just pick up that first one there. So we'll just pick up the first child there. And this one is going to be HTML. So let's refresh the page and show you how that looks within the console. So we see that we're able to pick up that first child, which was HTML, And again, we need to change this into directory so we can actually see the DOM output. So we see that we've got HTML, and then we could continue to dig down there as well. So we could go children there. So this is going to be children, and instead of that first one, instead of 0, it's going to be the first one there. So that's going to be pulling in that body. And then within children here, this is going to be number 6. So I'm just showing you one way to do this, and I'm going to show you another way to do this afterwards. So let's just make sure that everything is still right. So now we're up to that div, and we want to get to the child nodes there, and we want to get the text of those child nodes. So this time, let's do child nodes. So the object is child nodes, and it's going to be the first one there. So this is going to be the text, and let's get that data, or we can just, we'll just do the node value. So we should be able to access, so node value, let's go back out and refresh the page, and there we go. So we're able to traverse down and get the value of hello world, and we don't have any further children that are available within there. So that was it, and we were able to access that element. So I know this was very long, but it is good to become familiar with how you can traverse through the DOM, and I'm going to show you another way by using selection, which is a whole lot more easier in order to make those selections of those various nodes within JavaScript. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back, and in the previous lesson we saw how we can traverse through the DOM and going from the top node and going all the way down and making our selection and getting the node value. And we also saw that we can make this huge selection, and I know there is an easier way, and I am going to show you that coming up. But for now, let's also see that we can make this selection and we can update that node value. So we can do something like updated value, and I'll show you how that translates out into the web page itself. So when I go out to the page, and if I refresh the page, we can see that we've got updated value now has replaced hello world within that last element there. And you can see that as well when you do an inspect and you look at the source code, that that div now has been updated, because not only are we able to select the value, we can easily update it within JavaScript. So I did want to note that. So a little bit more about what we can do and how JavaScript objects work. So let's take, for instance, let's set up an object, and I'm going to focus a little bit on what and how JavaScript objects work. So let's say, for instance, we have a family, and we have one guy, that's the dad there. So his name is going to be Lawrence. So he's going to be the parent. And then there's an aunt. And the aunt's name is going to be Jean. And next, let's set up an uncle. So the uncle, and let's use Bob. So everyone's got an Uncle Bob, so we'll do Uncle Bob and Bob. So that gives us 3 values there, and now let's also log out that value. So just do a console log, because this is just a typical object. So we're going to do my family1, and we're going to log that object out into our console. So let's refresh the page, and we see that we've got this object structure. So this is going to be very similar to what we've got available within our document object, where we've got a number of items here within the object. And now let's take this one step further, and we're going to extend this and add in some additional children for each one of the members within the family. So we're going to take the my family, and we'll do some quick updates to it. So instead of just having the one person in the family, we're going to switch from having dad, and we're going to use the name, because we've got paired values within JavaScript. So we just got to make sure that we've got the paired values. So in this case, we've got an object here, because this dad is, or the person here, dad Lawrence, is going to have some children. And the first child is going to be Mike. And maybe we can do the children via their age. So we've got a daughter there, so her age is 9. And then we've got another son there, and his age can be whatever we want there, so we can just do something like 6 or something like that. So just to keep some consistency there. So that's the first person there. And now what we need to do as well, we need to update the other people that are available. So instead of Aunt Jane, she's also going to have a set of children there. And then as well, instead of just Bob, he's also going to have some kids. And for now, we're just going to make some updates to the kids' names. So just pick out a few different names there. So it doesn't really matter. This is just to illustrate the point that we've got Bob Jr. And let's just keep it like this. So we don't have a lot, so we don't have to go into too much detail there, but just so we've got some different values there. So now, whenever we refresh it, and what we want to do is we want to output that information. So it is important to understand how JavaScript objects work in order to fully understand how the DOM works and how you can traverse and move through the DOM. So let's refresh this, and we can see now we've got within this object, we've got 3 other items here within that object, and they also have their own objects attached to them. And when I look at the children and I look at the parents and all the different nodes, I can see that there's a similar relationship to having a family, where if these 3 are siblings, so Bob, Jane, and Lawrence are all siblings, they've got some children, and in order to access the children, I can go out to one of the siblings and I can select the first child or the second child. So again, first child or second child. So now they're being sorted in order numerically here, but we can see that we can have this type of relationship. So I always like to think of the DOM, it's got a lot of children and going all the way down, and that's how you actually access the information, by selecting the parent that you want, the parent of the children, and then moving down to the children. So say for instance, I want to get information about Lisa, then I know that the parent is Lawrence, so then I would look to within the object the value of Lawrence, and then I know that I could move down and I could get Lisa's information. So same thing that we did earlier within the DOM, where we started out with the parent and then we moved down through the different children and so on until we finally accessed the particular node that we were looking to access. So the next lesson, we're going to look at the Windows object. So take a look at this, try it out for yourself, and again, traverse through the DOM and select something interesting on your web page. So select some content that's available within your page and try to write it out within the console. So you can use the same example that I have and maybe select something like what is the DOM and output that down at the bottom. So instead of updated value, what we did over here, go down, traverse through the different children and update the value of what is the DOM, and say something like this is the DOM, or dynamic JavaScript at work, or something like that. Update that particular element. And you can also do that within your different web pages. So even though that I'm on a web page that I don't have access to, I can still go through and I can control the various information that's available here. So I can actually go down here and I can select the different elements within the different nodes within the web page, and I can update them right within my console. So that's another thing that I can do as well when I'm utilizing the DOM and using my DevTools. So try it out for yourself. And the next lesson, we're going to look at the Windows object model and the browser object model. So they're also very similar to the document object model. So that's the WOM and the BOM. So that's coming up. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to briefly talk about the browser object model. So the browser object model, unlike the document object model, so there's no standard for implementation, and the problem really here is that it could vary quite a bit depending on browser, from browser to browser, how they handle the different objects within the BOM. So this is why we're not going to focus too much on this, because there is such a huge variation between what's available within the different browsers. And unlike the different browsers, we've also got another object. So next to the DOM, we also have what's known as the Windows object. So this is accessing that entire window information. So just like what we did when we console logged out or console directoried out the DOM, we can also console out the window. So the window basically contains the DOM within it. So you could say that the window is actually a parent of the DOM. So let's see how this looks within our source code. So we go out here and we'll just refresh that. So we've got the window object, and you can see that within the window object, there's a lot of different methods. And if you're familiar with JavaScript, some of these might look familiar. So alert, and if you've ever wondered why, you can go in and type in an alert and do something like this and how it works. You can see that this is actually part of the window object. So this is the same thing as doing window alert, but it's just predefined that alert is already within the window. So it's going to be the same thing, and the output is going to be the same format. It's going to look the same way. So this is the Windows object. So I'm going to get rid of that alert. But there are some things that you probably are going to be familiar with if you're familiar with JavaScript, and all of these are contained actually within the window. So you've got the history of the window, so you can look back on those as well. You've also got some event listeners here within the window. So these are for the entire window as opposed to particular elements that are contained within the DOM and so on. So this is the top parent. You've also got information about where the scrolling position is. So we've got the entire window. So this takes up everything that's open right now. And this is where also what houses the DOM. So you can see that you've got a lot of different objects that are available within here. And if you continue to scroll down, you've got some DOM information. So you've got the document essentially is sitting within that Windows object. So it's just important to note, and we're not going to, again, focus too much on what's happening within the Windows object. It's just important to note that it is there, and it is something that occasionally, just like with the DOM, you might want to pull through and get some information. So now I do encourage you to take a few minutes and log out console DRI window. So you can do that if you're in a Chrome browser. You can go over to the console and just type that in and check it out. Take a quick look through there, and you'll see that just up here near the top, we've got the DOM. So this actually is going to be the same information that's contained when we're console directorying out the document object. So this is all of that same information. So we could literally start at the Windows object and move down into the DOM. But a lot of times, if you're just accessing DOM information, then it's easier to start at the document level. And you've got also a lot of different controls for the windows. So you can see on the resizing of the windows and just things that you might not necessarily have access to if you're only looking at the DOM. So check it out for yourself. And in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how you can write some content out into the DOM. So it's coming up. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to write something into the DOM. So now we saw earlier that we can make a selection from our elements, select a node and update that value. And we can also, when we're looking at the DOM, we can create new items within the DOM. So if we do something like document write, so write is going to be the method, and this is going to allow us to write a string to the document as it's being opened up. So as JavaScript's running through and JavaScript hits this document write, this is the point where it's going to write something into the document. So I'm going to write hello world again so that that stands out. And let's go back out to the page and I'll refresh the page, and we can see that we're writing this out, and this is actually going to be written out in the order that the code is being presented. So if I was to actually move this up higher in the page, it would write it out at a higher point. And we can see that when we go to inspect and if we go into the source code, into the HTML, so that's just been written here right at the end. So what's happened now is that JavaScript, or the browser, as it's rendering out that HTML page, it sees the JavaScript, it sees document write, it knows what it needs to write, and it writes it immediately after the script tags or the next available slot that it's able to actually write something into the document. And then it continues to execute out the script. So this is a way of writing into the document, and although it's not very efficient, because this just basically means that if you want to write into your document, you're going to be very restricted. You're going to always have to use the script tags, and you're going to have to input where you want that information. So if I want to update something in the H1 tags here, then this would be really super difficult. So there is a better way, and I'm going to show you that in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back, and previous lesson we saw how we can write into the document, and really this isn't an efficient way to write into your Google script. Just as before, when we were traversing down through the DOM from the body div, HTML, H1, and so on, and we were selecting a particular node that we want to update the value in, that wasn't really efficient either. And the reason I showed you these is because it's just good to be aware that you can do it that way, but most of the time you're not going to be doing it that way. So the way that we actually access the content within our HTML page is that we actually make those selections of the particular element. So we need to identify these elements, and one of the easiest ways is to use ID, because we know when we use ID, we should only use ID one time within our source code, and this gives us a really easy way to access and select that particular element that we want to update. So let's do document, and we're going to do the method getElementById. So basically it's going to return the element that we're referencing in that ID here. And the ID that we want to look at is output. So we just need to add that in there. And we've got an option for a number of different methods, and the one to update the HTML. So we can do something like inner HTML. And now let's update that to say hello world. And we'll put a little happy smiley face there. And let's go back out to the page, and we'll refresh the page, and we see that output. So that element with that output ID, so that was just up here. And when I refresh the page, it rewrote it and overwrote it to hello world. So let's also show you another way to do this. And this is a way to access that element as an object. So what we can do is we can set up a variable, and we can drop that element as an object in there, and I'm going to just close that off, and now we can do output inner HTML hello world, and we can also console log out that object, so we can log out what's contained within the output. And even better yet, we can do directory, so we can take a closer look at the directory where all of the different nodes that are available within that particular element. So let's refresh the page, and we don't see anything different here, but let's go open up our console there. And we can see that we're outputting that particular element, and this was an easier way of selecting that element. And we can see that in itself, it's got a bunch of child node. It's got one child node, and that child node is just going to be that text, and we've actually updated it. So we've got a number of different ways to do it, but the easiest way is to use the built-in methods. We could also do, so now that we've got that within the output, within the object called output, we can also go under the same way as we did before. We do child nodes, and we select the first child node that's available, and we can update the node value. And so the node value is going to be, so node value and new, we'll just call it new value. So what's going to happen now when I reload the page is that the hello world is going to overwrite the document object model, or the DOM value, and then finally it's going to overwrite it with a new value. So we see that now we've got the new value that's present there, and you're probably wondering, well, what happens if I don't do child nodes and I just do node value? And I'll show you what happens there. So there is going to be a slight difference, and we can see that the way that we're outputting, we're not actually accessing any of the content that's contained within there, because it itself doesn't have, we've got a node value of null, so we don't have anything that's being set in there, and we do have, initially we did have the children in there. So these ones themselves, they weren't containing any kind of textual value within there. So that's why if we're doing it within this type of format, make sure that you select the child nodes and make sure that these child nodes actually have text, and that makes that node value that you can update the value that's contained within there. But most of the time, you don't have to worry about it doing it within this type of way. We can stick with the built-in methods that are already available within that object. So instead of looking at child nodes and traversing down, we see that we've already got a value within this object for inner HTML, and we also have inner text. So either one we can update, and the text, of course, this isn't going to take HTML, but if we just output, if we can update this object, just like what we did before, we can see that we can really easily access and update it. So let's save that, and we'll refresh the page and go back out to our JavaScript, and we can see that now we're just updating that value using inner text as well. So what I want you to do is open up your browser, go into your console, and one of the really cool things is once we've registered that object and we go into the console, we can actually use output there. So we see that output is still attached to that element, and I can do some JavaScripting over here. I can update that inner HTML, and I can say new. So I could say something like that, and we see that we get the callback is being returned. So that means that it got executed out, and we were actually able to update that particular content on the page. So I'll show you that again. So if, for instance, we want to update that and we want to type new world, we can update it, and we see that immediately that takes effect and we're able to update it. Again, that's just doing it within the console. And the other thing here is that you can actually do it within any one of your any one of the pages, because you're not actually writing to the source code. All you're doing is just accessing the DOM and writing some JavaScript statements that are interacting with the DOM elements and updating the code. So that's what I want you to do, to go to web page, any web page, make a selection, find out something that maybe like this that has access, and make an update to it. So document, and that's get element by ID. So I hit the enter a little bit too fast there. So it's get element by ID. And you'll see that once you start typing within the console, it's already got all of that available. So access and inner HTML, and I'm going to update that to hello. So take a look at that, and once I press that, it should update the value there to hello. So you can do this on any web page, and you can have a lot of fun with this as well. So I do encourage you to take a few moments, pause the video, or before you proceed to the next video, to open up your browser and access some of the different HTML elements by using get element by ID. And remember, you got to make sure that you can locate the ID. So not all elements will have an ID, and I'll show you that, how to access those ones in the upcoming lessons. Welcome, and previously we saw how we can update our elements by making a selection. So this time in this lesson, I want to show you how you can select an input value. So I've got this input value, I've given it an ID of new text, and this is going to be relatively the same way that we can access the information contained within that text. So let's just type something in there, and we know that we've given a value of new txt. So let's set that up, and we'll give it a variable of a, and we'll do document and get element by ID. So this is all going to be the same way, and the element that we want to get is new text. So now if I output A, I see that I've captured the information within that element. So I've got a number of different things that I can do. So I can do a value if I want to see the value that's contained within that field. And because this is updatable, we know that this value could possibly change at any time. So depending on when the users last interacted with it, this value is changing and it's different. So this is just something to keep in mind when you are trying to pull up the value. You got to make sure that you're getting that current value and that you're not trying to access a stored value. So if you were to do something like variable b is equal to a value, and we do something like b, we see that we've got current value, but if we do new value, then we know that b itself will still hold that initial value. And that's the same thing when you're picking up the value of the input within your script. You got to make sure that you're getting it at the right time, because if you don't, then you're going to get that old value as the page is being loaded or whenever the script was being accessed. So if you want to get access to the value, make sure that you're picking it up at the time when you want to access that information. So we can also add in something that if this particular value changes, so let's add in an attribute here, we'll call it onChange, and whenever it changes, then it's going to run the upText function. So now when this value changes here, we're going to update the upText, and what we want to do is when it makes a change here, I want to update whatever value has now been added into this input, I want to update that output there. So instead of typing it out within that hello world there and so on, and we don't need to actually change output, because once we've got it within that object, we always have access to it. So it actually doesn't matter if we're doing it within a function, because that output value is always going to be the same. So let's set up a function, and this function, and we're going to give it the same name that we set up there of upText. So that's going to be our function, and that's going to run whenever the text gets updated. And we know that we're going to update that output text whenever it changes. So let's go ahead and do the same thing that we did over here. We'll set up a variable, and we'll just call it holder. And what it's going to do is it's going to check into the document. It's going to get element by ID, and it's going to select the value that's contained within the text there. And we don't need to use it for anything else, so I can just do value there, and basically we're picking up the value there when it changes, and we're going to update that inner text of output as it changes. So let's go ahead and try that out. We'll refresh the page, and we'll say something like test. And before I forget, actually, I do need to specify that this is going to be to run the function, not just access the function. So that you need to add in those rounded brackets there. So let's go back into the page, and we're going to refresh it again, and we'll write something like hello. And we know that once it changes, we can see that that gets updated there as well. So test. And we can type in whatever we want, and as soon as the change finishes, and as soon as we click off of it, we take the focus off, we see that it runs the function, it gets whatever value is contained within here, and it actually updates that inner HTML. So what I want you to do is try this out for yourself and set up really simple interface. You can get rid of a lot of the text that we had sitting here, so you can get rid of a lot of this stuff here, as it's not really being used at the moment. And we can keep just a few lines of code to accomplish the challenge as we've set it out. So refresh it again and create that element, give it an ID, and then also create an input, give that an ID, and add an event listener on the input as an attribute. And I'm going to show you a better way how to add those event listeners later on in the course. But for now, let's just add it in as an attribute. So the onChange function that's going to fire off, and it's going to fire off and run this function whenever this input is changed, and basically set up the function there, grab the value within the holder, and you can even shorten this to just one line of code if you wanted to as well. So you could do something like that, and that takes care of all of that functionality. And you'll see that once you go out here and we refresh it and we type something, whenever we click off of it, it's going to actually output that value there within that output ID. So try it out for yourself, and pause the video, or before you continue to the next video, open up your editor and take on this challenge. Create two elements, so one div, which is basically your output, and then an input, and then add that listener there, add that element there, and the function. So once you do that, you're ready to go and set up and make that change within that output ID. So the next lesson, we're going to look, so I'm going to bring back a lot of that source code that I had there, because we don't always have an ID for an element, and sometimes we have multiple elements that we want to access. So I'm going to show you how to grab it by tags and as well grab it by class. So these are other ways that we can make selections of our elements within our HTML code. So that is coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back, and in this lesson I'm going to show you how to get elements by tag. So we see that we've got the list item tags here, and we've got a number of items here within the list. So let's do another selection here, and we'll just call it list items. So we give it a name there, and this time what we want to do is actually do a document, and we use the get elements by tag name value. And basically this is going to return the node list of elements within a given tag, and the tag that we're going to be looking for is list items. So we're going to return back all of those elements, and I'm going to show you, because we're actually going to have 4 items there, and we know that within this object we're going to contain all 4 of those items, but I'm going to show you then how we can make selections and make updates to them, just as what we were doing with getting them by ID. So let's do console log, and I'm going to output that list there within the console. So let's refresh it, and we see that we've got all 4 list items, and each one we have the ability to update the inner text. So if we wanted to, we know that this is, going back up to there, we see that this is just a typical array. We've got a length for the array, and if we've got a length for the array, that means that we can loop through all the items that are within this array. So we can set up variable x equals 0, and let's loop through x while it's less than list items length, because we do have that value sitting in there. So let's utilize that. And then we just need to increment x. So this is going to allow us to loop through all of the items within the list. And then now if we wanted to, we could do something like this, where we're looping through them, and we could update the inner HTML or the inner text. And we can do item, and let's make it dynamically changing, so we'll add in the value of x. So let's go back out, refresh the page, and see what happens. So basically we've got item 1, or we should maybe start it at, so we'll add 1 to that value, because we know with arrays they start at 0. So let's have that value of 1 there. So we've got item 1, 2, 3, 4, and of course if we had additional list items we could list them out there as well. So just as we would with a regular array, if I want to make my selection of, so now I've got all of the items, all of those elements as list items, so I can select a particular one. So maybe if I want to update number 2 and I want to update the inner, or let's just do inner text this time. So because I'm not really writing any HTML, so let's just say updated. And go back out to our page, refresh it, and we can see that it got updated there. And because we've got that list items object, we can always grab list items and we can make our updates directly within the console here. So inner HTML, and let me open up the page there so we can see what's happening. And we'll update that inner HTML. And let's maybe this time let's add in some actual HTML. So hello, we'll do a line break there. So now take a look at this item number 2, and when I press the button there, we're updating it to hello world, and because we're doing inner HTML, we're able to accept that HTML into there. So this is how you can work with a number of list items. You can select them individually, and you can also, if you just want to use just one, you can just use the item number, so you can list it out this way. And if you want to just pick up the first one, you could do that as well, where with the list items, you can just update that first one. So you don't actually have to loop through them or anything like that, unless you want to, of course, or unless you need to within your code. So one other thing that I also want to do, so if we've got list items and we only have one available, so we know that we've got the image source and we've only got one image. So let's do my img for the image, and we're going to do document. And this one, we're going to get elements by tag name as well. So I can actually just copy that out just to speed things up a little bit. So get elements by tag name instead of list this time, it's going to be img. And now because it's an image, we can check in, we can get the source of it as well. So let's console log, or we've got quite a few console logs there, so we're not really using this one anymore. So let's just grab img and see what it lists out there. So refresh the page and img, and we see that we've got the first item there, and we've got current source. So we know that depending on the item or depending on the type of tag, they could differ for what is available within the object. They've all got their own different properties. So we saw that we can grab this one, and we've got also, because this is an image, we also have an option for source as well. So we've got the source code there of the image. If we ever want to update it, we can do that as well. So we can do source, and we can get the path to the source. So refresh that. And we do need to specify, because we are using get elements by tag name, we have more than one. We need to specify that this is the one that we want to look at, and that's where we can get the source of the image and so on. So if we had a number of images, we could pick up really easily, loop through all the images and pick up all of that image information within our console and obviously within our script, and we could utilize it within that fashion. So next, we're going to look at another way to make our selection within our JavaScript. And for the exercise for this lesson, I want you to go ahead and open up your DevTools and maybe swap some images. I'm not sure, but if this is an image, so this one is clearly an image here. So we can make a quick update to the images by looping through and looping all of the images. So that's an exercise to try out for yourself. Just as we did over here, we went to a web page and we updated that value for hello. Let's do that as well over here. Open up the inspector, go to console, and update one of the images on the page. So pause the video right now, open up your browser, try it out, and I'm going to show you how to make that update. So we know that we can do the selection by, we can get the images by tags. So I'm going to set up a variable. I'm just going to give it a variable name of A, and I'm going to do document and we're going to go get element by tag name. And the tag that we're going to be looking for is img. And so now when I list out A, I've got 4 images on the page. And let's have some fun here where we can swap out some of these images. So we know that the first one there is hero. So I'm going to just grab that path there. And I'm going to update one of the other images. So image number 1, and we'll just do source. And we'll equal that source to be that hero source. So we see that that updated that source there. We can update the source, and this is probably the other image there. So we can update that source as well to be the hero source. So you see you can really have quite a bit of fun with it. And you see that this is actually this really big image, this really big PNG. And all we're doing is we're accessing that information within the console here, and we're making those updates. If we want to update the first one, so this one here, let's grab that SVG file path, open that up, and open up the brackets there, and instead of hero, let's make a quick update to the page. So we can see that we can completely change what the brackets web page looks like. And of course, this is obviously only happening within our own instance of the browser that's open. We're not actually changing any of the source code on brackets.io, and it's just basically interacting with the active DOM and the content that's contained within that DOM. So we're able to change images, we're able to update source code just by selecting the right element and adding in those new values. So try it out for yourself, have some fun with it, and in the next lesson I'll show you how you can do that and select elements by class. Earlier we saw how we can select elements by tag name, and I've added in a class called yellow, and I've added in a number of different elements within our HTML code. So we can also, just like what we've done with getting it by ID, getting it by tag, we can also select and pick up the different elements by class. So I'm going to just call it variable yellow. So that's the object that we're going to contain all of those elements, and we'll do document. And this time it's going to be get elements. So notice that it's elements instead of element because we are picking up a number of them. So it's get elements by class name. So this one really isn't used that often, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. So the class that we're picking up is yellow, and let's console log out that value of yellow so we can pick up that object. And it's going to be pretty much the same thing that we just did earlier in the previous lesson, so I'm not going to really spend a whole lot of time. So you see that we've got a number of different elements there. So we've got a paragraph yellow, a list item yellow, a div yellow, and we can see that we've got class name. They all have the class name yellow, the node name, so it's a paragraph. So we can even pick up what type of elements they are, and this allows us to select it by class. And then the rest of it is the same thing that we just saw earlier, where we could loop through and we can select each one of those elements within that list. And in this case, it's going to be that's available within yellow, and list out, and let's update them. So this item is yellow. So go back out to the page. I'll take a quick look and refresh it. So all the different ones that have a class of yellow, they've all been updated, and now they have the inner text of yellow. So that's all we had to do, and it's really as easy as that to make an update. And one of the important things to note here is that we had the list item, so its class was yellow, but it didn't actually change the inner HTML, and that's because we've changed that over here. So if you're wondering why that one didn't change, it's just the order that those loops are being presented. So we've got the first one here, and then we've got the second one. So basically this is just overwriting what we had written here as yellow. So it's as easy as that to select it by class. And again, it's not really used that often, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. And there's actually even better ways to make their selections, and those are with query selectors. So we can do query selector, or we can do query selector all, and we can be really specific just as we work with our CSS and isolate out the elements that we want to access. We can use this within query selector. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to continue with the selection process, because being able to select your elements within your HTML page is really what most of the work within the DOM is all about, making that proper selection. So we want to make sure that you're presented with enough ways that you can make those selections and isolate out those elements as needed. So the next way that I'm going to select and show you how to do that is the query selector. So this will just be select item, or we'll just call it select element, and document. And this one is more commonly used. So this is query selector. And query selector basically returns that first element that matches the selection process. So we're only returning one element. And this is really important to note, that even though we've got a number of different ones that have a class of yellow, we only want to pick up one. So let's console log out that information. And let's take a look within the console. So let's go out here, refresh the page. So we see that we can pick up the content there, and I'm going to change it to directory so we can see the DOM information. So we see that we're picking up just that first paragraph one. So we know that we've got yellow over here, so this is the first occurrence. Then we've got the list item, and we've got it down here as well. But query selector is only to select the first one. And the really cool thing about using query selector is we can be more specific, just as we do with CSS. So if I only want to have the divs have a yellow background within my CSS, so I'll go back out here and refresh it, we can see that we can use it within CSS to select out only the particular divs to have that property. And we can do the same thing within the query selector, where we can copy literally what we have within our CSS, and we can make that selection. So instead of selecting the first one that has the class of yellow, we're going to go all the way down and select the first one that has an element, a tag of div with the class of yellow. And we can do even more, where we can do selecting the first one and so on. So I'll show you how to do that as well. So for now, let's do a quick update on this one. So now that we've selected it, let's update our inner HTML. Found it. I just type in found it. So let's go back out to our page, and just note the one here at the bottom. As I refresh it, it goes to found it, because we were able to make that selection using a query selector. So let's try another one here. And this time, what I want to do is I want to select the first element that matches the first list item, essentially. So the first tag, list item under the unordered list, and I want to change that one to found it. So we'll do select list, just have one S in there, or one I in there, and we'll do document, query selector. So again, the query selector, and the same thing that we do with CSS, so we can do it via the tags as well. So just as we did with the classes, make sure you include those periods for classes. And let's make our query selector. So you can pause the video here and figure out how you can make a selection of the first list item, and maybe let's update that and type in the first one found or something like that. So pause the video and finish off what this query selector is going to look like. And when you're thinking about this, think CSS. So welcome back, and I hope that you were able to accomplish that. So let me show you how to do this. And literally, if you're familiar with CSS, this is going to be a really easy solution because we know that we can select the unordered list and we can select the list item. And if we want the first item there, we just do that greater than sign there. So we make that query selection of the first item, and now let's update the inner HTML of that. And we'll just leave it at found it. So make sure that we're doing select list instead of select EL, the element. And let's do found the first one. And save that. So let's go back out to our page. And remember, we're looking at the list items there. We want to make a selection of the first one, and we do the refresh, and we see that, in fact, indeed, we were able to pick up that first one and make an update to it. So do keep in mind that query selector is only for one node that's going to get returned. And if you want to select multiple ones, there's query selector all. So we'll take a look at that in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back, and in this lesson where previously we saw how we can select one item from our elements, and now I'm going to show you how you can select all the elements. So if, for instance, we're looking to select all the ones that have a class of yellow, we can do this with the document, and this time instead of query selector, it's going to be query selector all. So basically it's going to match with whatever matches with this query selection. So just like what we do with our CSS, and if we want to specify, we want to get all of the items that are yellow, we can specify that within the selection process. So we're going to select back all the ones that are yellow, and we'll console log that out. So all yellow. So we can take a closer look within the console. So we see that thinking back to what we saw when we're selecting by class, this is going to be the same thing, the same output, because we are in fact selecting by class. So let's say, for instance, we want to get even more specific. So just as we would with CSS, so if we had list items that have yellow in it, and we go into here, we refresh it, we can select those and make those yellow. So just as we did there, we can do the same thing over here, where let's just add the list item, and now we're going to make our selection and refresh it. So we see that we're only returning back the two items now. And this is the beauty of query selector all, because just like query selector, we can use CSS selection values, and we can select those elements within that type of format. So now if we want to actually make a change to it, we could do all yellow, and we have to specify, thinking back to what we saw when we're selecting out the classes, we've got two items within that array. So if we want to select the first one, that's going to be bracket 0, and then we can update that inner text. Found new item. And save that. Let's go back out and refresh the page. So we see that we can select the found the new item, and we can update that and make that selection. So that's because we're selecting the first one, and we also have the option, if we want to, we could loop through and we could change both of them, or we could select the second one, refresh it, and we can see that we can update those values and make that selection. So the same way that we were looking through the classes, we can loop through, same way we're looking at all the different the array of the tags, we've got the same option here, but this is a much smarter way because we can really isolate it out within the same format as we do CSS. So now it's up to you to try it out for yourself, make a selection, go into web page, go through the source code and select out different values and different elements and make some changes to it. So you can do that live directly within the source code, or you can open up your own editor and write the JavaScript. So either way, try it out for yourself, and I'm going to just show you how to do this within the brackets IO page. So I'm just looking at something that we could change over, and probably the best one to maybe do would be, so we've got a bunch of paragraphs here, and I'm just looking for some type of consistency within the tags. So we've got a bunch of classes here that are medium-4. So let's select those using query selector. And I'm just going to edit that HTML. I'm going to copy that medium-4. So going into the console, let's set up a variable. So variable A, or let's do variable C this time. I think that we already had it. Document. And this time we're using query selector. And let's do query selector all. And select out the class of medium. And let's see, so we've got 6 items there. So let's update the inner HTML. So maybe what we want to do is we want to loop through them all, or we want to maybe just select them one by one. So C inner text. So this time let's do some inner text, and let's equal it to 1. And I should actually specify which item I'm looking at. So I didn't do that there, so let's update that. And 1, and we can see that we can select that. So that one was the first one. So maybe, I believe this one was probably the first one in the list there. So we can select them and we can update them and so on. So really easy and quite a lot of really powerful stuff you can do with it. So go ahead, open up a web page, have some fun with this. Let's see what the 4th one is. So we see that we can grab those elements, and once we have them, once we've accessed them, made that selection, we can make updates to them as needed. So go ahead, try it out for yourself. And the next lesson, we're going to look at how we can move through the DOM. There's different ways of doing traversing through the DOM, and we can actually use some built-in selection values that are built into JavaScript. So that's coming up. Welcome back, and in this lesson I'm going to show you how you can traverse through different selected items within the DOM. So let's set up a variable, and within this variable maybe I can get my list items, so L items, and we're going to grab it and we're going to do document get elements. So there's a number of different ways to do this. Maybe let's just do tag name this time. So we've got some variety. And the tag name that I want to grab is unordered list. And we know that we only have one, so we're going to make sure that we select that first one there. And now, so let's output this in the console. And I'll show you how you can utilize this, and you can traverse through the items that are being represented there. So again, I think that this probably is better off to be directory. So let's refresh that and we can list through there. So we can see that we've got a number of options here where we've got ones like the last child. So we see that we've got text within there. So this is the last child. We've got first child. So these are built-in values that we have access to directly within the JavaScript. So we see we've got previous siblings, and this is another way to traverse through the DOM and just access the various elements that are available to us. So say for instance, maybe the unordered list isn't the best one to use, but let's say for instance we're going to look at the body, or we're going to look at the div. So we select the elements by div, and I don't have a lot of stuff in these divs, so maybe we need to add some more elements in there so that we can traverse through them. So let's maybe do a paragraph in there and have a number of paragraphs. And then let's also have some more divs within these divs. So this is so that we've got more of a richer experience here within our source code. So maybe this one can be 3. And this is the thing when you're working within the DOM and you're practicing it, it's always a good idea to have a lot of HTML code so that you have a variety that you can select from. So now let's go back into the div and we'll select that last div there, go back out and refresh it. So we've got the div over here and we see that within this div we've got the 4 children. So these are the 4 that we've created here. So now what we want to do is we want to pick up the last child. So we know that we've got the first child here, we've got children, we can loop through the children, and we see that we've got one called the last child. And the last child itself, there's nothing really contained within there because remember, again, we're going through the different nodes and it's not necessarily collecting all the elements, it is picking up the different nodes. We can also look at the different siblings of those children. So let's output that first and we'll do last child and save that. And there should be a period in between there. So let's go back out to the console and we'll refresh it. So what we have is some text and we see that the parent node is yellow and there's no content in here. So there's nothing really in here because this is just the node value. So we've got some text in there and it's just picking that information up. So if I get rid of the spacing, I believe that will probably get rid of some of this excess here. So now getting rid of the spacing allowed us to select out that last div so that because we had that additional spacing between the different elements, it was actually picking that up and classifying it as a separate node. So now we're able to pick up the last child, which is this last div here, and it's got the inner text of 4. So now we can do something with it. Just like we picked up the last child, we've got an option to do children. We could do the first child as well. So let's see what this looks like. So the first child, as there's a number of these built-in ways to traverse through. So the first one that we're picking up is 1. And we see that we've got access to those as well. And we can get the values, we can get the next sibling. So the next sibling that's next to this one, next to the first child, is next sibling. And so now when I refresh it, so now I've moved over to the sibling. So what I'm doing is I'm getting the first child of the div of the second div. So I'm using the array value there of the second div. I'm getting the first child and I'm getting the sibling of that first child. So that's going to be the one that contains the content of 2. We can also move through the next sibling as well. So we can see its next sibling, which is the div. We can see next element sibling, which is the div. We can see just a lot of different ways that we can traverse through here. So what I want you to do is to pause the video and take a look and see how you can traverse through the various elements within the source code. Try it out for yourself and just use all of these different methods that are available to us that are built in and pick up those values. We can go to the previous sibling as well, so we can actually move back to the previous sibling. So maybe we'll just have some fun with this and we'll move back to the previous sibling and then we're going to get the parent element of that particular node. So the parent element. And now let's see what happens now. So what we've done is we've traversed through, we started at this div, we moved to the first child, we went to the sibling of that first child, then we went back to the previous sibling of that one, so that one was over here. And then ultimately we ended up back at the parent. So this is how you can actually move around through the selected elements until you actually get to the one that you want to utilize. And you can get fairly complex with this. So this really does save you the trouble of having to give IDs to all the different elements. And you can also come up with ways to loop through it as well and pick up these values as needed. So if you're aware and if you know which elements you want to select, you can really easily move through there and select all the different elements. So have some fun with this, move through, traverse through the different elements in the source code and pick any element that you want and find your way in order to get that content that's contained within those elements. So try it out for yourself. And in the next lesson, we're going to show you even more that you can do with the DOM, and this is going to be by adding CSS dynamically into your HTML. So that's coming up. Welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to be showing you how you can update the CSS of an element. So using JavaScript, so dynamically update what the element actually looks like. So let's make our selection here. We're going to do output there. So let's set up a variable output, and we're going to do document. And let's do get element by ID. So this is usually the easiest one that usually I default to if I've got an ID value there. So let's do get element by ID, so that outputs it within that object. And now let's make some updates to it within CSS. There are a number of different options with CSS. We can set our background color. So let's just do that for now. So do output, and we'll do style. So style allows us to represent the style attribute. So it's the same thing as typing in style within that element itself. So the same idea. And we've got a number of different options here. We can do background color. If we've got background image, we can set the repeats. We can do border. So let's do border. Or actually, let's just stick with the background first for now. So background color is the one that we want to set. And this can be a hex value, it can be a named color. So let's just do a named color, so do it red. Go back out and let's refresh the page, and we see that we're setting this. So this isn't actually sitting in the CSS, it's being done via JavaScript. And we can do this for any one of the elements. So just as we're changing and updating that inner HTML and the inner text, we can update the background styling as well. So besides the background color, we saw that we had several different options there. So let's take a closer look at what our options were as well. So we have our background color. So we can also update a border. We can specify if it's border, where the border is going to sit. So that's another one that we can set. We can do border color and so on. So border itself. So and this works the same way as styling would if you're adding it in the inline styling as an attribute as well. So we can do one pick, or maybe let's do 3 picks solid, and let's just do a black border. So go back out to our page and we'll refresh the page, and we can see that we get this black border here. So this has been added in via JavaScript, and we see when we look at the source code, we've got background color red, border, 3 picks solid, black. So it's actually adding in the inline styling attribute values there using JavaScript. So this gives us quite a lot of flexibility when we're building out our code, and gives us quite a bit that we can actually do within our code itself. So this, again, try it out for yourself. Have some fun with this and make those selections. You can pick out literally any web page you want, and I know I've been picking on this brackets.io one quite a bit, but we can also make those selections as well. So I don't remember if we had one that had an ID. Oh, we do have an ID up there. So let's edit HTML. I'm going to grab that hero wrapper, and I'm going to grab it in here. And let's set, so document get element by ID, and that ID value was hero wrapper. And now let's set some CSS, so style, and update the background color. So make sure that that's uppercase, and let's do blue. So once I hit OK, then we should see that the background color of this is going to go blue, which it does. So again, just try this out for yourself. Try all the different defaults, like the background color, different styling options as well, and just see how it works, get comfortable with it. And in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how you can actually create brand new elements with CSS. So that's going to be really interesting, and that's going to be really cool because these are going to be, so far we've only been working with existing elements in the source code, but with CSS we can also add new ones. So that's coming up in the next lesson. This lesson, we're going to show you how you can create brand new elements within your HTML source code. So let's say, for instance, we want to create another element here. So we've got this div here, we've got 4 items in there, and we want to create a 5th one with the content inside called 5. So I'll show you how to do that. So let's create a brand new element. So we'll just call this one new L, or call it NL. For new elements, and we're going to do document, and this time the method is going to be create. So we've got a bunch of options here, and the one that we wanted to use is create elements. So it creates a specified element, and maybe for this one let's just create a div. So we're going to add a brand new div here at the bottom. So first thing that you need to do is actually build out that element. So let's take that element itself and let's add some inner HTML to it. And let's do some real HTML in here. So do the line break, hello world 5. So there's some HTML that we can add in there. And now it's going to be, we need to actually move and traverse to the spot that we want to place that. So this is where it gets a little bit more challenging because we want to append this particular elements. We want to append this last one here with the new value. Let's show you how to do that, and it does get a little bit tricky. So usually the easiest way is just to add an ID and then add the next one. But let's see if we can pull this off, and we're gonna first need to make a query selection to that value just to make sure that I'm actually getting the right one, and I'm going to output in the console. And as I said, it does get a little bit tricky. So let's just give this one a variable of a, and document query. So do query selector all, and that's because we're probably going to end up with quite a few more. So we know that it's got it's the div with a class of yellow. And we're not sure actually how many are going to show up here. So let's do div with a class of yellow, and we'll take a look and we'll see how many we actually get within the console there, and refresh this. So we actually only get the one. So this actually worked out pretty good because we can make that selection and specify that we want this particular one, and now we want to be able to append that value. So let's see what happens when we just append it. So the method is append child. So we're adding in a child into this particular one, and the child that we're adding in is the one that we just created. And let me get rid of that. So I'm not sure why that happened there, but so now what we're doing, we're using the append child method. So let's see what this now looks like when we refresh the page. And we see that we've got the values of 3, 4, and then hello world 5. So let's take a look at the source code there, and we see that in fact it did append it, and it added in that 5th element there next to the last one there. So we know that when we append a child, because we were selecting the parent, that basically it's going to append and add in a brand new child to that particular selection, and the child is going to be the one that we newly created. So we can also do this a number of times, and we can create a number of them. So we can append another child to that one as well, and you can see here that basically what's happened is we've only appended that one child, and we've already got that value there appended. So if we want to add and append another element, we'd have to create another brand new element in order to append that value. So once we've used it and once we've already appended it, we can't do it multiple times. And just as we can create children, we can also remove them from our elements. So now that we've selected it as A, we can do A and 0, and we can do remove child. So just as we appended child, we can remove child, and we can be specific which one we want to remove. So going into our element, our selection there, we can go to make a selection. So we're just going to do child nodes and select out which one we want to remove. So maybe we want to remove the first one. So see what happens now when I refresh the page. We see that we're actually removing some of the children that are available there as child nodes. And actually, it's probably better that we look at within the console log there. So we see that we've got 4 of them there. And let's log that out after we've appended and after we've removed it. And just to make sure that we'll do the directory. So refresh that, and we see that we've got child nodes there. We've got 9 of them, and we've removed 1 of them. So let's try to be more specific with the one that we want to remove. I believe we've got some space in there again. So instead of removing the first one, let's remove it like this and refresh it. And now we see that whenever we go to the child node list, we've actually removed one of the paragraphs there from the source code. And we can see that here that we've removed that first one, that first element with the paragraph. We're not removing the one with the spacing there because that's just simply what's showing up as text. So we can append, we can remove from our elements really easily within using the DOM. So next, we're going to look at how we can add click events and add event objects. And this is where things get really interesting when you're interacting with the DOM, because this gives us the ability to really make our web pages super interactive. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Welcome back. And earlier we saw how we connected an event listener within our HTML code when we added in an attribute. So basically this was an event that was fired off by an attribute within the input field. And I did say that there is a better way, and there is a better way definitely when you're working within the DOM. So we can make any one of our elements clickable. So let's first of all, let's just grab that output one that we've been working with before, and we'll do get element by ID and select out that output. So we'll place it within that object. And now we have the ability to make that object clickable. So let's add an event there. So first one that we want to think of, and probably most common ones, are clicks. So we can output on click, and we can run a function whenever that particular element gets clicked. So let's just run a function, and we're going to call that function myFun. And now let's set up the function. So building out that function called myFun, and basically whenever it gets clicked, we'll just console log out hello. So do something really simple like that. Refresh the page. Let's open up our page itself, refresh it. And now whenever we click it, we see that we're firing off that event. So it's as easy as that to make any element within your web page, just as we did with the CSS, just as we updated the HTML, we can add these event listeners. So super easy to add these within our event listeners, and we've got even more options as well. So let's go back to what we had done earlier, where we had this function called upText. So let's recreate that. So this one was actually firing off every time that that event got clicked, but we want or that it got changed. So we actually want to remove it from there. And I'm going to set up, and I'm going to grab new text as an object that we can interact with. And I'm also just going to call it as a variable called new text, just to keep things simple and straightforward. So now we've got the new text value within that object. So now what we can do is we can pick up that new value as well. So let's console log out that value whenever upText gets clicked, or upText gets changed, I should say. So let's do a new text, and we'll do the value of what's contained within there. So just as we did with the onClick, we can set up our event listeners there, and we can listen for new text. So this is the object that we want to listen on, and instead of onClick, this one's going to be onChange. So just as we had that function sitting in here as an attribute, we can run that function, and we're going to simply run the one called upText. So let's refresh this, and we should refresh our page as well. So now every time I type something there, and if I click over here, we see that we can, or every time I click off of it, we see that we're actually running that change function. So just as what we were doing before as an attribute, but this is a much better way to do it, because containing all of your script and keeping your script logic separated from your HTML source code is best practice when you're coding your JavaScript, because if you ever do want to make any changes to those click events, those click objects, then you can really easily make those updates just within your source code. And even easier when you've got your source code within a JS file linked to a bunch of different pages, so you can really easily go down and make those updates directly within the script, so you don't have to, again, touch your HTML. So much better way to add these event listeners. So we can also do it, so within JavaScript, we've got another option to add event listeners, add the event listener method. So I'm going to show you how to do that as well in the upcoming lesson. So that's coming up. Welcome back. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can add event listeners into our HTML using JavaScript. Now, doing it within this type of format, this is the same thing as adding event listeners inline. So right within your HTML code. So this has functions essentially in the same format. Now there is another method to use as well, and I did want to still finish up that you can add the function in directly as well. So if you have a really short function like this, you can use an unnamed function. So we don't necessarily need to have a function name. We can do an anonymous function where we've got function, and we can simply console log out that value then there. So that saves us a little bit of real estate within our coding, and especially when we don't have a lot of content there, or if we're not calling to these functions at any other point within the script, it's fine to just use these anonymous scripts, and we can see that it's doing the same thing. It's adding that event listener that's listening whenever we're making a change, whenever this field gets updated. So the other way to set up your event listeners is as event listeners themselves. So this is actually defined as inline events. So it works the same way, where we're passing that property on the click and so on, or on the change. But this way we can actually set up an event listener. And this gives us more control over the event listener. There are some downsides to it, because some of the older browsers, Internet Explorer, of course, it doesn't function the same way. But I'm going to show you how to do that as well. So let's create another element here, make another one that's clickable. So variable yellow, and we'll just do document get element by class. So get element, or maybe we can do get element by tag name, or we'll just maybe do even the query string. So instead of, that's one of the things that when you've got a lot of options in order to make those selections, sometimes it takes a little bit of time to figure out which one is actually the best one to use. But I'm going to use query selector, because I think that one is probably going to be the best one for this case. So query selector, I'm going to select a class of yellow. So basically it's just going to give me that first one that it's returning back that matches yellow, and I could actually be more specific where I could go div yellow, but let's just keep it at that we're going to select out, this one is going to be click. So it's going to select out that paragraph that matches yellow, and now I want to attach that event listener on there as well. And I did say that there are a number of ways to attach these event listeners. So one of the benefits as well for doing it this way is that it's not going to overwrite existing event handlers. So you can actually have multiple event handlers on one element. You can also remove them, and you've just basically got more control over it. And that's one of the reasons why you're going to be using this type of method. So let's set that up and let's attach that. So this one is using add event listener. So it's registering a single event listener on a single target. So really being isolated and picking out that target. So event target may be a single element. So this is the method that we wanted to use. So add event listener, and then we need to specify the event listener. So this one is going to be click. So we do see that it's similar, but the wording is not the same. We're not doing on click, we're just doing click. So that's the important difference. And then we comma separate it out and we can run the function. So the function that we're going to run is maybe we just want to run my fun and close that off. So we'll go back to the page and go back to our JavaScript, refresh it. And now every time we click it, so this one over here is the one that was clickable, we see that it fires it off and it registers that event. So same thing that we did over here, looks the same, but we do have more control, and we can also remove those event listeners and so on. So slightly different, but again, a great way to create that interaction for a page. And depending on how you're planning on using your event listeners is how you would make your selection on which one to use. If you're just doing a really simple one click, you want to make one of these elements clickable, that's really simple and straightforward to do. So you just do the on click and select your element that you want to attach that to. So next lesson, we're going to do some exercises and practice these event listeners and maybe do some combination of what we've learned in the previous lessons and bring it all together within the next set of lessons. So that's coming up. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to have some fun with our HTML and adding some event listeners and also updating some CSS. So the challenge for this lesson is I'm going to just refresh that, and what I want to happen is as I move over these list items, I want them to change color, and then when I move off of them, I want them to go back to the original color. So that's what I want to happen, and I'm going to show you how to do that in this lesson. So give it a second. If you know how to do that, if you want to give it a try, you can pause the video and write out the code. So I'm going to use get elements by tag name. So I'm going to get all of these list items because I want to grab everyone that is a list item. And these are the elements that I want to get. And basically, I'll let you know that we're going to use on mouse over. So we're going to loop through them and get on mouse over, loop through all the different items there and add these click events. And we want something to fire off and happen as the user moves over them. So that's what we want to happen. And let me now let you pause the video, give it a shot, and I'll show you what the solution is coming up. So let's open up our editor. And the first thing that we do want to do is register all these list items. I actually want to get rid of this one over here. So I want to get rid of the styling here because I don't want it really interfering with what we're trying to do within the source code. The classes can stay because it's not actually something that is going to interfere with what we're doing. I'm going to set up a variable. I'm going to call it list items. And of course, you can call this one whatever you want, whatever makes more sense. So document and get elements by tag name because we want to access it to all of the list items. So tag name is going to be list item. So basically what's happening here is we're building up an array of all of the list items. So that would include all of these 4 elements, I believe. We can always console log and we can take a closer look at what's contained within list items. So it's always a good idea when you're developing. We see that we're picking up all 4 items that we want it to work with. So that's great. So next, let's loop through them all. And we need to, one of the things about event listeners is you need to set them up and attach them separately per element. So we do need to loop through it, and we can loop through it while list items is less than the length of, or while x is less than the length of list items. And then now let's just increment x to complete our loop here. And now, as we're moving through the list items, so as we move through each additional list item, we can set up the on. We can set on the mouse over. So let's do on mouse. We see we've got a number of options here. We can do mouse down, mouse move, mouse out, mouse over. So usually I like to do mouse over. So basically whenever the user hovers over it, we're attaching this event listener, and we're going to do an anonymous function. So we're going to have that self-contained function. And what's going to happen in here is that we're going to basically change that event information, that element information. So let's, first of all, let's just maybe console log that out just to make sure that everything is working properly. And this is where we can also use the value of this. So if you're familiar with JavaScript, what this does is this gives us information about our current object as we're accessing it. So whatever the active one is that's firing off this event, then we can pick up that information and we can see that within the console. So now we've added in all of those items there, and we're ready to try out our script. So we see that as we move over it, we're picking up that information. So it is registering and everything is looking proper. So now what we can do is let's go back to the editor, and we're going to use this. We're going to set the style of this and update. So we want to update the background color. So let's set the background color to red, and as we hover over it, it's going to go red. So the other thing that we want to do is we want it to, so that was the page there, so let's refresh it. So what we want to happen is we want this particular list item to go red, and we see that it's not doing that, so we can inspect it and we can see what's actually happening here. So just make sure that we did save this properly. And it did have two equal signs, so that was the problem there. So let's go back, refresh it again, and now we see that whenever we hover over it, it goes red. The problem is that it's not defaulting back to white. So there's a number of ways to solve that. So we can do on mouse over, and we can also register another event. So instead of on mouse over, we want to have an event that whenever we move off of it, then it's going to go back to a different color. Or what we can do is, so we've got this function here that's updating the color. So maybe actually a better way to do is to check to see the current color, and if it's red, then we know what we need to do. We need to change it back to white. So if this color equals red, then what we need to do is we need to set this to be white. And if it's not red, then we can use else, and we can set it to be red. So let's just do that and see how that works out. Let's go back and refresh it. So we see that as we move over, I mean, it's not really the best format, but we see that it is taking place, but we are able to move over it and hover out of it. So maybe the best way to do is actually just to register a separate event on mouse out. So instead of on mouse over, we're going to do on mouse out and change it to white. So it didn't really work great, so we need to register another event here. And instead of on mouse over, on mouse out, and this time instead of going red, let's just change it to white so that we can fire that off. So this should work better, and that was just another quick way to kind of hypothetically do a different conditional statement, but it didn't really work seamlessly. So let's just go back and we'll default back to what we had earlier. So we've got on mouse over, on mouse out. Let's go back to the page itself, refresh it, and now this time we can see that when we're over, it's changing the style to red, and when we're out, it's changing the style, the background color, to white, or to whatever it was initially coming in. So that's how we can accomplish that, where we do this hovering and we can change those element colors. So there's even more that you can do with your JavaScript and working within the DOM. So you can really have a lot of fun with this. And maybe another one that we want to do is maybe add a click event, or another one that we can do is whenever we click an image that we want to maybe have a pop-up with the image. So this will give us the ability to view the image. So if the image is really small, we can click it and we can make it large in a pop-up window. So I'll show you how to do that in the upcoming lesson. Welcome back, and in this lesson we're going to make our image, so whenever we click on the image it's going to open it up in a new window. So pop that new window up and show the full size of the image. So this is good in case our image has a preset width of maybe 100 pixels and it's not showing up really big on the page. So we're doing all these images and thumbnails. So let's make this image clickable and open up a brand new large size, full size of the image itself. So that we can do it very similar to what we did earlier, where we can do image list. So just as we did all of the list items, we can grab the images by tag name of image, because we ultimately, doesn't matter how many images we want, we want them all to have that same functionality. So going by what we did earlier, are you able to create this pop-up of the image? And this is where the challenge is within this lesson. So much like what we did earlier over here, where we can hover and they can highlight, what I want to happen is to make all my images on my page clickable and open up a brand new window with the image path and popping up so we can see the full size of the image. So if you're ready to take on this challenge, pause the video, try it out for yourself. It's going to be very similar to what we did with listing out the images and registering. This time we're just registering click events, and we're just popping up that opening window. So take a minute, pause the video, and try it out for yourself, and I'm going to show you the solution coming up in a second. So hopefully you got an opportunity to try that out for yourself, and this time we're going to list through and we're going to loop through all the image list, so the full length of those. And we're not looking for mouse over, but we're looking for on click events. So these are the functions that we're going to register. And again, this is going to be an anonymous function. So whenever this gets clicked, then we know that this is the function that we want to fire off. So this is actually a relatively simple solution because it's going to use some default JavaScript. So if you're familiar with JavaScript, you know how to open up windows. We know how we can get the source of that current image. We can just do this source. So that's actually the path of where the image is located. So if we pop open a new window and if we use the source of the current image, so whatever one got clicked, it's going to get that source there. We're using this again. And we need to give it a title, so my image. So we could also take the alt if we had an alt and so on and put in the title. We can set this as resizable. Yes. Scroll bars. And these values, they don't really matter. It's just how we're formatting our window. So our window maybe to be 800 pixels wide with a height of maybe something like 600 pixels or something like that. So we've set the parameters there. We've set our window to open. So let's try that out now and see if that works. So going out to the browser, refresh the page, and now whenever we click on our image, we see that it pops up that full size of the image. And this is going to work for any number of images that we might have on our page. So if we actually had some additional images, and I don't have any paths for some more images, of course I could go get some here. So maybe I can use this one here and have that as an image within my source code. So it doesn't matter where I add my images or how many images I add in. it's all going to work because we've registered this functionality. So again, I'm going to make it small just using this attribute value here of 100 pix, and go back out and refresh our code. So now we've got another image, and we can see that we can pop up any image really easily just with JavaScript using our click of the elements when we're making selections of those elements. And as you can see, there's a lot of really amazing things you can do when you work with JavaScript and connecting it to the DOM. So we saw that we had all that information in the beginning that's available within the document object. So I do encourage you to take a look through that, take a look through all the different click objects and see all the different amazing things you can do within your. So I'm going to just list that out within this directory so that we can actually see more information that's contained within there. And you can also see that all of these are going to get registered. So going back into here, refresh, we can see within this image object. So everything is here. We've got the onClick, which is available, and we see now because we've registered a function into it, we've got that function sitting in there. So if we registered on drag, on cut, on copy, on change, on blur, and so on, there's quite a lot to work through here. So try it out for yourself. Here's the mouse events. Mouse wheel we can also look for, mouse up, mouse move, mouse leave. We've got pointer options here. We've got on search, on scroll, on resize. So whenever the object gets resized, we can take some kind of event. So just a lot of stuff here to work through. So I do encourage you to take a look and look into the DOM, list it out within your console, and check out all the different functionality that's available. You can even take some information that's contained within here. So you can do current source, you can do base URI, and any one of these values and utilize them within your script as well. So a lot you can work with, and I do encourage you to try it out for yourself. Practice working with the DOM and see what you can make happen when you create your interactive dynamic JavaScript combined with your HTML elements. Welcome to our quick, simple one-page website. So within the upcoming lessons, we are going to be building out a web page from scratch. We're going to be doing it relatively quickly. It's a one-page website, and it's actually going to be the website that you're looking at right now. And we're also going to be incorporating CSS and some JavaScript at the end of the course in order to add some advanced functionality. We're going to be styling and building out various sections. And as you can see here, there's some placeholder images and placeholder content. And as we scroll down, we've got that effect where we've got the different sections are changing. So it's hovering underneath, and we're able to change those section hyperlinks as we roll through the different sections. So the concept of this site is to present really nice images in the background with some text on top and have additional text and information for that one-page website, present it to the user. We're also going to be using various web resources to get you more familiar with what's out there and how to build out a website from scratch. The source code is also included, and I do encourage you to follow along with the lessons. Do try it out for yourself, and you'll find with styling, there's a lot of tweaks that you're going to be able to do. And the more that you practice tweaking your styling, the better, the more comfortable you are going to get with applying styling. So the styling that we're going to be applying to the web page, a lot of different directions you can go with styling. So really try to make it your own, add your own spin to it. We're going to be creating a very default type page structure as well as applying very default styling to it. And you can really customize this to make it your own. So again, the source code is included, and I do encourage you to take that source code, try it out for yourself, make some tweaks and adjustments, see what happens, build out your own version of this web project. So when you're ready, let's jump right in and start building out this web page from scratch. Within the course, we are going to be using some resources, and it's actually up to you. So if you already have an editor, then you can go ahead and use the editor that you're using. In the course, we are going to be using brackets. So that's it open over here. There's various different themes that you can apply to brackets, and one of the really nice things about brackets is it has this live preview, which lets you open up within an HTTP address instead of a file protocol, and which is also really helpful. So it gives you the ability to kind of navigate through simulating what you would see on the web. So that's one of the best features of brackets. And in order to get brackets, it's an Adobe product, it's open source, so it's free to download, available at brackets.io. And again, that's optional. We just need a place in order to write code. So brackets is the one that I'm using within the course. The other thing that we're using within the course is a Chrome browser. Chrome browsers come with DevTools, and what DevTools is it allows you to open up this inspector. So you can take a closer look at your source code. You can see styling information. You've got your box model there, all the different elements. You can simply click on them and see all of these things that get applied to it. And you can uncheck them, and you could actually try out how styling works directly within your browser. And really useful tool. And it also has the console, which we are going to be using for our JavaScript development, because this gives us the ability to send information into the console that we normally don't see within the user. So we can see actually what our variables are and what our code is doing. There's some options with it. So if you click on the three dots, you can dock it over to the right-hand side, dock it to the bottom. There's also some options for setting. You can change the theme to light, to dark, whatever your preference is. There's a bunch of things you can play around with here. So the other options that the other resources that we're going to be using within the course is we've got some placeholder information. So we've got placeholder images that we need. So this is going to be for the background. Placeholder.com, it's a great resource for placeholder images, as well as place.img. So this allows you to generate various actual images. So another really good resource to be able to add into your project. So if you don't have the resources at hand, you can still build out your project with anticipation of getting resources. There's also a number of different lorem ipsum generators. So I usually use blind text generator, but there are a ton of them out there. And this is also really useful if we don't have our text that we want to place in our website. We can simply put some lorem ipsum text as placeholder text. So it does kind of look like real text, but it's actually meaningless, and it's kind of simulating what we're expecting to add into our web page once we actually get the copy. So we can develop and design our website before we have our copy and our images with the placeholder content. So when you're ready, let's begin, jump right in and start coding and building out this website. In this lesson, we're going to set up our index page. So this is going to serve as our main entry point to our web page. So let's begin. First thing that we should add is the doc type. So this specifies for the browser what type of document that it can be expecting. So it's doc type HTML. And you can go ahead and create a brand new file and just name it index.html. I'm going to be writing this in brackets. And I'll also get rid of the sidebar there. So we don't have any other files within this directory yet. We're going to specify the language. So this web page is going to be English language. And brackets is already adding the closing HTML tag for us. Next, let's set up head. And then within head, we've got some information that we can contain within here. So one of them is the title. And we'll just call it single page website. And then next, let's set up body. And then within the body, this is where all of our content is going to go. And we're going to divide up the sections of our body. So we're going to have a head area. And within the head area, we're going to contain some navigation. So we'll have a div. And then within this div, we can add in head content as well as our navigation. So the nav will just be a nav. And we're going to use unordered lists to structure our navigation. And then we'll have a bunch of list items that are actually going to be our navigation links. So we've got our main header area. Next, let's add in a section. So these are going to be the multiple sections within our web page, and this is going to provide even more structure for our content. And then our content inside is going to be sitting within a div. So these are going to be the main sections, and we'll create a bunch of these as well. So first of all, we're going to create a basic default template, and then we're going to reuse that over and over again within our project, and we're going to add in 5 different sections. And last but not least, let's set up our footer. And within our footer, we're going to create a div, and this is where all of our main content once again is going to be contained. And we're going to have 3 separate columns within our footer, and then we can have multiple pieces of content down there. And then lastly, before we close off our body, we are going to be doing a little bit of JavaScript, and we're going to have a placeholder here for our script. And then up here at the top, we can have a placeholder for our style. And once we build out our style, then we're going to copy it and paste it into a CSS file and link out to it from the main page. And we're going to do the same thing for the JavaScript. So all of this is coming up in the next section. So go ahead and create your basic HTML page, add some structure to it with the header, the section, and the footer. And next, we're going to be jumping into building out our navigation bar. So that's coming up next. This lesson, we're going to set up even more of the structure for our HTML page. So let's open this up a little bit bigger. List items are going to be in what we need to contain within our list items. So within the list item, we're going to be linking out to various parts of our web page. So make sure that you use the hash in order to link out to it. And we can have multiple sections. So we can have section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're not going to worry about what they're called at the moment. Also, I want to set a class, and we're going to use active class. So this is commonly used to indicate which particular section the user is currently on. And then out here, we can just do section 1, 2, 3, 4, and we can add in content later on. So we just want to get the basic structure and how it should look, and just duplicate this out, removing out the class active because we only want to have one that's going to be class active, and we're going to use JavaScript in order to update our class, adding in that active class on the selected section. So we can make as many sections as we want, 5 sections, or we could even do 6 sections. So it actually doesn't matter because the way that we're structuring it, it's going to be a lot of copying and pasting. So let's do 6. That should be 6. That one should be 5. So there we go. So that's essentially what our navigation bar is going to look like. And of course, we're going to build this out using our CSS. So it's going to make it look a whole lot better. So right now, this is just a plain old list. No styling has been applied yet. So down here within the section area, we want to make sure that the ID of the section matches that value that we've sent in here. So that when the user clicks section 1, and this is all HTML, it's actually going to know which section to go down to, and they have to match. So, and this is where we use the hash because the section is specified by the ID, and this is why we need the hash in front of that part of that section 1 text. Also, I wanted to add in a class so that this is going to be a lot easier to style our sections with the class of section. And also, let's build out adding in a class here as well. So this is where our main content will go. So we can call it something like wrap or something like that. And this is where all of the content within that section will go. So it actually doesn't matter what content we have. They can all have various varying pieces of content, and we can wrap it really nicely using the class of wrap. So let's set this one up. And all we're going to do now is we're simply going to duplicate our basic existing template, and we're going to make 6 copies of it, and calling it section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this is going to be our basic web page structure. So from this point, we can start adding in our styling and actually make it starting to look more presentable within the HTML, within the web page. So usually the way that we start is we start with a basic structure, and right now we see that it doesn't really look like anything. There's no content obviously in here, and we are going to be adding content later on. And this is just a simple unordered list. And the rest of the the way that it's going to get styled out, this is all going to be done through CSS, and that's coming up in the next lesson. So continue to build out your web page. Just envision it that you've got multiple sections. You want the user to be able to click through. So however many amount of sections you have, just make sure that you've got them listed here within the unordered list or within the navigation. So coming up, we're going to continue to work on this, and we're going to build this out even more. This lesson is always a fun one because we actually get to style our navigation bar. So we do have our nav, we have an unordered list and a list item. We can also give our nav an ID in order to distinguish it in case we use nav again within our website. So let's just go ahead and just call it nav. So now we've given it an ID of nav so we can better identify it within our HTML. And we're selecting all the unordered list items, the unordered list within our ID of nav element. So first of all, we want to get this not to look like an unordered list. So we've got an option with the list style, and we can get rid of that. So what that does is immediately you see that that's gone. It gets rid of the list, those bullet points. We also want to display it within a block format. So that's display block. We also want to center it, so that's margin 0 auto. So that will automatically center that content. And next we need to turn it into a block format. So that's display block. And sometimes you're going to also see inline block. But for now, the way that we're going to do it, we're going to just do it as a block item. Next, let's take care of the list items. So we've got all of these list items listed here, and we want them to stack horizontally, not vertically. And the easy way to do that is to use floats. So nav list, and let's float those over. So we'll float those over to the left. And you're going to see as soon as you float them over to the left, then they actually just stack one next to the other. Also, let's give them a little bit of padding. And you can add padding to the left and to the right, or you could just add it to one side. So in this case, let's add it just to the one side. So do padding 10 pixels. And in order to see them, you could add in a border. And of course, we could get rid of this if we don't like it later on. You could add in a red border if you want. Whatever you want, whatever makes sense for you within the styling, you can pick the color. And next, let's grab, so we've got a pattern here with the list items. They all have hyperlinks in them. So let's grab that next. And with the hyperlinks, we want to get them not to look like links. So that means that we want to remove out the underline. And that's text decoration. So text decoration. And we're just going to set it to none. So that removes out that underline under the text. Next, let's set a font size. And we'll use 1 EM, so that's about 16 pixels. And we can also specify a color. So in case you don't like the default blue color, you can specify a color at this point as well. And you can also be more specific. So if we want to change the background to a dark background, so sometimes you want your navigation bar to stand out, so you do a dark background. So let's set this color to white, and I know our text just disappeared. So let's take the list item here. So we've set it to white. Let's take the list item and we'll add a background color over here so that we can actually see them again. Now let's just stick with default of black. And we're going to change that as we hover over as well. And we can actually get rid of the border if we want. We can also add in a margin at this point as well so that they're not right next to each other. So that's always a good effect, that you don't want them just right next to each other. So this is where you can add in that margin. So do a margin for them, and we'll just do a really small margin. So 2 pixels margin. So there's a little bit of spacing between them. And take a quick look how they stack. So they stack really nice and neatly. And next, we can add in some effects for them. And this is going on the anchor text again. So on the anchor, we can add in a hover effect. And we can get rid of the text decoration. We can also get rid of the font size because we're not changing any of that. So we'll change that white to be red. So the background is red. So now whenever you hover over them, it goes red. So you know that these are clickable links. And of course, you can customize this however you want, make it look a number of different ways, whatever makes sense for you. Go ahead and customize this now. And the next lesson, we're going to continue to build this out, and we're going to start looking at the sections, adding in some content into those sections, and how we can actually scroll down to the various sections. So that's coming up next. Let's add some placeholder content to our sections, and we're going to work a little bit more on the sections within this lesson. So we know that we added the class section. So this can be any properties that we want to go over all of the sections. So we've got a class called section, and for now, let's add a border, solid, and let's make it a really light border. So just do color D. So those are our sections, and obviously we don't have any content in them quite yet. We can also set a minimum height. So if we want them not to be less than 500 pixels, then we could set it like that. And this is zoomed in. So if we go back to a 100% zoom, we can see that all of our content is nice and neatly at least 500 pixels. There's another thing that I did want to add in, and that's going to be the container. So I've added in a div given a class of container, and I've wrapped all of the content inside. So this is actually going to give me the ability to do something with this class. So this is essentially a wrapper class, and it basically allows us to set a minimum width for our project. So any web page going in, we want to have at max size, whatever width this is. So we can do a width, or we could do a max width. So a max width will resize a little bit better. We also might want to do a minimum width as well, so that we know that we're not going to shrink down below a certain width. So max width, let's do 1040 pixels. And we'll add a border around this as well. So 1 pixel solid black so that we can see it. And you can see, there we go. So we've got our border. And one of the things, whenever you set a fixed width, it's not going to be centered anymore. So always remember that you should center that content. It's not going to look good otherwise. And in order to center the content, we saw that before with the navigation bar. So we're using margin 0 and setting it at auto. And the way that this is just the shorthand method for margins. So the way that it works, if you only set one value in the margin, then it's going to be for all 4 sides. If you set 2 values, the first side is going to be top and bottom, and the second side is going to be left and right. So this is where we're setting top and bottom to 0 margin and left and right to auto margin. And what auto does is it splits the difference, essentially centering that content. So that's the best way to center content within CSS. So we did say that we wanted to add in some placeholder content, and I do have a couple websites open over here that we're going to utilize within the upcoming lessons in order to get placeholder and dummy content. So this is lorem ipsum text, and this is a generator for lorem ipsum text, and we could generate whatever amount of text we want. So basically, this gives us the ability to kind of make placeholder content that actually looks like real content, but it's lorem ipsum text, so it's not real content. So it's just placeholder content, and you can go ahead and you can deposit that within your page in order to make it look like you've actually got some real content in there. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop that into a few of the sections, so that this way our sections, when we go back to our web page and refresh it, it actually starts to look more and more like a web page. And this is also going to help within our design, because we can actually see how the content is going to behave, how the content is going to look within the various sections. So this is going to be really super helpful. And you also see that now, because we do have content, when we click the various sections in the navigation bar, you're going to see that it actually brings us down. So it automatically brings the page view to the section that we're clicking. So let's do a little bit of cleaning up here and refresh again. And notice that the lorem ipsum is starting over here. So what we need to do, because we used floating to the left, whenever you float to the left, you also need to clear out those floats. So usually the way that we do it is we have a clear and we just do clear both. So this will clear out any floats, and then you add the clear class after you've used the floats. So all of these have floats within them. So after that navigation bar section, let's add in the clear class. So we see once we do that, our text automatically goes back over to the default left alignment. So it's not floating into the left part after the navigation bar. So that's important to remember, important step. So let's go ahead, grab a little bit more dummy text. And maybe this one might have a little bit less text. And it's up to you. Try to place it kind of similar to the text that you might be using within your page, so that it really mimics what you're actually after as much as possible. And almost done. So we're going to add a little bit more content, and let's just do one paragraph here. And there's some options within Blind Text Generator as well to generate various types of text. So now we've got a huge page, we've got a lot of text, and we can also add in some images. So placeholder.com is a great resource for adding in images. You can generate images of varying sizes and place them within your content. So again, really super useful. And this is also used to simulate what it's going to look like if you actually have an image in your content. So I've added an image in section 2. And when we refresh, we can see that there's our image, there's our text. So all our dummy text is there and ready to go. So we're ready to continue to build this out. And we're going to need to use placeholder again so that we can get some actual background images. And the background images are going to be really important because they're going to help create that parallax effect. So all of that is coming up in the next set of lessons. And as we continue to build this out, it's going to start to look more and more like an actual one-page website. So right now, things are still kind of a little bit scattered, but we're actually beginning to see the beginnings of how our web page is going to be structured and what it's going to look like. This section, we are going to be making some tweaks. So we saw last time that whenever we click one of these, we actually get brought down to the section, but then we got to go scroll all the way up. So that's a really bad user experience. So what ideally we want to do is have our navigation bar stay at the top. And with CSS, there's an easy way to do that. So we saw that we've got header, div, ID, nav. So this is where our navigation bar is sitting. And we want to grab this whole header element and keep it right at the top. And in order to do that, we've got a number of options that we can do. We can grab our whole element here, and that's probably the best one. So in this case, we'll just call it mast. So that's for our top master header. So it's always a good idea to be able to distinguish it between other content on your page in case you use nav again or in case you use header again. That way you don't have any conflicts. So this is going to be a width of 100%. So it's going to go all the way across. We'll set a background. And we can do a background color. So we've got our background color. And we also need to set a height. Because remember, these are floats. And when you've got floats, that's why we don't actually see the content. So we can set it to auto, but maybe let's set it to an actual fixed height. So this can be a height, whatever makes sense within your page content. Sometimes developers like those kind of big fat ones. Sometimes you might want to do a little bit smaller as well. So do 50 pixels. So it seems to work fairly well. And of course, you probably want to get a better color. So let's stick to a grayscale. So this can be a really light grayscale or it can be a dark grayscale. Again, try to do the grayscale similar to what colors you're trying to pick. Also, typically, we do a margin off the top so that we don't want it sitting right at the top. So let's do 20 pixels off the top. So it looks a little bit more presentable this way. And this way, when we scroll, we want to have it within that fixed position there. So that is position, and we just set it as fixed. And this way, you're going to see that no matter where we scroll on our page, it's always fixed to that same position. So it doesn't matter where we go on the page, it's always going to be sitting there within that same spot. And that's ideal because when we go down to section 6, we don't want the user to have to go and scroll all of the way back up. So that's why it's the ideal way to do it in order to fix it at a particular position. There's also the navigation bar. So notice that now it doesn't really look that great. It's right up at the top. And we've got 50 pixels to work with. So this is our opportunity to take that navigation bar and maybe even move it down. So do nav and give it a margin at the top. And we can move it down 10 pixels or whatever makes sense. So in this case, it looks fairly well centered. So always take a look at it and just see how things are looking as you're building it out. And we're also notice that we probably need to move that entire wrapper down or entire container down. So now that we've got this one in a fixed position, it doesn't really make sense that we've got the container around that. So there we go. So that's at 100%. So even if we go larger or smaller, we see that it's coming in there within that type of format. So within the nav bar as well, we should set a maximum width. So that actually is in line with what we're looking at. So that should be actually down here within the nav bar. And we should also, so let's just refresh. And you can see that now it's going to float a little bit better. And actually even better than maximum width. Let's set a default width here so we don't have to have a maximum, minimum, and we can also float it over. So let's float it over to the right hand side. So this way, let's refresh just to make sure everything's still working properly. So this way, even though I get bigger or smaller, we've always got our navigation bar sitting here at the top, and we can always make use of the navigation. Even if we click to section 5, it's always sitting there floating on top of our content, really nicely and neatly presented there. And that's a good thing about having multiple different sections that we have within our HTML. So when we structured it, we've got our header, we've got a div in here, and right now the div really isn't doing a whole lot, but when you are trying to style, it's always a good idea to have that there in case you want to make use of it, in case you want to move something or set a different background color, you can always apply it there. That doesn't have to always take the parent's property. And then having a child in there, that's the navigation bar. Again, we can set additional settings, which we've done, and we've actually set a minimum width for this one, a float to the right, so we've moved over to the right. We've also got a margin off the top for that one as well. So that allowed us to have a little bit more options where we were setting the positioning, and we were also able to center some of our content there. We can also, at this point, if we wanted to, even make some of these even bigger. So we've got margin, we've got padding. So if we wanted to, we could make additional padding for the list items. And we can do the padding on all the way around as well. So if you wanted more of kind of a fatter effect here with the different list items, and then sometimes you might have to also adjust the margin at the top as well, so to get it once again centered. So go ahead and try this out for yourself, and it does always take a little bit of adjusting. That's why I really like to use brackets, because I've got this kind of live preview here, so whenever I make changes, I can see what happens here on the right hand side within the display area. And as I continue to build out the CSS, I can see all of those changes taking effect immediately. So open up your editor, try this out for yourself, build out that navigation menu, add it in as a fixed value so it's always on top of your text, and you're going to be ready to move on to the next section. Now we're ready to start adding in some background images to the section. So we're going to use placeholder.com, and you can actually get different color backgrounds as well, and you can change the size of them. So that's a really cool part of it, because this is actually really super useful. And unfortunately, you can't copy and paste it, but we can see what the format is. So we can use that same height and width properties, and then we can add in colors. So FFF, so the first part is for the text color, and then afterwards is for the background color. So let's take that format and let's set that up as backgrounds for the various sections we have. And with the sections, we can take them one at a time and apply styling to them. So for the first section, we're going to want to have a background image. So let's set that up first. So background, and it's going to be background URL. So this is where we need to have placeholder content. And we want to make it really large. So we want it to basically cover whatever our background is. So we can do something like 1200 by 800. And that's the nice thing about placeholder, is that it's not going to get pixelized, because it's just the way that it works. So let's also set a font color, and we can set a background color. And we can also add in text. So let's do section, or this should say text. So that's how you get text on top of the image. You do text and then equal the text to whatever you want it to say. So let's go back into our page, refresh it, and so there we go. So we've got section 1 showing up there nice and neatly. So let's add a little bit of styling to it. So we've got the background, and we can set a background size. So the background size that we want to be background cover. So background size is going to be cover. And what that is going to do is that's going to resize it to automatically fit nice and neatly within whatever our page size is. So that presents that background image really nice and neatly. We can specify if we want some padding there. So if we wanted 100 pixels of padding or whatever we want around the sides, we can do that as well. So right now we'll just leave it as background cover. Next, let's do another one. So for the second one, we're not going to make use of a background image. And for this case, let's just do a background color. And we're not going to have an image, so we don't need the cover. So do background and color. So let's make it white. So force it to be white. So for sure it's always going to be white. And then for the next one, we need another image. So let me clean this up a bit to realign that text. I'll make it a little bit bigger so we can see it. So let's update. So this is going to be actually section 3. And we can add in similar types of colors if we want, or we can switch it up entirely. So it's up to you. So whatever makes sense. And I removed the slash. So section 3 is going to have a yellow. Oh, this should be section 3. So it should have a yellow color. That one has a red. And maybe let's update this to be a little bit darker. So do a blue, we'll do a pink. And then lastly, let's take care of the other sections as well. So we've got section 5, which is also going to have a background image. And we can also do light text as well. So of course you're already going to have images for the backgrounds. So it's going to be really, it's going to be something that you're not going to have to deal with, that all of this coloring and styling. So the next section, this is optional. You can set it to various colors if you want. And you can do purple or blue-violet. So you'll have this type of effect. We're going into section 1. section 2, section 3, section 5, so on. But usually the best way to go really is to keep it white, because that's going to give us that parallax type effect. So let's make sure we've got section 4. And then we're also going to do section 6. And if you don't have anything to customize on them, you could really easily, we could just do background color for all of the sections. And more than likely, we're probably not going to have any customizations. So for these ones, we are going to have an image in the background customized. But for all of the other sections, we can simply just do background color white. So that will force it to be white, just to make sure that things are white. So we are ready to continue to move on. So there are a few things that we do need to take care of. We've got text within the sections, so that doesn't really look great. So we need to do some styling to that as well in order to make it look a little bit better. So we can do that now as well. And all of these were within that same format. So when we built out the sections, we had this class of wrap. So wrap was essentially giving us the ability to do something with that content that's sitting within inside those sections. So let's go down to section, and within the wrap, so this is where we can apply some styling to that content. And it really depends on what you want it to look like. Usually the way that I like to do it is I like to have a little bit of background color to it. So let's do border and radius. So we've got a little bit of rounding there to the sides. It's 20 pixels. Also, let's add in some padding. So the text isn't sitting directly right at the sides. And let's add in some margins at the top as well. So margin. We'll add in a margin at the top, and then the left and right we're going to do auto, so it will automatically center it. So 40 pixels at the top. And we should add in auto as well, so it centers it. And I also want to add in that RGB. So we've got the background color. So let's do RGB. And that's if we don't have RGB, so we need to make it much lighter. So RGB gives us the ability to do RGBA. So this was just for browsers that don't have RGBA. Most of them will have that now. And then lastly, we can set an opacity. So we could do something like that, where we see that we can actually see the images that are behind the text as well. And maybe we'll do a little bit more padding, so it's nice, a lot more centered there as well. So great, so we've got our content showing up, we've got our background images, and next we need to update and style our footer. So that's coming up next. Let's build out our footer. So we haven't done that yet, and if we go to the bottom of the page, we have nothing there yet. And typically within a footer, you might find your copyright information, might find a bunch of links to other web pages. There's a number of things that you might find in here. So in this case, let's build out two different containers here. So we've got our main one. And we're going to do a div. So this one will be class, and this is going to be the first one. So this will be column number 1. And then within here, we can have copyright, my website, blah, 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 and maybe some contact us for more info. So there we go. So we've got something there. And then we might also have another column. So maybe this one is a smaller one, so column 2. And this one might contain a bunch of list items. So they might just be links to various pages within your website and whatever really just makes sense within your site. And I'm just going to copy this one over. You can also have your social media links there as well. So next we need to style them. So we've got these unordered links. We've got call 1 and call 2. So let's go over to and we also got our footer. So if we wanted to, we could give it an ID of footer so we can better identify it. And let's go up to our style sheet, and apply some styling to these. So that was footer. So you might have a background color to it. So background color, usually you're going to see it as maybe a grayish color, or maybe even a fairly dark color. And you can do the font color to be light. And then we had two classes, so column 1 and also column 2. And we can specify how much space we want these columns to take up. So this one can have a width of, so maybe this is the bigger one. So this one is taking up 66%. And this one takes up 33%. So we've got the sizes here, and let's do a display. And this time, instead of floating, we've got our other option for inline block. So that basically allows us to stack things horizontally. And you can see as I've added that, then we get all of our network stuff here, and we've got our copyright information. And as a whole, maybe we should have had some padding there. And you can also customize this now as well. So if you wanted to move it up or down, you can also add in margins as needed. So margin, or you could do margin bottom if you want. So move it up a little bit. It all depends on, again, what you're trying to style. Always make sure that you make it larger, just to make sure things still look consistent and look proper. So now we've got our footer in place. So the next item that we need to take care of is we need to continue to build out the way our sections are. So let's take care of that next. And before we finish up, let's also set a width to our wraps. And we'll do a percentage width, so do something like 70%. Because we don't have a lot of text, and we want to present it in a much neater fashion. So next lesson, we're going to finalize with some additional tweaks. We do need to move all of our content down because we don't want our content starting out and we've got our navigation bar up here at the top. So we do ideally want to move all of that down, and we can do that in the next lesson. So that's coming up. So we're going to do some tweaks and make it look a little bit more presentable. In this lesson, we're going to be doing some fine-tuning and tweaks. So one of the things that we can see is that this section 1, we've got the navigation bar, so whenever the user comes in, it's not really the greatest experience. So we've got a number of things that we can do at this point. We can move that entire section down if we want. So we can grab all of section, or we can just move section 1 wrap down. So it's up to you, whatever makes more sense. So probably taking section 1 and then selecting wrap and moving that down would be the best option. So do section 1 wrap. And we can move it down from this point down. We can see that that element just got selected there. So let's give it a margin and give it a margin top. So this should be something enough to move the default text down below the navigation menu. So we still have our image showing up there in the background, and this isn't actually going to affect any of the other elements. So there we go. So we've got our text showing up, and you probably wouldn't have this much text either. It's all just depending on how you want to present your content. So the other thing too is that we can update our default font if we want. So there are some options, especially with Google fonts. There's a lot of really cool things you can do with your fonts. So you can set all of your fonts if you want. And we usually do set something for the body itself. And by default, to clear out any existing margins, to clear out any existing padding. So we set those to 0. And then width, so we always make width 100%. And we can also add in a font. So let's go over to Google Fonts. And they have 858 different fonts that you can pick from. So there's a lot of options here on the website. And these, they're going to give you also directions on how to install it. So it's a matter of going, maybe we could look at whatever are the featured fonts. And go back to the directory. So they've got a wide variety. So you can literally spend quite a bit of time here. So let's say, for instance, I particularly like this one here. So I want to see what this one looks like. Okay, it's great. I like it. So in order to add it to the page, so we go select the font, and we can see that that font has been selected. So they give you some options here, how to add that font in. You can import it directly into your style sheet, and this is the option that we're gonna go with. So let's go back into our HTML, and we're gonna select that as the font, and we want to import it into our style. So let's do it this way, and this is going to work a lot better when we bring it into our style sheet. You can also just link to the style sheet, but we are going to be linking out to the style sheet as well. So those are the two ways. So this is actually bringing into a CSS file, and that's going to work a little bit nicer and provide a better experience for us, because all of it's going to be contained within that one file. So even if we have multi-page site, then we can make use of it across different pages as well. So there we go. So this is essentially our website. Of course, let's clean this up a bit. And we see we've got the section 1 and section 5, and we've got all of our stuff down at the bottom. So one of the things too that we still need to add in is the active class. So the active class is going to help us distinguish actually which navigation slide we're on. So we don't have that happening yet. So let's add that in. So let's make this smaller. Open up our editor again. And let's specify an active class. So there's a number of ways to add the active class. And let's do that within the hyperlink. So we'll do hyperlink and active. So this is where we can specify. So sometimes what you might want to do is you might want to just add in that text decoration underline. And what actually works even better is if you do the border. So we'll do border bottom. So we'll add in a small border at the bottom. 3 pixels, solid. And because we're using white, we'll just do it as white. So that way we see that it gets underlined. So the idea here is that as we move through them, they're going to get underlined. We can also update the color of it as well. So for now, let's set it as yellow. And actually, we should do this one to match as well. So we underline it as yellow. We set the color to yellow. And we can also even update something around the background if we wanted to as well. So that's, again, optional, however you want to look. So essentially, this is our active navigation item. And we want to bring in JavaScript so that as we scroll down, it actually changes the active element. So we're going to do that in the upcoming lesson. So let's wrap up the project with some JavaScript coming up. In the last lesson, we applied an active class to our navigation menu, and one of the things that we noticed is as we scroll down, it doesn't give the user any indication on which section they're at. So let's fix that, and we're going to do that with JavaScript. So first of all, let's grab our elements. So we're going to use document, and let's use query selector all. So what query selector all will do is it'll allow us to match all of the elements that are matching our selection, and we're going to grab the elements with the class of section. And we can console log those out so that we can see what elements have been grabbed. So refresh. and open up the Chrome Developer Console. And we see that we grabbed all 6 sections, so those are the ones that we want. So now it's just a matter of looping through them and picking up where they are offset off the top. So we need to set up an object. So this object, so we call it sections, and this is where we can contain all the section information. So let's loop through all of those elements. So now that we've got the section array, we can do section and for each. And this will give us the ability to loop through all the elements. So grab element. And for now, let's just console log out element so we can see what we're getting within our for each loop. So back out to the page, refresh. And we can see that, there we go. So we've grabbed all of the elements. So the next thing that we need is we want to grab the IDs. So if we do each one and we grab the ID, so this way we get section 1, 2, 3 all the way down. There's also another value that we want to make use of, and we want to get the elements, and this one is called offset top, and this will give us a numeric value. So let's refresh, and we can see where that particular element is located off the top. So we see section 1 is at 1 pixel, section 2 is at 530, section 3 is at 1058, and so on. So what we need to do is we need to drop this into our sections object. We're just going to grab the name of the element by ID, and we're going to equal it to the value, the numeric value, so where they're located. So that's going to build out an object called sections that we can loop through and we can take a closer look at as we scroll the web page. So the next is the Windows scroll. So on scroll allows us to fire off a function every time the user scrolls the page. So I'll show you what happens here. And this is actually going to write out scroll a whole lot of times. So let's refresh. And it's actually should be window. So let's refresh. So we've got scroll once, and notice that when I'm scrolling, this number is increasing. So there we go. So we're firing off whenever we're scrolling. And there's some variables that we need to make to be able to grab. So we're going to grab the scroll position. So we'll call it scroll position. And we'll get from the DOM, so document. And this one's called document element. And we want to get where that element is from the top. So that's the same value. So this is where we're figuring out where we're getting the value from the top. And if that one doesn't work, then we want to do document, and we want to grab body scroll top. So what this will do is this will give us a position of where the scroll is. So let's try that out. So we see that as we refresh the page, we get a value of how many pixels we are off the top. And this is going to be useful within our formula because now it's just a matter of figuring out where our scroll position, so we've got the position of where the user is scrolling, and we need to just do a check to see where they fall in, on what section they fall in. And once we have that, then we can update the active class. So let's loop through all of the sections. So variable x in sections. So we're going to loop through all of the sections. And let's check. So we've got, we'll output variable x there. So we see that we've got section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So perfect, that's exactly what we need. So now we can grab the object sections. And we know that we've got all of those values in there. And all of those objects are going to just take that offset value that we have over here that we set originally when we looped through. So what we need to do is we need to do a condition. So we're going to check to see if that value is less than or equal to the scroll position. So that's that new value that we just picked up. And if it is, then we know that we've found the element that should have the active class. So first we need to remove the active class from the existing element. So we use query selector, and we're going to select whatever element has active, and we're going to set an attribute to it, and we're going to basically set a class of nothing. So we'll clear that one out. So it's not going to have any class in there. So that's removing the class. And next, we need to add a class. So we need to determine how we can make a selection of that element that we need to specify. And we already have that information because we can grab by the anchor text, which has an href that is equal to, and this is where we just need to specify the value that we're looking for. And the value is actually going to be contained within x. So x is actually going to be already holding that value. So we'll grab that element and let's set an attribute. And this time, instead of removing the class, we're adding the active class. So I think we're ready to try that out. So let's try that out. And we can see as we're scrolling, we're getting that underline moving along. So that's how you can set the active class and have that effect where as you're scrolling on the single page website, the JavaScript is actually updating the active class. So it actually doesn't matter what you name the class. Typically it is called active, and it's going to automatically set whatever one is active. So as you scroll, it will automatically make that adjustment and that change. So go ahead and add this to your project. And next, we're going to do some final tweaks to our web page. And we're going to add in some other images. So we're actually going to add in some images in the background there. So that's coming up. Let's do some final tweaks to our project. So we know that we've finished off a lot of the styling, so we can take that styling and separate it out of our web page. So that will give us the ability to reuse it anywhere we want. So instead of style, let's update that, and we're going to link out. So link and linking out to style sheet. And then we just need to specify where it's located. So that's href. And we're going to keep it on the same directory. So there we go. So save. Let's create a new file. Let's dump that CSS in there. And then we'll just call it style.css. Get rid of the style tags. And this is style.css. So let's refresh our page. So there we go. So we still have everything intact. The other one that I want to do as well, so just do the sidebar, get back to the index page. I want to fix up the JavaScript as well. So usually I do like to keep things separated. So it's just because we're building it out so I don't have to flip back and forth. So this one, in order to link out to the script, it's going to be script, and this is where we need to specify a source. So we're just going to call it script.js. So it's a simple JS file. Save that. Let's create a new one. Drop our JavaScript in there. And we'll save it as script.js. And save. So there we go. So let's just test, make sure everything is still working. So everything's still good. So there's some other tweaks that we can do as well to our project. Let's also update our image within our styling. So we've got an image in there, and we might want to just float that. And what the float will do is this will give us the ability to inline it with the surrounding text. So just like that, so it's sitting in line with our text. We'll hide that and beautify it again. We also might want to do some padding around it. So it depends on what you're trying to do with your image. You might want to also be very specific which one, how you're applying that and what you're doing, because this is actually going to apply to all of the images. Sometimes you might want to have a thumbnail effect. So you might want to do a border. Have a white border around it. So you have that type of effect. Also, separate it out a little bit more from the text. Again, you can add a margin. So you can really keep going with that. So whatever your preference is, you can style it however it makes sense for you. The other thing too is let's actually add in some background images. So there's a great site over here that allows us to add background images. So let's do, and these are going to be background images. So maybe we want to do something tech. And we can see what that looks like. So it's going to be a computer site type thing. So instead of having our placeholder images, this is another option. And this is actually probably going to look a little bit better. It's going to look actually more like a real website. And let's also do another big one. There's a lot of these really pretty cool websites that are out there. So we get, this is one for people. And maybe we want to do another tech one as well. Down here. So let's see what that looks like. So let's refresh. Oh, I forgot the quote there at the end. So we've got our sections there. So section 3, 4, 5, 6, and all the way down. So now we've got a completed website, and of course there's even more things you can do to tweak it to make it look even better. But for now, this is going to give you a really good start to create a website and adjust, tweak it, make it look however you want to present that content. Again, you could work with your own default content as well. So that's always better if you've got your own images and if you've got your text. If you have an idea of how much text you're placing in, it's always going to be very helpful. So go ahead and try it out for yourself. Update the source code that we've provided and add in your own effects and images.